Hello there, good afternoon everybody, and welcome along to Croft Circuit for the third event of the season for the 750 Motor Club. And we are here in North Yorkshire for the first of 2 days of action. And it's going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend of racing, brought to you by Alpha Live in the company of myself, Ian Soman, Kieran Mogg alongside me in the commentary box today. We'll hear as well from Tom Butterworth down in the pit lane, carrying out our post-race interviews during the course of the day. We're here at Croft this weekend, the 2.1 mile circuit that's been in this configuration for a couple of decades or so, but it's been used for several decades now. Cloudy start to the day here. It's still pretty overcast, but the sun is trying to break through. The temperature creeping up to 12 and 13 degrees as the day goes on. It says there's a light breeze of 4 to 5 miles an hour, but I know that down the start to finish straight there is quite a strong tailwind and a headwind for the cars as they head into Tower Corner. So we've just completed qualifying here, shortly to get underway with the first race of the day, which is going to be the F1000 Championship. But also today, at around about 1:10 we'll have the second race of the weekend, which will be the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. We've got the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship featuring Cup 200, the Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship, and the Tegiwa Road Sports Championship as well. The majority of the races this weekend 15 minutes, but the Road Sports today a 45-minute race, and tomorrow we have the 2.5 hour Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship as well. 9 races in all today and 7 more tomorrow. As you can see, a bit of clearing up being done by the marshals before the cars released out onto the track for the first race of the day, which gives us the chance to introduce Kieran Mogg. Hello Kieran, good afternoon to you, and welcome to the commentary box. Normally we send you outside to talk to the drivers, but you're in the warm and the dry today.
Yes, absolutely. It's a bit of a culture shock. My skin is not 100% used to being inside on one of these weekends, but yeah, it's great to be in here. And obviously we were just having a bit of a chat before we went live, saying this is one of the better commentary boxes as well. We have a fantastic view over almost the entire circuit. The only bit that we can't see is the sunny in and sunny out sections at the back end of the circuit, but everything else we have a pretty damn good view of. So theoretically, we shouldn't miss anything. I say that, and we will miss something later on.
Absolutely, and of course, with the Alpha Live stream, we shouldn't miss a thing. And you can see our commentary box in the background of the shot. Those of you probably won't see us wave, but that's where we are. That's the commentary box. You can see at the back of the shot. We're watching the view there from, I think, sort of Hawthorne, aren't we? Where that clearing up is being done.
Well, this might be Tower, actually.
No, it's Tower.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon, getting my angles all wrong. So yes, a great mix of races that we have for you today. It's really the third of our season starting meetings for the 750 Motor Club. Ah, there we are. You can see us now. Hello.
Thank you very much to Emma. That's Emma on the camera there. Thank you very much. Yes, that's us. Yeah, so this is fantastic commentary box that we have up here. So we've got a great view over almost the entire track, and it just means that obviously we should be able to see everything going on. And yeah. One thing that you were just saying, obviously, is the wind. It's saying only a couple miles an hour on the graphic, but we know for a damn fact that's wrong because it is so strong out there.
Yeah.
I mean, Tom just came into the commentary box. I had to steal your jacket.
He did,
because he said it's such a strong wind out there that he was absolutely freezing. So yeah, nice tailwind going down the start-finish straight and a headwind going up towards Tower. So plenty of overtaking opportunities, especially for some of the more slipstreamy type series out there.
And there are a few of those.
There are.
This weekend. Mazda 7s, we're particularly looking forward to those. They've got 2 races today and 1 more tomorrow, 3 races for them over the course of the weekend. They're the big ones, if you like, of the low cost. And if you were with us on Easter Monday at Donington Park watching the live stream from there, we had a cracking low cost race, particularly the second race of the day when the conditions improved a little bit after the horrible wet conditions that we had earlier on in the day. So that's a real classic, that was. Mazda 7's more than capable of providing more of the same. Have you got a particular favourite of the categories that are here this weekend, Kieran?
So I mean, we're having again. We were chatting before we went live, and F1000 is probably my favourite category, but I have to say the Sports 1000s, I'm really looking forward to seeing those, because it's obviously worth mentioning that the lap times of the Sports 1000s are thereabouts with like the GT4s and GT3s in some cases as well. Like they are properly quick little cars, and you've got a very wide variety of talent in that series as well. So you always get some interesting racing going on, whether it's at the front of the field or more towards the back. So that should provide some really interesting stuff as well. Obviously the Clios, they never ever never disappoint. So that will be a good one. But like you were saying, you know, the Mazda 7s, slipstream galore I'm expecting. And as we're saying that, the F1000s are coming out onto the track.
That's a very good point then to look ahead then to the first race of the day, which is the F1000 Championship. So, first of 3 races this weekend for the F1000s. They have 2 today and 1 more race tomorrow. All 15 minutes in duration. The grid for this one set by the fastest times in qualifying. The grid for the second race later on today will be a reverse grid, which is always interesting. But for today, for this one, it is on pole position, the number 83 car of Matthew Higginson. And besides him is the reigning champion, number 1, Craig Pollard. On the second row of the grid, another past champion in number 5, Rob Wellham, and besides him is 42, James Clennell. The third row of the grid has 19, Sam Satchwell, and the newcomer, number 24, Eric Cowell. On the fourth row of the grid, Tom Westworth is in number 3, besides the 18 car of Kales Cole. It's Bert Chapman, number 44, and David Hunter, number 98, on the 5th row. And on the 6th and final row of the grid, it's number 7, which is Stuart Miller, and 29, which is David Shepherd. So 12 cars that we have on the grid then for this opening race of the weekend. And yeah, I think this is one of your favourite categories. You were saying you'd love to get behind the wheel of one of these.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I mean, the first time I ever saw these was actually Brands Hatch last year, the opening round that I was, obviously with you guys, I was in the pit lane. And I remember I was stood on the pit wall and just watched these cars go flying past me. I was like, oh my God, I am in love, because they are absolutely incredible. Just a couple of quick stats for you. 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds. Top speeds ranging around 150 miles an hour. They only weigh just over 300 kilograms. So it works out almost 500 brake horsepower per tonne. To give you a bit of context on that, that's around the same kind of figure as a McLaren 650S. So these are properly quick little machines. And again, varying driver capabilities from the novices all the way up to the really experts. So I think we are almost ready to get going.
For the green flag lap, yes. Which we have for the F1000s. We don't have green flag laps for all of the categories here today, but the F1000s, being single-seaters, being slick-shod with their Hoosier tyres, do have a green flag lap, which they are getting underway now, ahead of the 15-minute race. So, as I say, on pole position is Matthew Higginson, and in qualifying this morning, they can see his green disc lock liveried car, the number 83 car. He did a time of 1:17.750 in qualifying this morning. Just to put that in context for you, the lap record around Croft is a 1:17.08 set by Craig Pollard only last September. And that lap time of 1:17.750 is an average of 97.24 miles an hour, which, when you consider that Croft has some tricky slow corners as well as some fast sweepers, that's a really impressive average lap time. There at the back you can see the number 29 car. That is the newcomer, Dave Shepherd, who describes himself as the oldest rookie ever at 68 years of age. Lives in Bristol, but originally from Doncaster, so back in his home county of Yorkshire today. First season of racing, did some bike racing as a kid, and he's got the hashtag to go with his racing debut of hashtag Davey at the back, and he's living up to his name so far, dare I say. But let's hope he can shake that off as time goes on. He's in one of the Mittal run cars, and like most of the cars on the grid, it is Suzuki GSXR powered. Alongside Higginson on the front there of the grid, you've got number 1, Craig Pollard, who last year became the first driver to win both of the 750 Most Club's single-seater championships. He's a previous double champion in Formula V as well, as have been racing in F1000 for 2 seasons now, winning the championship for the first time last year. And on the third row of the grid, you've got the 2022 champion, Rob Wellham, who is in the number 5 car. So he's always there or thereabouts. He was 3rd in the championship last year. He was 2nd in 2023 as well. Higginson's best championship finish was a 3rd in 2023. He was 4th last year. And you kind of feel that those are going to be the 3 main protagonists this year. Tom Gadd, who was 2nd last year but won most of the races, has moved on, and so a slightly slimmer field of cars that we have for this season. That's certainly the opening round, but it should be no less exciting because of that.
Absolutely. So obviously they're coming back onto the grid now, slowly just forming up. So yeah, 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds. So they're going to be firing down towards turn 1 very, very, very quickly. So we want to make sure that obviously everyone stays safe, but we want to see some action. And I have no doubt with the track that we have at Croft, with the long straights, with the fast sweeping corners, the F1000s will be absolutely fantastic. So here we go. Green flag is out.
Yeah, green flag at the back, 5-second board is shown to the drivers then. Revs will be rising, tensions will be mounting, and the race gets underway now, and it's a good start by Higginson from pole position. Pollard also pretty smoothly away. I think everyone is safely away then as they head down towards Clervaux corner for the first time. Wellham from the second row has made a good start, clips the curb on the inside of Clervaux there. Did he get up into second place? Yes, he did, so he's made a good start to the race. Wellham in number 5 is second, 83. Higginson is leading, and from the outside of the front row, number 1, Craig Pollard is in third place at the moment as they head down towards Tower for the first time.
Absolutely. So yes, very, very close between Pollard and Wellham at the moment. So Pollard is obviously wanting to try to get that position back as quickly as he can so we can go after Higginson. So coming down towards, where are we? Jim Clark S's into Barcroft and Sunny in now. So very, very fast section this is. So the drivers need to make sure that they are inch perfect, millimetre perfect. And actually, as we say that, Wellham is starting... Oh no, that's not Wellham, sorry. Yes, so they're coming round the back end of Sunny now into the final complex before the last corner and back onto the pit straight. So here we go, there's the front battle again.
Yeah.
Four in a train.
There is, because it's James Clennell in the number 42 car who is making up that lead quartet. He commutes over from Manhattan for all of his racing. That's quite sexy, isn't it? Top 4, they're pulling away from the rest of the field as they go along. In 5th place, it's the number 19 car of Sam Satchwell. In 6th place, it's number 3, which is Tom Westworth. And they were side by side for 7th and 8th as they came across the line. That was Bert Chapman in the 44 car making up some places, but it's still Higginson leading this very tight-knit group at the front.
Yes, absolutely. You can see that Higginson was just pulling over to the right-hand side into turn 1 just to defend that position. Wellham had a bit of a look, but he wasn't going to make too much of a stupid move. Obviously, still early days. You can't win the race in the second lap, but you can certainly lose it. Round to the outside again. He's just defending, tries to get the cut back underneath, but no, Higginson has his measure, and that has brought Pollard right back into it as well. There's a slight bit of a gap that was built between Wellham and Pollard on that straight, but with that defence, it's now brought all 3 of them so close together. This is what we love to see. Coming round into Sunny in now, and you can see there they're just pushing the front of those tyres so hard, finding every last millimetre of grip that they can from those slick tyres. We also see that Clennell is right behind Pollard there as well, so he's brought himself right back into it as well.
He had a good run through Sunny there, I thought, to get back on terms with Pollard. I was thinking it was like a 12-wheel Jedi, but it's almost a 16-wheel Jedi that we've got going around the hairpin this time. These first 4 certainly pulling away. First flying lap completed. What lap times are we down to? Already a 1:19.411 for Matt Higginson. I'm reminded that he did a 1:17.75 in qualifying, but probably still getting some heat into the tyres at this stage of the race. It's still Higginson, Wellham, Pollard and Clennell. Then Tom Westworth now is ahead of Sam Satchwell, so he's up to 5th position in the number 3 car. Satchwell down to 6th, then it's Bert Chapman 7th and Caldecott 8th.
Side by side for the lead now. Higginson is on the right-hand side and Wellham has got past. He has taken the lead into Tower Bend now. So he now leads this quartet, and now Pollard is right on the gearbox of Wellham. Can he make a move? So coming to the Jim Clark S is now, again, very, very fast section. Needs to be millimetrically perfect, positioning the car perfectly, and he's just, sitting in behind, waiting and biding his time to try and make the perfect move. You can see there coming through. Was that Sunny in? That was, yeah. See Sunny in. Obviously, Wellham was just at the back of the car. Sorry, Higginson, sorry. Back of the car, just sliding out ever so slightly. So really, really on the limit. Through
the complex for the 3rd time then in this 15-minute race, and Wellham already has put a few car lengths between himself and Higginson, who is in 2nd position. Pollard 3rd and Clennell in 4th. Is Wellham going to be able to get away? Now he's got out to front. The early signs are that it looks like he might be able to. here last year. He had some great battles with Tom Gadd in the F1000, but Wellham showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of him. He's done a 1:17.846, so immediately gained more than a second faster than Higginson had gone on the previous lap, and only about 0.8 of a second outside of Craig Pollard's lap record.
Yes, absolutely. That was an absolutely astonishing lap, considering the fact that he only got past sort of a third of the way into the lap as well. So he absolutely bombed it away from Higginson once he got past. So now really it's Pollard is having to start defending from Clonell, but we are now looking at the battle for, I'm not 100% sure which battle this is, but they're coming through the Jim Clark S's right now. So let's see who we've got in this battle.
I think that's Bert Chapman, Chaos Cole and Eric Cowell, possibly. Yes, it is, for 7th position, as the graphic helpfully tells us there. They are heading through Sunny, so Bert Chapman, who led a lot of the race at Cadwell Park, remember, last year, and then crashed out at the final corner, but he's under a lot of pressure there from the fast Irish lady, Chaos Cole, who's challenging him into the complex, and she's gone through there. So Chaos Cole goes up to 7th place now, down to 8th place goes Bert Chapman.
Yes, absolutely. That was a very, very brave move going through there. It's a very fast section, and really, you can get 2 cars side by side, but you don't really want to go much more than that. Coming down the start finish now, and we've got Bert Chapman and there's a a
new lap record. A new lap record for Rob Wellham. He's done a 1:17.812. The lap record. Sorry, beg your pardon. That's not a lap record. It's a 1:17.08. The lap record. I beg your pardon. But it's a bit quicker than he was on the previous lap. But he has pulled out now 1.4 seconds over Higginson in 2nd place. He pulled out about half a second on them that time around. Pollard still 3rd. Clonell in 4th. And there is that battle for 2nd now. They have dropped Clonell by the looks of it, but it's Westworth catching them. Looking at the timing screen, he caught them by a few hundredths only on the previous lap. But here is the battle for 2nd. It's Higginson versus Pollard.
Yes, absolutely. You can see Pollard is just so much more comfortable through that corner than Higginson. Higginson seemed to be a bit uncomfortable through that corner throughout the majority of the race so far. So that could possibly be a bit of an issue come next lap if Pollard's a little bit closer. But coming into this final section now, Higginson just pulled away a little bit into that last corner. So they've got their strengths and weaknesses in various different parts of this track as well. So Craig Pollard really is going to need to try and work this to his advantage, try and work out where he's faster, where he's slower, and essentially try to work out his attack from that. So coming through the where are we? Hawthorne. Thank you. So coming through Hawthorne now and through the chicane, so onto the back straight. These guys are absolutely going flat out. Rob Wellham has completely checked out. So it's really now the battle for 2nd place. Coming into Tower, and Craig Pollard has a little bit of a look, but no, Higginson has his measure. He pulls to the centre of the track and defends that position beautifully.
These two drivers have so many championship titles between them. We've said Pollard the champion last year. He's got 1 on his car, 2-time Formula V champion. Matt Higginson's won in RGB as it was then, Sports 1000 as it now is, several times, mostly in front engine cars. So lots of championships between them as they've got back markers ahead of them. One of them is the number 7 car of Stuart Miller. I think the other one must have been Dave Shepherd in the number 29 car, but they've negotiated them successfully. So too has Clonella's blue flags, of course, are being waved by the marshals at those back markers to let them know that the quicker cars are coming through. And there is quite a disparity in the lap times between them. But here's this battle for 2nd, coming up to complete lap number 6 of the race. We've got 7 minutes left to go in it. And the gap between Higginson and Pollard as they go across the line that time was just 0.4 of a second. It's now 3.2 seconds, though, between Wellham and Higginson. So Wellham well and truly out in front now. Nobody improving their lap times that time, of course, because of the impact of the traffic.
100%. But I have to say, the traffic did very, very well to get out of the way, considering the pace disparity there is between the front runners and the back markers. And also I have to say, obviously, before the front runners, they did very well to get through the traffic without any issues. But you see, coming through Tower there, they are so close. Higginson, again, having to move to the centre of the track to defend his position. Going through the Jim Clark S's now. You can see they are nose to tail. Craig Pollard is looking left, right, trying to find any way around Higginson that he can. Coming now into Barcroft and into Sunny in. Yeah, there's nothing to really give between them. It's just going to be a case of, okay, who has the biggest kahunas? Who's going to go for it? Who is going to put it on the line and get and essentially take it away from the other one?
Yeah, and James Connell sitting there waiting to pick up the pieces if it all goes wrong between these two as well. He's still there in 4th position, chasing after these two. I think he is quicker in the second half of the lap, isn't he, than the first half, it would seem.
I have to say, though, it's probably the perfect distance behind these two. If anything does go wrong, they pick up the piece, because obviously if he's a bit closer, he's going to get caught up if something goes wrong. But at the moment, where he's got enough time to react if it does come. So he's probably in the perfect position to, if they do collide. But,
yeah, it's a problem for Stuart Miller there in the number 7 car, the driver from Hamilton, a newcomer. You can see the black cross on the yellow background on the back of his car. He's had a little moment at the complex, but that seems to have sorted itself out. So here, with 5 minutes to go, it's Higginson and Pollard and Clonell. Just a bit out of shape there through Tower that time, I thought, but not too much time lost for him. Through the Jim Clark S's, which is absolute blast, that part of the circuit. It's flat out if you dare, I think. Then through the right-hand kink at Barkov, then to Sonny, sort of sweeping right-hander. 2 elements to it, double apex. And then you've got a relatively short little straight down towards the complex, which is an overtaking opportunity, but because of the sort of left, right, then left-hand hairpin nature of the corner, it's one that you really need to plan out quite carefully. Watching Rob Wellham now into the lead of the race, and it looks like he's in problems. All of a sudden his car slows on the exit of the hairpin. He's pulling into the pit lane, and that means that Matt Higginson, as he completes lap 8, takes the lead of the race, and it's a disastrous start to the year from Rob Wellham. He's snatched defeat from the jaws of victory there.
That is horrible. That is such bad luck for Rob Wellham there. He was doing such a fantastic job out in the lead. He had the measure of Higginson and Pollard so brilliantly, and it's just a shame, obviously, it's ended this way. But we've still got 3 4 minutes left on this race. Higginson and Craig Pollard, still nothing to choose between them. Going through Tower now, up towards the Jim Clark S's. I think Higginson just seems to have the pace in just the right places, just to make sure, especially on the corner exits onto the straights, just enough to keep Craig Pollard behind. Again, coming through Barcroft into Sonny now. This is where we've seen Higginson a bit struggling, but he seems to we see Craig Pollard actually have a bit of a twitch, a bit of a correction there through that corner. So ironically, the place that Higginson has looked a bit more vulnerable on that lap, on that time around, Craig Pollard had the issue.
Yeah, so 3 minutes to go. Reminder then that the grid for this race, for the next race, set by the result of this one, with the top 10 reversed. So whoever is going to win this race will start 10th for race number 2, but they'll also pick up maximum points, probably more importantly. It's 30 points for a win, 27 for second, 25 for third, and so on and so forth. Down the start and finish straight they go towards Clervaux corner. It's Higginson leading, who's 4/10 of a second ahead at the beginning of this lap, and with 3 minutes to go when they cross the line, I think there's going to be 3 more laps to go, including the one that they've just started, to make it a 12-lap race. Higginson moves across to the left-hand side of the circuit, takes a defensive line then into Tower corner, but you can see Pollard, his front wing is right underneath the rear wing of Higginson, who we think might be dropping oil, Kieran.
Oh dear, yes, I've just been told in our ears that yes, that's definitely not what you want. We had a bit of a delay this morning because somebody had dropped oil around the final corner, but I believe that came from the Formula V's. But yeah, with these cars, with the slick tyres, with the downforce, the last thing you want is a slippery surface. So coming around now into the final section again, through the complex, they are still nose to tail. We've still got a couple of minutes remaining of this race, and there is still nothing to choose between them. We say obviously the grid is reversed for later on, which is a bit of a disadvantage for the person that leads, but obviously they get the maximum points as well. But with how it's shaping up between these two, they are really struggling to have one or the other faster or slower. It's still weaving down the pit straight. So would it be even better to consider this? I know obviously trying to rationalise with a race driver is a bit, like trying to negotiate with a bear. It's not really going to happen. But could it even be a case of Craig Pollard, okay, sit behind him, you get second place in this, then once it comes to the race later on, you defend and he can't get past you? Well,
that's it. Of course, there's the added complexity, though, of trying to pick your way through some slower cars as they head down past that time the number 98 car, which is that of Dan Hunter, the driver from Cambridgeshire. He's gone a lap down to the 2 leaders then, who are on their penultimate lap of the race now. By the way, Sam Satchwell it is that's got the best lap of the race, I think, on a 1:18.62. No, it is still Higginson. Yeah, that's got it. Correction, 1:18.153. Oh no, hold on. Pollard, 1:18.016. Looking down our timing screen. As we're watching Pollard now, he's lost a few car lengths to Higginson, and if Higginson is dropping oil, I wonder if he's just a bit, aware of that and keeping a few car lengths behind. It could be an incredible tactic from Higginson to try and keep his rivals behind, just drop some oil or something, and keep other cars at bay.
Yeah, perhaps one of those James Bond little things. Oh, quick check the flag though. I completely missed that. Sorry. So yeah, Matthew Higginson, he completely takes that win now. He over Craig Pollard, fantastic race, fantastic battling, and he had to defend for his life against Craig Pollard. Yeah, like you were saying, multiple championships between the two of them, and really, really good racing. So well done to Higginson.
Yeah, an early checkered flag about 30 seconds before the clock had counted down to 0, and possibly officials were mindful of issues that needed to be dealt with. If there is a car dropping oil, then that will need to be cleaned up. But it is then a win in the first round of the season for Matt Higginson. So many congratulations to him. It is his first win since Brands Hatch in round 2 of last year's championship. Craig Pollard it is that takes second place. James Clennell in the 42 car, I think that's his first podium. I think he had a few fourth places last year on the way to the Clubman's Cup title. Tom Westworth was fourth, and Sam Satchwell fifth, with Cales Cole completing the top 6. We did have a few cars 1 or 2 laps down in that F1000 race. Of course, it's the first of 3 races this weekend for the F1000 cars. They're back out again a little bit later on, around about 4 o'clock for race 2, and then tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon for their 3rd race of the weekend. But let's have a look at the results now for race number 1, and confirmation that the 11-lap race was won by number 83, Matt Higginson. Second was number 1, Craig Pollard. The gap between them at the end was 0.626 seconds, which I think was probably as big as it was throughout the whole race. Third was number 42, James Clennell. Fourth was 3, Tom Westworth. Sam Satchwell it was, the number 19 car in 5th, ahead of Cales Cole, number 18, in 6th position. Eric Cowell was 7th, Bert Chapman 8th. He was the last of the drivers on the lead lap. Then Dan Hunter was 9th, Dave Shepherd was 10th, Stuart Miller was 11th, and the man that led for much of the race, Rob Wellham, he ended his race in the pit lane, I'm afraid. So dramas for him. We'll see, Kieran, if he's going to be back out later on. Yeah,
I do hope so, because he had so much pace under him in that first race. It's really, really shame, obviously, his race was cut short like that. But yeah, hopefully, obviously, the guys behind the car can get something sorted. Whatever the problem was, we don't know what it is yet. Hopefully get that sorted, and later on go once again and hopefully mix in with Higginson and Pollard like we were seeing in that first race. Fantastic race from all of them. Nice, clean racing, exactly what we like to see. But yeah, massive shame for Wellham to have ended like that.
Certainly was. So, as I say, another race for the F1000s a bit later on. The next race on track is going to be at around about 1:10, which is the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Also, a reminder, we've got the JDM Plates Mazda 7s, the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, featuring Cup 200, and the Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship. The centrepiece of the afternoon's racing really is around about 3 o'clock, which is the Takiwa Road Sports Championship. But now, at the end of the first race of the day, let's head down to the pit lane, where Tom Butterworth is going to speak to our top 3 drivers from the F1000 Championship.
Well, welcome down to the pit lane for the end of the first race of the day. We've got Matt Higginson taking victory there, and just getting his kit off, ready for a bit of a chat. So Matt, did you, first of all, did you know you were dropping any oil as you were going round, or was it just James Bond tactics, trying to throw it out the back a little bit and keep it all to yourself?
Oblivious, I'm afraid. If that was the case, sorry for Officer Craig behind.
No, it's just there's a little bit of smoke coming off down here. Look, you can just see it dropping off there, but I think that was causing a few little issues. But
no
good fun, good fun nonetheless. You were going full defensive all the way through.
Yeah, tough race. I don't know where the pace is, but luckily this track is relatively easy to defend against if someone's slipstreaming you all the time. So yeah, pleased to turn that pole into a win. Thanks to the sponsors, Dislock, preparing the car all winter, and Team Mattel for ironing out a problem we had last year. So yeah, can't wait for the next race and make some tweaks maybe.
What did you think about the big send that Rob Wellham sent down the outside round Tower?
I kind of let him do it because somehow he's got a lot of straight line advantage on us still. So, yeah, no point fighting Rob. I know what his race is like.
Looked like a good move, to be fair.
He was just in front. There's no point me fighting it because he had the corner basically.
All right, thanks very much. Hey. We'll come back to you for hopefully another podium in race 2. We'll move on to Craig. Craig, oh, sorry, he's round this way. Sorry, that's James Clennell, who will come to third. Right, just quickly, Craig, looked like you were trying every which way but loose to get past there.
Yeah, no, trying hard, but Matt's been around here quite a few times, so he's a hard one to pass. And I think start of the season, we had to do an engine change last night, so I didn't get much sleep. So I think I didn't want to make a silly mistake in that. It's a long season ahead, and we've still got 3 more rounds to go.
And obviously another race coming up today as well.
Yeah, that's it. So we're trying to make loads of changes to the car and nothing seems to be doing it. But I think having spoken to some of the other drivers, that everyone's struggling a bit in certain areas. So see what we can do and dial it in for the next one.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. And we'll very quickly move round to James Clennell before we go on to our second race of the day. James, trying everything to get past, hanging on, doing everything?
Just trying to hang on. It was nice to get the first podium since 23, and yeah, it was good. A bit lucky with Rob. I don't know what happened with him, but yeah, nice. It was good to be just keeping on at the front, keeping up with the pace. So it was nice. Hopefully, get another result this afternoon.
You got to be in it to win it.
Exactly. Yeah, that was good.
And position yourself very well. Thanks very much, James. And we will throw straight away to VSG Crypto Clio Sports Championship, race number 2 of the day.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment. Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
Welcome back to Croft, where we are shortly to get back underway with this afternoon's racing at this meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. We've already had one race today for the F1000 Championship. They'll be back out again a little bit later on, but we're looking ahead next to the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Marshals are back on their posts. Hope they've had a good, restful lunch break and are ready to get back into action for 8 more races that we have this afternoon. Not only for the Clios, but also for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, the Nankang Tyres Sports 1000s featuring Cup 200, the Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship, and the Tagiwa Road Sports Championship, plus then second races of the day for F1000s, Clios and Mazda 7s. My name is Ian Soman, up here in the commentary box overlooking the start and finish line and sort of the first half of the Croft lap. Alongside me is Kieran Mogg. Kieran, we had a great start to the day's racing with the F1000s, and now we've got 8 more races to come. What are you looking forward to this afternoon?
Absolutely. Well, we're having a bit of a conversation with this during the lunch break. Obviously, the Clio Sports obviously always put on a show. Mazda 7 is going to be really interesting, I think. Obviously, that's going to be somewhat of a slipstream kind of race. Obviously, got the Sports 1000s. They're always putting on a fantastic show, and I do love the championship as well. Formula V, obviously, very popular category as well. Lowest level of single-seater racing, and very affordable for people to get involved in and just feel what it's like to drive a single-seater. So yeah, there's plenty of different series coming up. Also got obviously the road sports as well. A bit of everything in the road sports. You know, we were talking about some of the cars that are in there. Everything from, you know, the M2s and M3s all the way down to the little Genettas and Lotus Elises and everything. So real nice mix. So I mean, plenty to look forward to. I think if I had to pick out some, I'd probably pick out the Sports 1000s.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to that. Clio's up in a moment, though. They are shortly going to be released onto the grid for the first of their races this weekend. They have 2 races today, and then a third race of the weekend for these cars is tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Yep, more racing here tomorrow. Practice from 12, racing from 12:35 tomorrow here at Croft Circuit, and it's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Last year that was won by Pete O'Connor. He won that from Class A in one of the 182s. I think he's moved to Class B for this season, to the 197s. 2 different classes within the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship for the 182s in Class A and the 197s in Class B, and the good split across both of those cars. They both run standard engines in both of the classes, with a K-Tech Racing Control Series ECU as well. Control K-Tech Racing coilover suspension. They run on Toyo R888R Control tyres with a limit on how many sets they can run per season as well. Disc brakes have to be standard or standard pattern. They can have racing pads though, and it's a standard gearbox that must be retained with limited slip diff on the 197s. Bolt-in roll cage is required for both the 197s and the 182s, and it's a very good affordable way to go tin top racing with cars available second hand from around about £6,000. So a very good value way to get into motor racing, an affordable way into motorsport, which is so important, Kieran.
100%. It's one of the biggest philosophies with 750 as well, isn't it? You know, affordable motorsport for everybody, and that is really one thing that has made 750 so big in the UK, because it really is just affordable motorsport for everybody to get involved in. And yeah, the Clios are one of the most popular categories in the country for that. Not only because it is affordable to get into, but also because the racing is so good. Like you say, obviously we've got the 182s and the 197s, and obviously some of the older 200s as well. So there's a good mix of cars in there, a good mix of drivers. So it just means that anybody can come into a series like this and find somebody that they're going to be somewhat on par with and have a great battle. And obviously on a track like this as well, there'll be some good slipstream opportunities, some fast corners to get into, some nice hard braking zones to try and outbrake your opponents into as well. So it's going to be a real mix of drivers today. So it should be a really good race, and they never fail to put on a show.
No, they don't. Sponsored this year by VSG Crypto as well. New sponsors to the Clio Sport Championship. So very warm welcome to them, supporting the Clio Sport Championship for this season. It's going to be, I think, a 14-round season that we have for the Clios once again. 3 races here this weekend at Croft. Then they go to Alton Park for a double-header at the end of May. Snetterton in June, just a couple of weeks later in actual fact. Cadwell Park in July for another triple-header meeting. And then they conclude their season with 2 double-header events at Brands Hatch and at Mallory Park on the 18th of October to round out the season. So a great variety of circuits that the Clios will head to as well, and good grids we have. 20 of them were out in qualifying this morning ahead of this weekend's 3 15-minute races.
Yes, 100%. And obviously with this track as well, it's obviously built on an old airfield, but what I quite like about it is it's not actually as flat as people would think either. There is a little, obviously not much, but there's a bit of elevation change in it. You know, if you're talking coming down towards Tower, there's a bit of a drop there into Tower Bend. Also through the Jim Clark Essex, it's a bit of an elevation change there. So there is, it's not as easy as it perhaps look at first glance. And so these drivers really got their work cut out for them. Yes, obviously, you know, it's not quite the elevation change of your Brands Hatches and your Alton Parks, but Croft has its own set of unique challenges, and there's some people that will excel and some people that will struggle. No,
and some people do rate it as one of the circuits that they really enjoy racing at during the course of the season. 1 or 2 drivers have certainly sort of put that on their driver profiles and said, yeah, Croft is the circuit that I most look forward to attending each year. Without further ado though, Kieran, shall we have a look at the grid for this?
Yes, let's do that.
First race of the afternoon then. It is the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. As I say, we should have 20 cars out there, with on pole position the number 3 car of Jack Kingsbury. He's been a class champion in the past, and besides him is 55, that's Justin Griffiths. Second driver of the grid is number 30, Darren Ransom, and the number 111 car of Nick Harrison. On row 3 of the grid, it's the number 7 car, that's the first of the Class A machines, the 182 of Lewis Richardson, making his return this weekend, and number 12, Matt Hipkins, is besides him. On the 4th row of the grid, 56, is Chris Lawrence. Alongside him is number 92, which is Mark Ridout, Hyundai Coupe racer as well now as the Clios. 72 on the inside of row 5 is last year's champion, Pete O'Connor, switching cars for this season, and he is next to number 35, which is Joshua North. Row 6 has number 27, which is James Gahagan, and besides him is 297, Jan Whittaker. On the 7th row of the grid, it's number 316, Mark Enoch, has Chris Page returning this weekend, 31 on the 7th row of the grid. On the 8th row, it's the 18 car of Mark Witherington, and 57 is Matthew Poncia. On the 9th row of the grid, it's Jerry DePrato, and 74 Gary Brayton. In the 10th and final row of the grid, 36 is Steve Croxford, and Jack McConnell, who had to qualify out of session, completes the grid in car number 14. So 20 cars that we will have on the grid then for this 15-minute race for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. These cars do get a green flag lap, so they've come onto the grid using the short circuit link to get back onto the grid. They'll line up and then they'll be released onto a green flag lap to get themselves familiar with the track conditions that are facing them this afternoon.
Absolutely, and one of the conditions as well that probably is worth a mention is I think the wind has picked up.
I think it has.
Yeah, we were sat in the commentary box having a bit of a chat, and I could hear the wind going up against the side of it a lot louder than it was earlier on. So I do think, yeah, it's going to be even more of a tailwind going into turn 1 and even more of a headwind going into tower. So again, that's something they got to try and work around. It's not particularly something they're going to be able to pick up particularly on this green flag lap.
No.
But come that first racing lap, they will feel it.
Absolutely. So the green flag lap does now get underway, and straight away you can see cars weaving around to try to get some heat into the Toyo control tyres at the start of this race. On pole position then it is the number 3 car of Jack Kingsbury. He is the 30-year-old from Hartford. He's the owner and director of Kingsbury Automotive. He's been racing since 2017, and 2 years ago he was the champion within Class B for the 197s. Did some karting, some banger racing in the past as well, and the car that he's racing this year was built by himself and his father. Alongside him on the grid is the 55 car of Justin Griffiths, who won the Class B championship last season by 30 points from the man that's third on the grid, which is number 30 as it happens, Darren Ranson. 111. Nick Harrison was 4th in Class B last year, on the inside of row 4. Lewis Richardson, though, he's one to watch. On the inside of the third row of the grid, the first of the Class A cars, the 182s, the 20-year-old from Milton Keynes is a motorsport technician at Palmer Sport, 20 years of age. 2023 was when he made his race debut. Last season he was on the spanners for his father, Steve Richardson, who was racing last year. And then the Team Hughes Metrics SR Motorsport car with the engine prepared by the Polly family and Ollie Wade, preparing the gearbox on that car. Number 7, Lewis Richardson, it will be on the inside of the third row of the grid. And then number 12, Matt Hipkins, it's going to be completing the top 6 on this sunny afternoon now. The sun is breaking through here at Croft Circuit. A great looking grid of cars here, Kieran, as well.
Yeah, 100%. There's also one of the number 55, is it? An old homage to that old Renault. I think we had a conversation about that last year, and you and Andy were talking about it, and I am ashamed to say I didn't know what you were talking about, but I do know what you're talking about now. So obviously coming onto the grid, yes, great looking grid of cars. Very varied as well, even though obviously they're all Renault Clios. It's 56, sorry, not 55. Yeah, even though obviously they're all Clios, they all look different, barring those that both say 55 on the side. So ignore me for that. That's the number 27 and the number 35 of the old 182s.
Yeah, the teammates in the JGR Motorsport or JG Racing, James Hagen. Well. Yeah, so you've got a couple of sets of teammates there, but lots of very distinctive looking cars on the grid as well, which we like as commentators. Oh, and then there's 2 black cars on the back of the grid as well, including Steve Croxford in number 36, who's 67 years of age from Wigston Parva. He raced in the Renault 5TS Championship, the works or the manufacturer battle Renault Championship in the 1980s. Had a long layoff since then. Anyway, red lights are on, racing about to get underway. In the SG Crypto Championship, out go the lights. Good start then made by Justin Griffiths from the outside of the front row then. Has he got the advantage over Jack Kingsbury? No, he's not, as they head down towards Clervaux corner for the first time. So it is Kingsbury leading, Griffiths in second place. 1 or 2 cars using quite a bit of curb through Clervaux corner. But I think they're all going to make this way through the first corner and through Hawthorne as well and onto the chicane. So it's the sort of grey car that's leading of number 3, Jack Kingsbury. It looked like it was still Lewis Richardson in number 7 that was the best of the 182s. Yes, there it is, the sort of red and black car with the yellow mirrors on it. He's in 4th position, so he's actually made up 1 place, but still leading his class.
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, fantastic start from everyone. Kept it nice and clean, what we like to see. And obviously, coming through Tower Corner now, down towards the Jim Clark S. So obviously, this is one of the quickest parts of the circuit. It's also one of the most specific parts in terms of the positioning of the car, the positioning of your steering wheel, and exactly the line that you want to be taking. You have to get it bang on. So far, they're all through that corner completely okay. So coming through Barcroft into Sunny Inn now. So yeah, everyone's starting obviously nice and gentle, don't want to make any mistakes, don't want any contact, don't want anything to go wrong in this first lap. Like we were saying earlier, you can't win in the first lap, but you can most definitely lose it.
See there, the number 31 car of Chris Page. It's great to have Chris back on the grid this weekend. Had a big accident at Castle Combe last year. We're very pleased that he's back on the grid for 2025. Coming up towards the end of the first lap then, it is Kingsbury leading. Griffiths in second. Up the inside goes the car you were keeping an eye on the green flag lap. That's the 56 car of Chris Lawrence, who was the champion a couple of years ago. He's doing battle with number 12, which is Matt Hipkins. Then a battle over 6th position as they come through to end the first lap. Kingsbury leading by just over 3/10 of a second at the end of lap 1. Griffith second, Ransom third, Lewis Richardson fourth. The one that lost out on the first lap was Nick Harrison. He dropped down to 5th position, but the two leaders as they turn through Hawthorne still nose to tail, Kieran.
Yeah, 100%, and this is really where we're going to see that headwind coming into effect now, because obviously Jack Higgins is going to get all of that wind straight into his windshield, whereas Justin Griffiths is not. So you see he's closed up quite a lot, but it's just not quite close enough to make any kind of meaningful impact. Meanwhile, in the background, Lewis Richardson obviously had that fantastic start, and he is being caught by Nick Harrison. They were, I believe, side by side going into the last corner, with Lewis Richardson just being able to defend his position. But you've got to wonder, obviously, with that older car, it's probably only a matter of time before Nick Harrison has a good enough run to perhaps have a go at him.
Yeah, and second place within the 182 class, the Class A, which is designated by the pink icons on the timing tab. For those of you watching the live stream, that's Mark Ridout in number 92. He's the driver that had several wins in the Coupe Cup for the Hyundais last season, about half a dozen wins that he had. Meanwhile, the top three overall, all of them the 197s, are right together as they turn their way into the complex for the second time. Kingsbury it is that is ahead. We heard Matt Higginson, I think it was, in the F1000 race saying actually, it's a relatively easy circuit to defend that, so he's trying to do that. But up the inside for second place goes the car of Darren Ransom. He's alongside Justin Griffiths now on the exit of the hairpin, but I think Griffiths has just about managed to fend him off. Meanwhile, there under pressure, Mark Ridout from the number 12 car of Matt Hipkins for position as well. Meanwhile, Ridout's gone ahead of Hipkins, so it's the two 182s together of Lewis Richardson in 7, Ridout in 92, and there is the Ridout car under pressure from Hipkins.
Yeah, 100%. Nick Harrison managed to get just to cut in through the last corner of the complex just before the final corner on the circuit, and it just meant that obviously going on to start-finish rate, Lewis Richardson was now right in front of Mark Ridout. So yeah, so overtake there from Nick Harrison. So now he's got to try and catch up and get onto the back of Darren Ransom. But as I say that, he's been attacked by Lewis Richardson. So ooh, 316 there.
Mark Enoch is out of the race. It looks like he's stopped. Yeah, over the chicane, he has stopped. So whether that's a mechanical issue, he's picked up some damage possibly that we couldn't see. Not quite sure, but that's not in a great position. It's just on the tarmac runoff area by the chicane. So there's yellow flags covering that at the moment.
He's at the car though, that's, yeah. So probably mechanical by the looks of it if he's just walked out straight away. So yes, there we go. Obviously, I'd like to see him out of the car, that's good. It doesn't look like it's going to be a massively difficult place to recover from, which is good.
Hopefully. Meanwhile, look, there's the 12 car of Hipkins. We just saw him attacking Ridout there for position, not for class position. We're getting the safety car, by the way, as you can see on the timing tower. So safety car will be coming out at the end of this lap, which is a shame because the leaders are absolutely nose to tail as they come up towards the end of the third lap of the race. They see the yellow flags, though some of them back off more quickly than others, but now they are now being controlled by Jack Kingsbury. The safety car, the McGann, is back on duty, I'm pleased to see, this weekend at Croft. So Renault's all the way, and that is going to pick them up and lead them around this fourth lap of the race.
Yes, absolutely. into that final corner complex just before before they got round onto the start-finish straight and obviously the safety car. Chris Lawrence in the number 56 and Matt Hipkins in the number 12 were side by side going into that final corner. Chris Lawrence on the left-hand side, Matt Hipkins on the right-hand side, and yeah, obviously just got to the yellow flags, and Chris Lawrence just about had enough to stay in front of him. But I can imagine, come the restart, Matt Hipkins is going to be like, right, you are going behind me after this.
Now, the one we lost, of course, there was Mark Enoch in the number 316, the 28-year-old from Cheltenham in furniture sales. He's been racing for a couple of years. He's part of the VSG racing team run by TMC, Matt Sherrington's concern. It's a new car, that one, for 2025, but sadly it's not got very far through its first race. A driver that's made a bit of progress from the back of the grid because he qualified out of session is Jack McConnell in the number 14 car. He's climbed up to 15th position. The 29-year-old from Belfast is a senior electric vehicle test engineer. Been racing since 2010, mostly in karts. He's a mechanic as well. He's part of the JRM racing team, which is him and his father Richard, essentially the two key men behind that. So he's made a few places. Also, so has number 18, Mark Witherington, the 41-year-old from Melton Mowbray. He's an Autosmart franchisee. Started out his racing in MGBs actually back in 2007. He's also done Track Day Trophy and Giro car, and he's part of the JG Racing crew, the car that was built in 2020 and bought by Mark in 2022. So he climbed from up to 14th on the grid, or 14th in the order from his earlier position. So there's the 316 car. Looks like it's been hooked up behind the Ford pickup truck and will be then taken into a position of safety, possibly the Pollen halfway down the straight towards Tower, the old start and finish straight here at Croft Circuit, and on the old pit lane side of the track.
Yes, and I think if they're already they're already moving now. So theoretically, the start finish straight, well, they've got the safety car obviously going down there at the moment, so they've just gone on to the next lap. Theoretically, they should be racing next lap because I don't know which gap they're going to tow the car out of, but I can see there's one it's just about to pull up to, so it's possibly going in, slowing down. So I think they're just about to head off the track now. So theoretically, this time around now, we should be going racing in a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, next time around,
I think so.
So I think with that car pulling off, the safety car will get a bit of a wriggle on, and we'll hopefully to then maximise the amount of racing minutes that we have left. 6 minutes and 40 seconds. It's going to be pretty 5 minutes something, I would think, left by the time they get back around, which is probably going to be 3 to 4 laps of racing, depending on exactly when it comes through.
Yeah, 100%. It's what's nice as well. There's a lot of people actually here watching. There's a couple of people up on the banks at Turn 1. As you can see, some people down here on your right-hand side of the screen on the live stream, watching from the fence. Behind us in the commentary box, there's a hill full of people as well, watching the last corner complex as well. So there's a lot of people out here watching, which is always good to see.
No, great and enthusiastic local support here at Croft as well. I think it might be the first car race meeting of the season here, actually, that they'll be enjoying. There's lots more for them to enjoy, including 750 Motor Club. We're back again in September with some different categories, so we look forward to bringing those to you in a few months' time. So safety car leading them around. The circuit is now clear. I can see the pickup truck is on the perimeter road now, heading back towards the paddock where that car can be hopefully fettled, ready for the second race, which is later on this afternoon. It was due to be about 4:30, but we had a slightly delayed end to the lunch break, so we were a bit late going into it. So it might be more like 5 o'clock by the time the second race gets underway. But either way, there's only sort of 2 or 3 hours for the team to work on that car.
Safety car lights are off.
That's promising, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
So safety car is going to pull away. In the hands now of Jack Kingsbury. It's a question of when he decides to get his foot down and go for it.
I think he's gone already, and Justin Kingsbury is right behind him. He is not wanting to let him get away, and obviously Dan Ransom is right there as well. But here we go, on to the start-finish straight, here onto the restart, and Justin is just having another look, but he just tucks back in behind Jack Kingsbury down towards the first corner. Yeah, I think he's just managed that restart to perfection. A bit behind him, they're trying to battle, but again, I think everyone going to the first corner is Linus Stern. There's a couple of people just having a bit of a look, but no major moves happening.
Yeah, there was just under 5 minutes to go when the green flag was waved to get the race back underway. So I think they're going to get 3 laps out of this, because the best lap of the race is about a 1:40 as things stand. It's still Kingsbury that is ahead in number 3. Griffith in number 55 is second. Number 30, Darren Ransom, is third. They've already dropped a little bit the 111 car of Nick Harrison, and behind them the two 182s are right together. What have you spotted, Kieran?
On the rear left of Jack Kingsbury, the bumper is flapping. So I wonder, has there been a touch of contact? Because it may have happened just before the safety car, but it looks like the bumper is just flapping a little bit. I wonder if one of the camera operators can have a bit of a look, see if we can have a bit of a check of that, actually. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't look it's going to be too much of an issue for Jack Kingsbury, but he's definitely going to want to have a look at that before the next race, because you don't really want the bodywork flapping out when you're going flat out around the corner.
No. We saw a shot there, Kieran, of the two 182 leaders, the Class A leaders, Lewis Richardson and Mark Ridout together in the 7 and 92 cars. But look, there they are, just being to the back of shot now as they come into the complex. But there's still not a lot to choose between the 3 overall leaders. The 197s here, 3 Jack Kingsbury, 55 Justin Griffiths and 30 Darren Ransom. They make their way out of the final corner. Still with Nick Harrison there in 4th place. There's 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go. So yes, it's going to be one more lap to go at the end of this one, 2 laps to go, including this one, Kieran.
100%. And Chris Lawrence and Matt Hipkins resuming their battle from before the safety car. They can see, there we go. And we've got Matt Hipkins just looking up the inside, but not quite. Chris Lawrence has his measure. He just sticks around the outside, has the supreme confidence under him in that Clio, and just stays in 7th place. Before, they were, I mean, you can see, obviously, Lewis Richardson and Mark Ridout are just absolutely battling right in front of them. They were 4 in a very, very close queue. But Matt Hipkins had a bit of a go at Lawrence, and they obviously then just dropped back from the class leaders. So here we go. Matt Hipkins up the inside into Tower, and Chris Lawrence just sticks around the outside. I think he's actually managed to keep the position. That is amazing, but it does mean that Matt Hipkins is now right on the back of Lawrence, going through the Clark S's. There's nothing to choose between them at all. And this is what we love about Clio Racing. They can just go flat out, and they are millimetres away from each other.
Absolutely. Great battle it is then for 7th and 8th position. Chris Lawrence, the 2023 champion, when he was in Class A in one of the 182s. And points are scored, by the way, within the individual classes rather than based on overall finishing position. So you stand an equal chance, really, of winning the championship, whichever class you're in, whether you're in the more modern, slightly heavier cars, the 197s or the 182s. And having said that, they're really evenly matched. Up the inside, I can see out of our window, came the number 12 car to challenge 56 Chris Lawrence, but Hipkins couldn't quite make it through there. Meanwhile, we're following the leaders as they are about to go on to their final lap, and it is still Jack Kingsbury leading. What is the gap as they come across the timing line to complete lap 7? It's 0.4 seconds, because Griffiths has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:38.860 there for Justin Griffiths. He's done the best lap of the race to close the gap on the race leader as they go on to the final lap.
100%. I mean, he just gained, what, about 0.3 of a second or so. They are line astern now. You can see them just in the forefront of your screen there, coming down the back straight towards Tower. I don't think he's close enough, unless Jack Kingsbury makes a mistake. I think he may have this, because there's just enough of a gap. He's just getting enough of a run out of each corner. But going through Tower now, Justin Griffiths is right on the back of him once again.
Yeah, as the battle goes on in the 182s as well. There's Chris Lawrence with Hipkins behind him, and also Joshua North in the 35 car. He's in a podium position for the 182s, by the way. Half a lap to go for the race leaders then. Up through Croft they now go. That bumper is flapping, but I think the scrutineer has had a look at that from track side. I think he's happy for that car to continue, which is just as well. There's only a third of a lap to go now. It's Kingsbury still from Griffiths, and I don't think Griffiths is going to be close enough to make a challenge, unfortunately, from his point of view. Down into the complex for the final time. The time is counting down. A bit of curb taken by the leader. That's the last thing he wants. A little mistake to unsettle the car, and it's really tight. And off has got in the background the second place car from Class A, number 92, Mark Ridout, has had a spin. He's got nose on into the barriers, so I think Lewis Richardson is going to survive to win that class. But up to the line goes the race leader, and the checkered flag goes out, and Jack Kingsbury it is that gets the first win of the season in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Second place goes the way of Justin Griffiths. Third place goes the way of Darren Ransom. There, without the bumper now, is the car of number 92, Mark Ridout. So he's lost out on second place within Class A, which has gone to Lewis Richardson, the winner. It's Joshua North second. Chris Page has taken third, and Ridout was eventually fifth in Class A. But I think you saw what happened there, did you?
Yes. So basically, what happened was Lewis Richardson was on the the right-hand side, on the outside of the corner. Mark Ridout was on the inside, and it just closed basically two cars into one, and somehow Mark Ridout on the inside just got bumped off onto the grass, and obviously once you're on the grass you are a passenger, and unfortunately he ended up in the barrow. So definitely a shame for the class lead there to end like that. But out of our commentary box window we can see the 3 leaders, Jack Kingsbury, Justin Griffiths and Dan Ransom, going side by side in towards Tower now. Just obviously just congratulating each other and congratulating Jack Kingsbury on the win. So fantastic work obviously by all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Go on, sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, Kingsbury, who was second in the championship in 2023 and won his class last year, getting his first win of the season. Let's get confirmation of that now, I think, if we can. As the last car just going across the line, that of Steve Croxford, he takes the check back. So, yes, confirmation of that win at the end of 8 laps of safety car unscripted racing. Jack Kingsbury, the 197, taking the honours. Number 3, 55, Justin Griffiths in second place. Stood a 7/10 of a second behind. Third place to number 30, Darren Ransom, he was 1.3 seconds off the lead. Fourth to number 111, Nick Harrison. And after that late incident, number 7, Lewis Richardson, taking the honours in the 182 class A. Number 7, he was in 5th place overall. 6th was 56, Chris Lawrence. 7th was number 12, Matt Hipkins. Then second of the 182s was Joshua North, number 35 in 8th place overall. And then it was last year's champion, number 72, Pete O'Connor, as he sort of settles into a new car. And then Chris Page rounding out the top 10 in car 31 and completing the Class B podium. Then Jan Whittaker, James Gahagan, Mark Ridout after his off, and Jack McConnell was 14th. 15th was Mark Witherington, Jerry DePrato, Gary Baton, Matthew Poncia and Steve Croxford were our finishers, with Mark Enoch the one retirement from that race. So good entertaining race for the Clios. They are able to gain later on this afternoon and again tomorrow for their second and third rounds of this year's VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Great racing that we had there. Just a shame about that late incident, wasn't it, between the 2 Class A leaders?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they were battling really, really hard throughout the entire race, and obviously, we were focusing on the leaders primarily because there was 3 of them, and they were really nose to tail. It's obviously a shame that we missed what happened, but it's even more of a shame, obviously, that it ended like that. But it just goes to show that they are really, really pushing out there.
Unfortunately, I don't think there was too much damage done. It was fairly light contact with the barrier after some side-to-side contact, so I'm sure we'll see Mark Ridout again for the next race, trying to make amends for that and go after the win in the 182 class later on, maybe. Well, I can see cars heading down the pit lane now from our commentary position. Tom Butterworth is ready in pit lane, and we're going to hear from him now.
So welcome back to the pit lane, the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Jack Kingsbury took victory there. And Jack, when you look back at the results page, it's going to look like it was really comfortable. Pole position, lights to flag victory, nice little safety car in the middle to break it up. But it seemed like it was anything but.
Oh, that wasn't an easy race at all. Justin was on to me. Ransom was there as well. I was hoping that they would catch each other up and then I'd walk away with it, but that wasn't the case. Just happy with the result. It was a good race, and I'm looking forward to plenty more of it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good luck for race number 2, which comes on later in the day, and congratulations as well on your victory. So we're just going to grab Justin Griffiths. Justin, hello. Checked into Slipstream City there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Jack made his car extremely wide. There's just nothing I could do. He was so quick in a straight line, I just couldn't pull him in down the straights, and round the corners I think I had a little bit of pace on him. I think the setup might be a little bit better than his, but he was doing such a good job at defending. There was just no way around him.
It's difficult here as well, unless you get quite a lot of overspeed, using the slipstream. You get some nice long straights here, but it is a bit tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've never really noticed a benefit of any slipstream in these cars. It's strange to say, but I don't know, maybe it's just I got a weak engine, or I don't know, but the slipstream never seems to really play a part in being able to get anywhere nearer to overtaking. And like you say, it's so quick round here, unless you've got the pace the whole way, then you're a bit of a stuck boat, really.
I've come up with a solution. What we'll do is we'll cut a little hole in the floor and we'll Fred Flintstone it out the hairpin.
That sounds good. I'll put a seat and you can come and help.
A little bit of extra boost coming out. Let's see. Thank you. Cheers. Darren, Lewis. Apologies, Lewis. Right, so Lewis, you were the Class A winner, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't know if I've got it secured because I had a bit of contact on the last lap, but the screwing is going to see the footage, so I'm not, celebrating too early, but hopefully I've got the job done.
Provisional.
So
so you didn't get the damage, did you?
Yeah, the side of the car's pretty stoked.
Oh, is it? Okay, well let's go and have a quick look and
the side of the car's pretty
see how we look at. Oh, yes, indeed.
So I mean, I feel like I left enough space, but that's for the stewards to decide. So I'd like to give a big thank you to Fuse Metrics, Beanie Sport, my friends and family which are here, and it's been a pretty hard fought, that one, hard fought.
Yeah, very much so, and apologies that I missed the incident. I was sprinting from the commentary box down to do these interviews, so I normally miss about the last half of the last lap. So we'll have a quick chat with third place Darren. Darren, another check-in member of Slipstream City as well. How was that one for you?
It was all right, yeah. Well, I think we had a bit more pace in the front two, maybe. It's just hard to pass around here, and that's so good. But yeah, I enjoyed that. It was good. Good start to the year.
Great stuff. All right. Well, there is. That brings to an end race number 1 for the Clio Sport VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Coming up next, we've got the JDM Plates Mazda Cup coming up, and we will hand back to the commentary team.
Yes, the cars are already on their way to the grid for the opening round of the season for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. A great grid of cars that we have here. Let's have a look at how they line up. On pole position, it's the number 87 car of Craig Land, and besides him is number 94 Martin West, both successful drivers in low cost in the past. Champions indeed. 25 David Bowen and 20 Todd Boucher line up on the second row of the grid. The third row has 66, which is Lucas Batt, and 22 Tom Collar. On the fourth row of the grid, Daniel Sibbons is in 56 and Eddie Moyer, new car for him, in 77. Row 5 of the grid is 3 Callum Barnes and 99 Martin Shelton, and on the 6th row it's going to be 17, which is Ben Dade, and 15 Matt Grove. Row 7 is 55 Mark Crawford, and 50 is David Jones, 13 is Tony Ridd, and 79 Ayrton Rogers on the 8th row. Rick Lanier in 24 and David Mason at 43 are on the 9th row. The 10th row has Imran Khan in 21 and Lewis Penstone Smith in 47. Row 11 is 10 Ian Deeves and 73 Simon Walker, with Paul Southwell in 88 and Lee Rogers in 69, completing a very promising 24 car field. And if you've not seen the Mazda 7s before, well, these are low-cost chassis, but rather than running the 1300cc Ford Crossflow engine, they run the 1.8-litre Mazda MX-5 engine, the associated running gear. And as we saw at Donington Park just a few days ago, Kieran, great slipstream reaction from the low cost. I think we could be in for the same here with the Mazda 7s.
I think so. I mean, I think it got to a point where there was like 9 or 10 cars in the slipstream on Monday, so that was absolutely insane. And yeah, obviously these cars are a little bit quicker, a little bit more powerful. It should be some really good action. Obviously, it's a very slipstreamy kind of track. This you can definitely take advantage of the slipstream because it is so quick, and obviously it's a nice full grid. Well, not full grid, but you see, there's a lot of cars on the grid, so we should have a good chance of getting some of the same. But it does mean that the guys and girls towards the front are going to have their work cut out staying there.
Looks like Lee Rogers has headed down the pit lane and was due to start at the back of the field anyway, unfortunately. I think he had to qualify behind the safety car at lunchtime. It's a 15-minute race. It's straight into the race for these cars. No green flag lap. So we're straight into it. Last year's champion, of course, Ben Powney. He's not racing. Craig Land was the very narrow runner-up last season. He's on pole position here alongside a previous low-cost champion, Martin West. So almost ready for the off. The red light's on, and out they go, and an even start from the two on the front. The second row a little bit slow away. That's David Bowen and Todd Boucher. But it looks like it's going to be the driver from pole position, Craig Land. No, it's not. It's Martin West from the outside of the front row of the grid that's got into the lead of the race. Craig Land down to second as they turn their way through. There's one bouncing its way through the gravel, but is going to get out of that at Clervaux corner. That's sort of small from towards the back of the field. Try and pick up on who that was in a moment, maybe. But it's side by side for the lead of the race. It's Craig Land, I think, yes, as they come back into our view, who is now ahead of Martin West with the 22 car in third place, being that of Tom Collar.
Yes, absolutely. You can see the number 56 of Simmons has just managed to get past Collier as well. So that's a good move down into Tower. But yeah, so Land got initially overtaken into the first corner. West then got back. Then Land got back through into Tower. So already we're starting to see the switch and changing kind of nature of this series, which is absolutely really good. West now, by the looks of it, is under pressure from Bowen and seeing, somebody's just gone a little bit too wide there, outbrake themselves, which is very easily doable in Sunny Inn.
That was the 15th off Matt Grove,
yes.
by the way.
But they're coming back round to the to the last corner and the start-finish straight again now, and we can see that West and Bowen are nose to tail. Right behind them as well, Boucher and Bat are also nose to tail. So there's a good couple of battles that are starting to take shape already.
In fact, it's Tom Collar that's in third place, challenging Martin West. Bowen is a couple of places further back, but they are in similar liveries. I think they're effectively teammates, those two. It is in between them in fourth place, Eddie Moyer. So he did make a good start, did Eddie, up from 8th on the grid to 4th place. But Craig Land here is kind of confounding our expectations of a close slipstreaming race, because he's already a second ahead at the start of the lap. It's more than that now, and it's, look, they're pulling out of the slipstream. There was Tom Collar to try and get alongside, and he's passed, I think. Yes, he is, in the 22 car. He has passed Martin West now for second position. Moyer, you can see in that red car in third place. There's number 3, Callum Barnes, you can see. He was 9th at the end on the first lap, doing battle, I think, with the 17 car, possibly of Ben Dade. But a big lead this for Craig Land. It's not really what we were expecting.
Not 100%, but I have just noticed that Tom Collar has just started to pull away from Martin West already. So I'm wondering if Martin is just getting a little bit swallowed up here a little bit. But we'll see how they come round to the start-finish rate again, and we'll see what the lap times are, what the gaps are. Once I get here, yeah. So you can see it's just, I don't know if you saw there, but Martin West was just a little bit too shaky coming onto the brakes. It just didn't look quite as confident as Tom Collar and Craig Land right in front of him. But here we go, onto the start-finish rate again. Let's see what the lap times are between them.
Yeah, over the line they are going to come for the second lap. It's Collar up to second place. The gap is a second, so it's pretty much exactly the same as it was. Collar's in the best lap of the race at 1:33.124, which already is a new lap record. Previously that was held by John O'Lissitor back in 2022. That has already gone for Burton. So new lap record for Tom Collar, as he now is in pursuit of the race leader Craig Land. West down to third, Moyer fourth, Bowen fifth, Daniel Sippin sixth. Seventh is Martin Shelton, we just could see on screen there in the sort of pink and blue car, and Ben Dade, number 17 it was, in the car that I think had the lap record previously, in 8th place as they head into Tower for the third time.
Yeah, what you were saying about Craig Land just driving away with it, I don't think he's too comfortable. It's only a second in front of Tom Collar at the moment, so I wouldn't put this out of the way of Tom Collar being able to catch up and have a bit of a battle between them. But it does look like Martin West is just starting to fall back a little bit, unfortunately. But you can see the number 20 and number 17, so Benjamin Dade and Ton Boucher just battling here a little bit, so coming through Sunny in into Sunny out, and having a bit of a look at number 25, so David Bowen and Daniel Sibbons. So that was nicely close together. Who was that? Number 94, Martin West. So yeah, he doesn't seem to be as comfortable on the brakes coming into that last section there.
Yeah, handling and the brakes possibly not quite set up as he would like, and that's possibly meaning that he's not able to contend. Is the gap coming down a little bit? I think the first two was exactly 1 second at the end of the previous lap. It is now 1.050 seconds, so it's actually gone out by 0.05 of a second. A barely noticeable gap. We even thought it might have come down as they came past us that time. So 10 minutes of the race left to go. There's Martin Shelton. He's in the number 99 car, the plumbing and heating engineer from Bingham. and he's been racing since 2021 in the MS racing car. 25 car is that of Dave Bowen from Paddock Wood in Kent, the owner of Aeon Sports Cars, and he also runs historic rally cars as well, and does radio control racing. His car is actually the ex-Ollie Batten car, I think. That's the number 25 car in 5th place, just ahead now of Martin Shelton, who's got himself ahead of Daniel Sibbons, I think.
Yes, I believe he has. These three are really, really close together. They are really fighting quite hard, and this is what we expect to see between these three drivers. This is exactly what we're expecting. They overtake and they can't really pull away from each other because the street was that hard. But no, he's just got to run on the inside. Martin Shelton he's just a bit too much oversteered through the apex of the corner there, just under-rotated a little bit too much and ended up on the grass and lost all of that time. And it just means that David Bowen and Daniel Sibbons have managed to just drive out ahead of him just a little bit more. Meanwhile, up at the front, I wonder if... I think they've closed again. I think they've closed up a little bit. Let's have a quick look over the start-finish line. Let's see what the distances are. So, they closed and West. So, Martin West has just taken fastest lap of the race with a 32.9, and he is now only 6.5 tenths behind Tom Collar.
Yeah, and the gap between the first two did come down, but only by about 800ths of a second that time. So it's really, really marginal on the gaps there between the first few cars. So they are heading down the back straight towards Tower now. Not close enough to get a slipstream. A bit further back, I can see there is a slipstream battle going on between David Bowen and I think that was Daniel Sibbons for 5th and 6th positions. Martin Shelton had gone behind them once again and was a few car lengths behind. But so 5th and 6th were having a battle. There go the first three through your shot. Craig Land, number 87, Tom Collar, 22, and Martin West, who now owns the fastest lap on that record, number 94 in 3rd place. About 4 seconds behind him is Eddie Moyer, who in turn is 1.4 seconds clear of David Bowen. So Eddie Moyer really in a little bit of no man's land at the moment. Has problems for number 50 there. That is the David Jones car, the driver from Nottingham. That car has pulled off and is out of the race.
Yeah, big shame obviously for him. But meanwhile, up at the front, yeah, I think Martin West, he just needed a little bit of time, needed a couple of minutes just to get comfortable and into the groove of the race, and he is now right on the back of Tom Collar. So this battle is not over yet. Martin is right on the back of him, down the start-finish straight. He's, I think, maybe a little bit too far back for a move, but he just had a bit of a look, just making sure Tom Collar knows that he's there. I'm sure he does, but he wants to make sure that his mirrors are full of that Lotus 7.
Yeah, and there's a black and white driving standards flag. That's gone out to car number 20, I think, Todd Boucher, for repeatedly exceeding track limits. Boucher is running in 8th place. He actually started on the 2nd row of the grid, so as we said at the start, the drivers on row 2 didn't make such a good getaway. In trying to make that up, he's exceeded track limits too many times now, and if he's not careful next time, it'll be a penalty.
Yes, absolutely. But coming through the first couple of corners now, so this is the battle for... what is this?
16th.
16th, yes. So 16th place, we've got the number 66, we've got the 15 and the 24. So that's Rick Lanny, Matt Grau, and these three just gone past.
It was the 60s, so it was Bat, Grau and Lanny, wasn't it, the three? I think Bat had actually made up a couple of places already on this lap. They'd managed to get ahead of those. Possibly there's a change there between the two of them as they head. And there's one car, that I think is the car of Imran Khan, I think, in trouble. He'd got his hand in the air. Now that car looks as though that is going to pull out of the race. So that's a couple of retirements now, because we'd already lost the car of David Jones a lap or so ago, which had pulled off. Meanwhile, the leaders coming through to complete another lap. 5.5 minutes to go. The gap's been pretty consistent to over a second, around about a second. It's now come down to about 3/4 of a second, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. But behind him, Martin West goes up the inside of Tom Collar into turn 1 and makes that move. So he's now back up into 2nd place, and they're not that far behind Craig Land. So yeah, Martin West just needed a couple laps just to get himself into the groove of the race, get himself into whatever window works for him. He's now back in that, and he is fighting with the leaders once again.
And that's Todd Boucher coming through there at the head of that group in the number 20 car. He's the driver that's had the driving standards flag waved at him. He is now, though, ahead of number 17, Ben Dane. So he's made another position on this lap. I think he'd lost it on the last lap, has gained it back now, past Todd Boucher. Ben Dade also involved in that battle is, I think, the 55 car. Mark Crawford, the 49-year-old from County Down. He works in telecoms in the ex-Danny Andrew car for the driver that's raced a lot in Northern Ireland at Kyrgyzstan, as we've got the yellow flags waving because of the Imran Khan car that is off up at Barcroft.
Yes, absolutely. That's it's a bit of an awkward place. I don't think the cameras can actually see it, but it's like right underneath the marshal post, just after the Jim Clark S's. So that's quite an awkward place, really, for the car to stop. But I think it's probably just going to be okay for the next couple of minutes until the end of the race, and then they'll probably clear the car. Meanwhile, more towards the front, you can see Martin West now is right on the back of Craig Land. Yeah, he needed a couple of minutes, but he is back into this now. I think he's probably a little bit too far back on this lap to get a move into turn one, but I could be wrong. Let's see. So down the start-finish straight once again, Craig Land still in the lead. The gap is now only half a second back to Martin West, and he goes into the first corner. Yeah, he's too far back to make a move, but they look about half a second. Yeah, and then Collar's 7 tenths behind Martin as well. Yeah, so really now Martin is just focusing on Craig Land. He's probably got enough of a gap and enough of a slipstream to not have to worry too much about Tom right behind him. He just needs to look forward at what Craig is doing.
Yeah, as further back there's this battle going on, as there are battles going all the way down the order. You can see there the 13 car of Tony Ridd, the 51-year-old from Maidstone, started racing back in 1990 in Formula Ford 1600. He's done new Super Sports and kit cars with the 750 Motor Club, P66 touring cars as well. Another that's the next Todd Boucher car when Todd was successful in low cost. And up the inside there goes number 3 Callum Barnes. That's to take 8th place away from Todd Boucher, who looks like he's going to pull off there.
Yeah, looks like he's going very slowly down the back.
Yes, back stretch. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Meanwhile,
sure.
that's a back marker that Craig Land is getting past into the complex. It's an exciting moment, and it means that Martin West is right with the race leader again. Tom Collar trying to keep pace with him. He's perhaps 6 or 7 car lengths behind the first 2 that are coming through the hairpin with 2 more laps to go, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the different lines that they're taking as well. You can see Craig Lang is just trying to get every possible mile an hour out of that car that he can, where Martin is kind of more looking at the positioning and how can he then best position himself for down the straight. They're right line astern now. Oh, we've had a bit of a spinner on the last corner. But yeah, going through there we go, there's our spinner. So
Callum Barnes.
Thank you very much, yes. So back to the leaders. So yeah, there are only a couple of tenths between them. What is it? 4 tenths between them at the moment. And Martin West is just looking at different lines. So Craig Land is maximising his performance in terms of the speed he can take through and out of corners. Martin's looking at different lines. But into Tower now, up the inside he goes. Has he got enough on the braking? I think he has. Up into the lead he goes. So he's now back where he started.
He is, so it's West now leading, number 94, Craig Land, who had that sort of healthy lead of about a second for quite a while. Is second, although it looks like he's trying to fight back immediately through the Jim Clark S's. Can't quite do that. Of course, it's Craig Land with a sort of day-glow orange roll hoop, that's darker coloured roll hoop of number 94, Martin West, the driver from Southampton, in the lead of the race once again. He's been doing Mazda 7s on and off for a couple of seasons now, having had previous success in the low-cost championship, but has yet to win the Mazda 7 title. He was 3rd last year, was his best result so far. Round through the complex they come, about to start their final lap of the race. Tom Collar about 1.4 seconds behind the leading battle as they are going to go on to that lap, and he's then another 7 seconds clear of Eddie Moyer, who I have to say now has Daniel Sibbons right behind him for 4th position. There's the last lap board that has gone out, Kieran.
Yes, absolutely. And you can see there, Martin West and Craig Land completely swapped positions going into the last couple of corners in terms of what they were doing. Martin was trying to maximise his speed. Craig was trying to maximise his different lines to try and put Martin on the compromise line into that last corner to try and take advantage. But they are now line astern down the back straight for the last time this race. And here we go. They are going side by side into Tower. I think Craig has just got back past him. He has up into the braking zone. Has he got enough on the brakes? They're still side by side into the corner. Still side by side. Still side by side. Craig is still there. Martin is still there. And I think Craig has just pulled a little bit ahead. But that's brought Tom Collar right back into this. It was 2. It's now 3.
As they go through the Jim Clark S's, West is all over him. He's run wide. He's off the circuit there. He's going to try and get the cut back now and get the inside into Barcroft and Sunny, but Land had to get onto the dust, onto the dirt on the way down to Tower Corner to get that lead. But as you say, oh, he's off the circuit again at Sunny now. He's got dirty tyres now for the last few corners. Is this going to give Martin West another chance into the complex? Tom Collar right there as well now. With the 2 leaders, they come into the complex for the final time. Dirty tyres or not, it's Craig Land still leading, West right behind him, and Collar there as well. It's going to be a drag race to the line, I think, as they both follow one another through the final corner. Out of it they come. I don't think West's going to do it. I think it's going to be a first win of the season for Craig Land in the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Yes, it is. Craig Land taking the win with that move at Tower on the final lap. Martin West second and Tom Collar third. Further back, Eddie Moyer has just held on to 4th position by a quarter of a second from Daniel Sibbons. Bowen 6th. Meanwhile, we've got battles going on the screen as well, including for 9th and 10th. Off the road has gone the 73 car there, which is Simon Walker. That's at Tower. So that probably would have caused a problem had the race not already been subject to the check flag. So it was, yes, in that battle we were just watching, Mark Croft that was the final car inside the top 10, but lots of drama there, Kieran.
Absolutely. This is what you were saying, there's battling all up and down. Nobody stops, and it just means that there's always a battle for somebody to get involved in, no matter what your skill level, no matter what your experience level. Everybody can have a taste of this fantastic Mazda 7 battling.
Yeah, no, really, really good race, and there's more of this to come later on. The final race of the day, and also we'll have them out tomorrow for their third and final race of the weekend tomorrow afternoon. So bad look there for number 73 Simon Walker, the local driver from Newcastle, that has had a moment, I think, and gone into the barriers. Hopefully not too much harm done for him. So we lost him, we lost Paul Southwell as well during that race. Lucas Batt was into the pits, and we saw Imran Khan and Dave Jones, both of them pull up trackside, and Lee Rogers didn't even take the start of the race. Let's have a look at those that did finish though. Craig Land it was, after 10 laps of racing in the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, that took the winning car 87 from number 94 Martin West in second place. The gap 0.581 seconds. In third place was number 22 Tom Collar. Fourth place went the way of 77 Eddie Moyer. In fifth place was 56 Daniel Sibbons, sixth was 25 David Bowen, Martin Shelton was seventh in number 99, eighth was 17 Ben Dade, Tony Ridd in number 13 was ninth, and Mark Crawford rounded out the top 10, ahead of Ayrton Rogers, Callum Barnes after a spin, Todd Boucher and David Mason, and then Rick Lanier, Matt Groh, Lewis Penstone-Smith and Ian Deeves were the final finishers. 18 cars finished of the 23 that actually took the start and 24 that were on the grid for that race. So we very much enjoyed that. Looking forward to 2 more of those races during the course of the weekend. We've got more sports car action up next with the Nankai Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. We've got Formula V and then road sports coming up in the next few races here at Croft this afternoon.
Yes, we do. I think we may have to wait a few minutes because there are a couple of cars that are littering the track almost. We've got one up at Castle, not at Castle, sorry, we've got Tower. Why did I say Castle? We've got one sort of in the cut through from Tower back onto the start-finish straight. We've also got one that's stuck down just past the Jim Clark S's as well. So there was originally 2 that were stuck in between the cut through, but one of them has been pushed off. So we've only got 3 cars to clear now, I believe. So hopefully Tom can have a chat with them down in the pit lane, and once he's done that, the cars may be clear. Fingers crossed the marshals can get these clear as quickly as possible. So we're just waiting for Tom to be ready down there, and then we will hear straight from from Land, West and Collar about that fantastic battle that we just saw. So
yeah, I'm just seeing them, watching them climbing out of their cars now, getting their helmets off. Once they've done that, Tom will be moving in with the radio mic, the roving mic, to grab a word with our top 3. He's ready to do that now, so we'll head down to the pit lane.
Race winner Craig Land, bit of elbows out, all chopping and changing, and all fun and games.
Yeah, I sort of knew he was going to come. You know, towards the end of the race, there was knocking a few attempts each lap, and as soon as I made a few mistakes, they're right up behind me. And yeah, that last lap, it was. I think you probably saw it on the straight. We was like literally touching wheels, and into the end straight, we was touching wheels again. No, it was. That's why I enjoy, and but really good season start, to be honest.
Did you manage to breathe at all through that last lap?
No, I'm still sort of catching my breath, I think, on the last bit. I don't know, I made a really big mistake going into a sunny in, and I thought that was it. I think I was completely sideways, and luckily I think the guys got sort of hustling behind me. But yeah, no, it was definitely a hard race, that one.
Yeah, it looked genuine. It looked really good. I really enjoyed watching that one, and you've saved me running down the pit lane as well. So Martin will explain that one in a minute. Martin, I was just saying, Craig saved me running down the pit lane.
He did, didn't he? I thought isn't that again? I thought he was going to go for a run down victory lane again.
Well, we can have a little one anyway, because new lap record holder.
Oh, was it? Oh, something, I suppose. It's all right, isn't it?
You enjoyed that one though. It looked fun. I mean, the thing with the car was, from me watching it on the stream, it looked like you were kind of almost waiting for the pressures to build up. It was a little bit all over the place, and then all of a sudden you could put the car where nobody else could. You could turn it tighter, you could get a better drive off the corner, and then it looked like it went away a little bit towards the end as well. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of keeping your powder dry sort of thing. I thought, well, there's no point battling and me and Craig and Tom holding each other up so the rest of the pack get us, but then I could see Tom's tyres definitely he was all over the show, so I thought, right, you're holding me up now. And then, like you said, 2 or 3 laps from the end, I could just see Craig starting to have a wiggle, and mine were pretty much where I wanted them to be, so I thought, right, we'll have a little go. But yeah, last lap, you just last lap battling it, you can have a little touch here and there, but I had to have a go at him, didn't I, on the last lap. Couldn't let him have it all his own way.
Well, there's still chance for another run down pit lane later on today, so congratulations on second place, and we're going to move over to Tom Collar. Tom, how was that one for you?
Well, it was a brilliant race. I mean, it's great to be back in this championship, and to get a podium on the return is just brilliant. I mean, I've got to say a big thank you to Aon Motorsport, because they built this car in 6 weeks. So this plan was hatched on the 2nd of March, and it's all down to them and the great car they built for that performance out there. So, and Dave, who's the owner of the company, lost his mum last year, so that one's for his mum, definitely.
Oh, brilliant. Well, that's a great story to tell as well, and another race coming up as well, so I think you can go 1 or even 2 better in the next one?
That's the aim. I mean, it's a new car, so we're learning with the tyres. It definitely went off mid-race, so we go home, do some work, and we'll come back for race 2 today and see if we can fight at the front where we want to be.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks, Tom. So coming up next will be the Nankang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship, but just before that, we're going to go to some ads.
Yes, the Nankang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship is coming up next here at Croft. It's the first of 3 races this weekend for these cars. They've not yet been released out onto the circuit. I'm just looking around. I think most of the recovery work has been done.
Safety car's still waiting at the end of this straight, so no, the cars aren't out on the track at the moment. It looks like, though, the cars have been recovered, the ones that were stuck. So I think in the meantime, let's go for grids.
Yeah, let's have a look at the grid then. Set by the fastest times in qualifying this morning. So it is on pole position. Actually, I'm going to refresh my grid here that I've got on my screen, because it's different to the one that you've got. You have got on pole position the number 2 car of Dan Clues, and next to him the number 24 of Noah Osbaldeston. The second row has 42 Clint Newman, and 87 is the car of Tom Johnston. On the third row of the grid, it's number 44 Carl Austin, and besides him is number 54 Ryan Yarrow. On row 4 of the grid, it's 63 Colin Chapman and 72 Johnny McGill. On row 5, 15 Naeem Pack and 28 is Charlie Sladen. The 6th row is 69 Ian Hutchinson and the 33 car is Dan Ashby. Row 7 of the grid, we'll have number 88, which is Richard Webb in the Cup 200 car alongside John Cutmore in number 98, Mike Wayman Hayward in 111 and 34 Stephen Dean on row 8. Row 9 is number 11, which is Stephen Hullock and 77 Seamus Heaney. And on the 10th row of the grid, 83 being Wayne Armstrong and 23 Matthew Manette. So that is the way that the grid is lining up, which is, as I say, slightly different to what I had. So I think there may have been a penalty there that has been applied to one of the drivers. But anyway, cars heading round to the grid, no green flag lap for these, so straight into racing. And Kieran, I know this is one of the categories you're most looking forward to seeing today.
Yes, absolutely. I love these things. I really love them because, I mean, firstly, anybody that has ears can hear them, and they sound incredible, obviously, with those bike engines in the back of them. But they're so quick as well. They're on par really with GT4s and even GT3s in some cases as well. These cars are one of the quickest kind of cars and championships that you can race in club racing, and because of that, you get such a variety of drivers coming into it. And I mean, each one of these drivers has their own story as well. I mean, I know I was talking to Stephen Hullock in the number 11 towards the back of the grid, and he didn't know yesterday whether he was going to be racing today. And he was just prepping the car in the hope that he was going to be able to. I don't know exactly what the reason was. He didn't know why, if he would be racing or not. But yeah, he was just not 100% sure if he was going to be able to race. But thankfully, we can see him on the grid right now, just pulling up at the back now. So yeah, it's obviously great to see a grid packed full of these cars, and every single time I have seen them, they've put on a fantastic show. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can do for their first race of the year.
Absolutely right. Yes. So fastest, some of the fastest cars that we'll see this weekend. Not quite as quick as the F1000s, but not too far off. We are missing, I think, the Seamus Heaney car that needed to do some laps at lunchtime, but didn't appear for those, so it's not qualified for the race. So there was a gap on the penultimate row of grid. Ryan Yarrow was the fastest car in qualifying, and I've not yet got to the bottom of why he's not on pole position and is starting a bit further back. But anyway, about to go racing because the red lights are on and they are out. Away we go. A better start from Dan Clues, the car on pole position in car number 2, as they make their way up towards Clervaux for the first time. There's Ryan Yarrow with the yellow front on his car. He's trying to get through to second, taking quite a bit of curb there. I think manages to get through Clervaux in spite of that. One of them doesn't, though. That's the car that's ploughing through the gravel top. Problems for 34 as well. That's Stephen Dean in his Spire, but it's Dan Clues in the Mattel that is leading. It's the 24 car of Noah Osbaldeston in second place, the newcomer, and it's Ryan Yarrow, the 4-time Sports 1000 champion, in third, and then in fourth place it's the 44 car of Carl Austin as they make their way around the first lap of Croft.
Yes, absolutely. There's a little bit of elbow barging into that first corner, but thankfully everybody has got out, I think, unscathed. I can't see any cars down there, so I think everybody's got through that first corner and is in the race still, which is absolutely fantastic to see. We can see the number, is that Stephen? That's number 42 going past the number 23, so that's Cup 200. So yeah, obviously we've got two different classes in this, so we've got two races effectively going on at the same time. They're very drastically kind of different cars. They're both got, as we see, the leaders are starting to battle. Actually, let's go to that instead. The top three up line astern. Ryan Yarrow is trying to find a way past the number 24 down the start-finish straight, and it looks like he's about to pull out of the slipstream. I think he is, and so yeah.
Yeah, he's done it down into Clervaux corner. Yeah, number 54, Ryan Yarrow, has got through. He's ahead now of Noah Osbaldeston, the 17-year-old in his first season of racing, esports driver from Bury St Edmunds. Only started karting last year, and he has great ambitions. He's in the Mattel MC 53, but he's lost out to the Spire of Ryan Yarrow. Meanwhile, it's the 2 car of Dan Clues, the driver from Newcastle under Lyme, that leads in the new for 2025 Mattel MC53 with the Suzuki Hayabusa engine in. And just to explain, as Kieran was about to a moment ago, you've got the 2 different cars. You've got the 1340cc Suzuki Hayabusa engine, MK Indies, that make up Cup 200. The Sports 1000 cars are, as the name suggests, powered by 1000cc superbike engines.
Yes, 100%. I mean, they both have some similarities, but as you can see, they look drastically different. They drive drastically different as well, but both are in their own amazing categories. But as we can see on screen at the moment, so we've got there's a bit of a train there, the 87 and the 72. That is where we're looking. 7th and 8th, it is. So Tom Johnson and Jonathan McGill just fighting it out coming into the final corner. Onto the start-finish straight as well. Now, from the commentary box, I can see that Ryan Yarrow's got right onto the back of Dan Clowes. So it looks like they're about to start battling it out as well. Noah Osbaldiston has just dropped away a little bit, so Ryan Yarrow absolutely on a charge in the 2nd lap of this race.
Yeah, so the lap record for these cars is 1:23.64. That's held by Richard Webb. So far, we've had a 1:24.892. for Ryan Yarrow as he's got off in pursuit of the leader, and they're very close, can tell you, at Tower Corner's wheel, watching Dan Ashby in the Spire, number 33 in 9th position. Good scraps going on all the way down the order. There's the 87 car, which is Tom Johnson. He's just getting past Richard Webb, who made a great start to that race in that larger capacity but front-engined MK car. Meanwhile, we've got the battle for the lead going on here then. Dan Clues, number 2, who's been an F1000 champion in 2020, has got the 4-time RGB Sports 1000 champion Ryan Yarrow behind him in this self-run Spire, number 54. It's the ex-Billy Oldbone car built by the Spire factory, but Ryan's been running this car himself for a few years up against some of the bigger teams, and he's been very successful with it. 4 times a champion, who's having to work hard at the wheel there to try and stay on terms with the leader.
100%, but you can see there the wise mind of Ryan Yarrow. He has driven these cars for many years. He knows exactly where to put them, and you can see there he just went slightly wider than Dan Clues just before that final corner, because he knew if he could get his car position perfectly, he could get on the inside, or at least unnerve Dan Clues into that final corner. So it's little mind games like that that are really starting to play as there's number 63 is pulling off at the end of the straight. That is
Colin Chapman.
Yes, that's a shame to end it like that. Meanwhile, the leaders are side by side. So Dan Clues on the right hand side, Ryan Yarrow on the left hand side. He manages to just hold him off for the time being, but you have to say Ryan Yarrow is looking much stronger at the time being. Going into the Jim Clark S's at the moment, but they're almost side by side once again, and we're just waiting to see. So Ryan Yarrow has to just dip back in behind Dan Clues for the time being. You can't go side by side there, but you can go side by side into Croft, and he's gone spun and he's gone around. That's not great for Ryan Yarrow. I was just talking about his age and experience, and he's just unfortunately made a small minor error, but even the best can make those mistakes.
Well, yeah, it's a mistake there. He's spinning around at Sunny, so that gives a big lead now to number 2, Dan Clues. I think Noah Osbaldiston in 3rd place. That's just back out of that. Ryan Yarrow's car is still stranded there at Sunny. He can't get the car fired up, I don't think. He's trying to wait for a gap in the traffic as well. So, yeah, he's going to go now, but he's going to be pretty much right at the back of the field with a lot of work to do. So the 4-time champion, there's a car sounding a bit sick past us as well, and the reigning champion is back out into the race. And it's a shame that we also lost on that lap the last year's Sports and Cup champion. It's the 28 car that sounds awful. That of Charlie Sladden, by the way. Yeah, but we lost Colin Chapman, who was the Sporting Cup champion last year, from 5th position. So there is the fight for 7th and 8th. 33, Dan Ashby, and number 72, Colin McGill. And then you've got Mike Whiteman-Haywood. He's now leading in Cup 200 because Richard Webb has dropped back down the order. So maybe he's had a spin somewhere out of our sight. I think he may have run wide a moment or two ago. But he may have done more than that and lost a bit more ground. So, Dan Clues leading by nearly 5 seconds now as we watch this battle between Johnny McGill just getting himself ahead of Dan Ashby.
100%, yeah, these two have been fighting all race long, and I don't think it's going to be letting up anytime soon. So, coming through the Jim Clark S's now as we've got jump to the number 42 of Clint Newman. I think Charlie Sladden right behind him as well. So, these guys are also yeah, almost. They're only a second and a half behind Carlos in third place currently. So, I mean, you never know. They could pick up a surprise podium depending on what happens with Carl right in front of them. So number 87 of Tom Johnson currently, yeah, just keeping it nice and clean into the last corner there. Settling down a little bit for the time being. Obviously, we had some real excitement at the start of it. It settles down in the middle part of the race as everybody just gets into their groove, gets into their rhythm, and just finds their own pace, drives their own race. And you can see somebody going side by side into the final corner there, overtaking a
It's Ryan Yarrow, isn't it?
It is, yes.
On his recovery mission. So Ryan was 14th at the end of the previous lap, which is the lap that he spun on. And he's going to cross the line now. Where is he up to now? He is up to 11th. So he's made him a bit of ground already. How far up the order can he get? There's only 7 minutes of the race left to go, though. Watching the back of the third here. This is the final podium position now. Carl Austin versus Clint Newman. It is Austin, the Devonian, against the man from Bristol, Clint Newman, the postman. Side by side, he's sending it at Jim Clark Esses, and he's gone through. So Clint Newman goes up to third place there in the number 42 car, so great effort from him there. He started on the second round of the grid, but don't think made the best of starts, dropped down the order, now starting to recover a little bit into the podium positions.
100%, that was a brave move going into Jim Clark Esses. It's not really a place that you see much overtaking opportunities because of how fast and how tight it can be, because you only have really one racing line. So yeah, going into there is ballsy, but here we go. So the number 69.54, so that's Ryan Yarrow again making up moves. He is a man on a mission as it stands. It'll be interesting to see what position he manages to get to. So that was their 10th place, and he'll be closing in on 9th place very shortly, I'd imagine.
Yep, so we have 6 minutes to go in this race. It's Dan Clues is now leading by 4.3 seconds in number 2 from 24 Noah Osbaldeston in second place. In third place is number 42. That's Clint Newman now. In fourth place is number 44 Carl Austin. Fifth is 87 Tom Johnson, and sixth is 28 Charlie Sladden. Mike Whiteman-Haywood is leading in Cup 200 by about 1.3 seconds from John Cutmore. And there goes Cutmore over the line now, just going through our shot. And then a couple of the Sports 1000 cars. I can see, I think that's Matthew Minette, number 23, who's just made up a place. Good to have Matt back in the championship. Started racing in it in 2019, but returning to it for this season, still doing some F1000 racing, and that car, the 23 car, the ex-John Watley car, now being run by his Team Secura engineering crew.
Yeah, 100%. Matt Minette, he actually, so I posted this morning saying we were commentating, and he commented on that post, and he said, please be kind about my qualifying position. I was stuck in third gear. So he had obviously some troubles in qualifying, but I think he's on a bit of a comeback, as is Ryan Yarrow. He's just obviously trying to get his way back up the order, currently in 16th place, and driving quite a good race. But we see there, Ryan Yarrow has just taken 9th place, is that? Yeah, that's 9th place. So he's back up into the top 9 positions. Next up, Dan Ashby in 8th place is next.
Yeah, but I think there's a bit of a gap, about 5 or 6 seconds that he's got to make up to get there, though, and only 4 minutes left to do it, so we'll see what he can do. Some lappery going on there for the race leader Dan Clues. I think that might be Richard Webb, who's, I think, got problems now with that car. It's going rather slowly, that MK Cup 200 car.
Yeah, it looks very, very slow going to Jim Clark Esses there, so must be an issue there, which is definitely a shame to have ended the race like that. But meanwhile, we're looking at Stephen Hullock in the number 11. So this is the car we're talking about that he didn't know whether he was racing until quite late yesterday, so fantastic to see him on the grid. I believe he had a bit of time out last year, so great to see him back in the championship and racing that car that he's run and preparing himself.
Yeah, and you can see he is just in behind John Cutmore there in the number 98 Cup 200 car. That's the blue car with the yellow roll cage. There's the Cup 200 leader, Mike Whiteman-Haywood, 111, the red car, who is 1.5 seconds-ish ahead of John Cutmore at the moment. Looking good for a first-class win of the season for Mike Whiteman-Haywood. Just looking to see, did he get many class wins during the course of last year? He had just the one last year, so he'll be looking to take his second race win here. Meanwhile, I can see from our commentary box that Ragnaro's caught that gap on Dan Ashby already.
Yeah.
I said it was a big gap, and he's made short work of it, and he's going to get him on the way out of the hairpin. There we go. He's up into 8th place now, Ragnaro, bearing in mind he was 14th at one point.
100%. I mean, driver of the race, I've got to say, like right now, although he made a mistake, he is making up for it in a big way. He's on an absolute charge. I think he's probably got comms in his ear. Heard you say, that's a big gap, and he goes, watch this, hold my beer. And he just destroys it in what, essentially a lap. 6 seconds in a lap is absolutely incredible. So up into 8th place now. Next up is Jonathan McGill. Now, there is a little bit of a gap again. So, Ryan, you know what to do. Close that gap in a lap. We'll see you at the end of the lap.
There we go. Here's Whiteman Haywood meanwhile. He's got Cutmore closing in on him actually, because Cutmore on the previous lap did his personal best lap of the race, a 1:30.533. Cutmore that time was a 1:30.6, so 0.3 of a second taken out of Whiteman Haywood's advantage in Cup 200 that time. And of course they've got Stephen Hollick's Sports 1000 car not too far behind them either. Meanwhile, just outside a window, go on to his penultimate lap now, is race leader Dan Clues in the Mittel, and he was second in the championship to Ryan Yarrow last season, and he had some wins during the year. 2 wins, 4 seconds and 3 thirds last year did Dan Clues. But we're watching here John Cutmore, who raced in Sports 1000 or RGB as it was for many years, and spent the last season or so racing in these Cup 200 cars, and very nicely presented car that, with the Dayglow yellow wheels and roll cage. He is still narrowing that gap, isn't he, to the red car in front of him?
Yes, ever so slightly closing, so we've only got a little over a minute left, so it's definitely not out of the question that these two could have a last-minute battle. It's number 87 of Tom Johnson in 5th place goes off. That's not... Where is he?
That's at Hawthorne that he has gone off, so he has pulled off the circuit there. There's been a black and orange flag being shown to Charlie Sladden, I think, probably because that's the car that's been really noisy. So I think that's why we've seen that car have the black and orange flag shown at it. Meanwhile, the leaders in the Cup 200 car, class getting closer together down the straight towards Tower, and within slipstreaming distance now is John Cutmore. A lot of time taken out of Mike Whiteman Haywood there, and Cutmore goes through at Tower Corner to take the lead of the Cup 200 cars, and from a second and a half back only a couple of minutes ago, he's taken the lead in the Cup 200 division.
That was astonishing confidence on the brakes there from John Cutmore. He just had so much more confidence to just slam on those brakes and just trust that the car would stop in time. Haywood just, he had no answer for that, absolutely no answer. And he was fantastic there by Cutmore. Meanwhile, Ryan Yarrow has, he's already up into 7th place. I'm just interested to see. His fastest lap is almost 2 seconds quicker than the leaders, which is absolutely insane. He is, a man on a mission. He is finding time where nobody else can. It's a shame, obviously, he's all the way down in 7th place at the moment. But as it looks like, I think he's just about to overtake Jonathan McGill into Tower. Tower, sorry. But meanwhile, Dan Clues coming to the last couple of corners now. He has done everything he needed to do into the complex as we pick him up now with the last camera. Where is he?
It's just, here he is, he's just making his way.
Yeah, there we go, there he is.
Towards the hairpin. So it's Dan Clues, who's had a pretty good run here, had that battle with Ryan Yarrow in the early stages, but Yarrow it was that made the mistake and had the spin, but it's Clues that comes through to win round number 1 of the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. Noah Osbordston on his debut takes 2nd place, and Clint Newman completes the podium. Meanwhile, Yarrow trying to make up one more position into the complex. This one for Jonathan McGill, this was for a place inside the top 6. He could still get past him on the way out of the corner. Charlie Sladden just ahead of them as well, as they accelerate towards the line. Sladden loses 2 places, and it's McGill that takes 5th and Yarrow's 6th. And Sladden, which is the car with the engine that was sounding very rough, and had got the black and orange flag, he finished in 7th place in the end. Perhaps the engine just giving up the ghost, but it was there for McGill and Yarrow that were both able to profit. Meanwhile, the 2 Cup 200 leaders are still battling.
Yeah, they are, absolutely. And yeah, John Cutmore has just managed to hold his own against Hayward since obviously they swapped positions. As I say that, he's on a bit of a compromise line coming onto the final corner now. I think he's just about got it. Stephen Hullock just behind them as well. So coming across the line, John Cutmore, he wins the Cup 200 class. Absolutely fantastic move there. Obviously, we saw into tower on the brakes, supreme confidence, and he well deserves that win, as does Dan Clues as well. Well, got your breath back?
Yeah, no, it was a breathless race, that probably particularly for Ryan Yarrow, because he would have been so annoyed with himself when he made that mistake, and he was stranded there for quite a few seconds trying to find a gap in the traffic, get the car fired up again. Meanwhile, Dan Clues was driving off into the distance to win by 3.4 seconds. Yeah, 100%. I mean, Ryan, he's always one of those that's towards the front. He's a very, very cheery guy. He's always nice to talk to. But it's a shame, obviously, that happened. But anyway, race results. Dan Clues, number 2 it was, that took the win in the Mattel MC53. 11 laps completed by him. And it was a Mattel 1-2, because number 24, Noah Osbaldeston, was in second place. 3.4 seconds the gap between them. Then the first of the Spires, the GT3S of Clint Newman, number 42, was in third place. Carl Austin, number 44, was in fourth position. Head of 72, Jonathan McGill in fifth. In sixth place, having come back from 14th place, number 54, Ryan Yarrow. In seventh place was 28, Charlie Slazen. Eighth was number 33, Daniel Ashby. Naeem Hack in number 15 was 9th, and Ian Hutchinson completed the top 10, with John Cutmore just fending off Mike Whiteman Hayward for honours in Cup 200. Stephen Hullock and Matthew Manette were 13th and 14th, and Wayne Armston and Stephen Dean, the only 2 further drivers to make it to the checkered flag. With Tom Johnston, Richard Webb, Colin Chapman, I'm afraid, retiring from the race. So entertainment there from the Cup 200 cars and the Sports 1000s as well. They have 2 more races, both of them tomorrow, Kieran, so that's something to look forward to, and a chance hopefully for some of those drivers that have problems to repair them. Yes,
100%, obviously. There's been a few problems today for various different people throughout the races that we've seen so far, so hopefully, obviously, they can get all those cars back out and racing again tomorrow. But in the meantime, down in the pit lane, Tom is ready.
With race winner Dan Clowes, looked like you were under a little bit of pressure there from the at the start, and then Ryan dropped it coming into Sunny Inn.
Certainly early on, yes, Ryan was really quick in qualifying, so I knew he was coming at some point. We got
not as quick as you though.
Not quite, technically anyway, yes, But anyway, we had a good morning. We've had a brand new car this year. The boys at Mattel, Scott and Ian, have built it over winter, and all their team. And he said, totally.
Cheers for that.
Cheers, Charlie. Scott and Ian have put a huge amount of work in building a brand new car this winter. It's worked. We're quicker than we've been here all year, and that race came to me nicely.
Yeah, I love the livery. I love the matching suit and the matching helmet as well. Let's see if we can get the helmet on camera as well, because everything matches here. It's really, Dan's really made a big effort with this, hasn't he? We won't focus on that bit. So let's move over to Noah. Noah, how was that one for you?
Yeah, it was all right. A bit sketchy, but no, it was a good result in the end. And the only damage is just me now crashing the pit lane. So
okay,
that's the only damage done. But no, it's a good race. Bit scruffy in a few places. Full 360 into Sunny In. Sorry, so that's not the best line through there, but gave it a go. And this is where we end up. P2 on a first car race. I don't think could I ask for much more.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask. Is how are you finding it? The step into this sort of machinery.
It's very, very different. The whole atmosphere of car racing. And obviously 750 Motor Club have been very welcoming, and Team Mattel have set me up with a great package, and we're coaching from Neil Ridderford. I came pretty prepared, but it's very much a big step from karting, and
a bit longer than a kart, isn't it?
Oh, a hell of a lot longer than a car. Yeah, it's just, again, like the whole clutch thing as well, getting used to it, but no, it was a good result. Well happy. Well,
great stuff. Excellent. On the podium, first race in cars. That's not a bad way to start things off, is it? And then in third place, Clint. How was that?
Yeah, it was eventful. So I got knocked through the gravel on the first corner, which I think put me to the back. But no, it's really good to come all the way back, and it's fun racing, and felt a bit more to grips with the car in the race than I did in quali. So yeah, looking forward to the weekend. Yeah.
Definitely. Great stuff. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your podium. And we've just got one more back here, I think, potentially, although I haven't got Yeah, so we've got the Cup 200 winner here as well. Love the livery, love the helmet as well. I'm a big one for liveries and helmet designs, and I've just been having a chat with Dan about his as well, how he's all matched up and everything. And
got to be done, isn't it?
Made an effort.
We all make an effort, though, don't we?
Well, it costs enough to come racing nowadays, doesn't it? So
yeah, no, it is. It's a fair, tidy price.
No, I love it though. It's like it's torn. It's beautiful.
That's the idea. Yeah, it's what it's meant to look like.
I got one similar myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll show you afterwards.
Yeah, no, you do so. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's the end of our Cup 200 class winner and the Nankang Sports 1000 Championship. Coming up next will be Sustain Fuels Formula V. But just before that, we're going to have a quick ad break.
So the Sustain Fuels Formula V cars coming to the grid there, and they are having their first of 2 races this weekend, one today and one tomorrow, and it is a grid of just over 20 cars that we have here, with a grid lining up based on their times in qualifying. We'll tell you about that shortly. But Formula V, it's for the 1300cc air-cooled VW engines. It's been running since 1967 and with the 750 Motor Club since 1980. Last year's champion Matt Harbert, he's back out to defend his title this season. It was Dan Polly that was fastest in qualifying, so we'll see what he can do from there. A new sponsorship these days from Sustain Fuels. So Sustain Fuels, the new title sponsors for the Formula V Championship this year. So very pleased to have them on board. Now you can see the 2 ranks of cars lining up on the grid ahead of their green flag lap. On the left-hand side of the shot, and now in the foreground of the shot is number 44, which is Dan Polly in the WEV. That's a car that's twice won the championship. Last time it won the championship was 3 years ago now, in the hands of Craig Pollard. Before that, Graham Gant, the man who designed and built the car, won the championship himself in that car. And I think Dan Polly, the 2016 Irish Formula V champion, is going to be a formidable match with that car. We saw him out for the last meeting of last season, which was at I think Donington Park, wasn't it? And he did have a win in one of the races there as the cars go off onto their green flag lap ahead of this 15-minute race, the last of the sprint races before we have our 45-minute Tikiwa Road Sports Series race. We'll head off down towards Clervaux on this green flag lap. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up then. So it is on pole position, the number 44 car of the Irish driver Dan Polly, and besides him with the number 1 in his car, last year's champion, is Matt Harbert. The second row of the grid, one to watch this season I reckon, is number 93 Leon Frost. He had victories during the course of last year. And then the perennial third place man, Vaughan Jones, number 3, actually 4th on the grid this time. On the 5th row, on the inside is number 32, Simon Foley. Next to him is 61 Pete Belsey. On row 4 of the grid, a return to form with 72 Colin Gregory, beside him 55 Peter Studer. Row 5 is 7, Rich Walsh, and 12, which is Richie Chowhan. On the 6th row of the grid, 50 is Louis Scholes, and 4 is Tim Probert, the local driver from Middleton Tyres. The 7th row, 36, Bradley Tarleton, and 46, Will Malins. The 8th row, 25, Daniel Lanier, and 66, Phil Waterhouse. Sam Engineer, 28, and Mark Egan, 75 on the 9th row. The 10th row, 59 and 14. That's Chris Wilshire and Dave Hooker. With 24, Rick Lanier at the back, and he will have a 10-second penalty before he starts his race. So that's the way the grid lines up. Formula V, one of the most accessible ways to go single-seater racing, so based around the Beetle engine. Various other Beetle parts are required as well on these cars, but there's a lot of development done by a lot of teams and constructors over the years, and it's been one of the evergreen success stories of club racing. I know, Kim, and it's something that's caught your eye in the past as well.
It has, absolutely, and actually it's what first drew my attention to 750 Motor Club as well. That's how I first learned about the series, because I was looking through Formula V stuff and I came across 750. So yeah, Formula V is one of my favourite categories. Obviously, I think it's one of those things that just shows you don't need all the power in the world. You don't need the most expensive gear in the world to have a fantastic race and to have such good competition. You know, and we can see obviously the number 66, just going through our screen there, right to the back of your screen there. He's obviously a bit of a social media legend, is Mr. Waterhouse. He's obviously Me and My V at 50, started that page a couple of years ago, and that's done very, very well. Lots of people following and supporting him along in his journey in racing. But they're coming onto the grid now, so we're just going to... There we go, so number 44 just pulling up into pole position, the number 1 coming up into second place there. So in a minute, the green flag will go, and we will be going for 15 minutes of racing.
Certainly will. So it's going to be Dan Polly in the 44 car on pole position. The 42-year-old from Dublin. He's done some racing in LMP2 and LMP3 cars as well in the past. Matt Harbert there next to him in the AHS Dominator that was successful in the championship last season when he had a hatful of wins on his way to the title. Lights go out then, the race gets underway. Not a great start from the second row of the grid by Leon Frost, who switched cars for this season. It's a very good start from Dan Polly from pole position. Look at that, he's away like a scolding cup. He's gone straight on into the gravel trap. He's gone too fast into Clervaux corner. It was too good to be true, that start from Dan Polly. He's got back onto the circuit, but in the midfield, and so that means it's Vaughan Jones, number 3, from 4th on the grid, perennial third place finisher in the championship, that leads, but he's got Matt Harbert alongside him, look, as they head down towards Tower Corner for the first time, and Harbert's got through, I think, before they even get there. It's Jones in second, someone locking up in third. Whoa, that was a breathless start to the race, and we've got to see Dan Polly doing in this race what Ryan Yarrow did in the last one.
Yeah, I think so, but he's not as far back. He's only, sort of low single figure, so maybe like 7th place. I didn't quite catch exactly where he was, but I don't think he's got a massive amount. I've seen number 93 coming through on the number 3, so that is
Leon
Frost. Yes, yeah. On Jones, as we see. Oh, somebody going wide there as well. So yeah, people obviously just trying to find their groove in this first opening lap of the race. This is where we see people make mistakes because the tyres are cold, even though they had the yellow flag lap, the green flag lap, sorry. They had the green flag lap to warm up the tyres. It's not obviously going to be at complete operating temperature, but coming into the complex now, look at this train of cars. This is what we love to see. See, just 44 going around outside as Polly. He's just trying to get himself back up into the front of the grid. So actually, I think he might be out of the top 10 looking at it. Let's have a look.
I think he is.
Yeah, let's have a look over the start-finish line. Let's see where he drops down to. He is at 9th place. Okay, he's in 9th place at the moment.
Yeah, we saw Will Malins. His car was pulling off the circuit there, the drive from Southport in the Shane Mark 1. So Polly is 9th, is 6.7 seconds behind the leader, Matt Harper, who's actually got a very good lead here, the man from Markfield in Leicestershire, a 1.7 second lead in first place over the second of the Dominators. That was Leon Frost in P2, and then it's Vaughan Jones in P3. The driver from Abergavenny is Dan Polly and Peter Belzy, actually. There's Peter Belzy in the 61 Spider, the ex-Jez Clark championship winning car. A couple of championship winning cars duking it out there. Dan Polly in the bright yellow car, Peter Belzy in the bright green car, but both of them made progress there. I think possibly up to about 7th and 8th places, I would think now, because they're ahead of Colin Gregory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Dan Polly went from 9th to 7th in one corner. So 2 places in one, around the outside as well. So we overtook 2 cars around the outside into Tower Bend. And that just goes to show, obviously, somebody that's had a lot of experience. Oh, it's number 46.
Yeah, that's Malins, who was off on the previous lap but has got going again and now is in more strife by the looks.
Yes, but yeah, so towards the... Dan Polly, obviously, he's just having to make the inroads now. So he's catching up to 6th place, which is Bradley Tarleton. We're currently looking at the number 36, I believe that is. No, 32B. Simon Foley, that is, in 4th place. So Simon is being caught by Peter Studer. So down the start-finish straight, yeah, he's going very defensive at the moment. So bit of a train down the start-finish straight. I think he's kept the position he has. So coming up shortly behind them, though, it will be Dan Polly. So, yeah, he's currently in 7th place, and he's on a charge. 8 seconds currently behind Matt Harbert.
Yeah, so we've got Studer in the 55 car. That's the TCR there, and 32 is Simon Foley, and that is in the Maverick with a Bears engine and gearbox. It was a car that was built by the Harridges. James Harridge, of course, won the V Championship in the past. It was a sister car, this, to the championship winning car, the Maverick that's being based there. Meanwhile, Dan Polly, we can see attacking Bradley Tarleton for 6th position. She wins a shot now. We've got the local man from Middleton Tires about 5 miles down the road. Number 4, Tim Probert, going through. And he's in about 11th place at the moment. I think doing battle with Richie Chauhan. Here's, though, Dan Polly, who led into the first corner, well, into the first gravel trap. And he's, I think, now challenging Bradley Tarleton for the last place in the side of the top 6 here.
Yes, absolutely, and he's made some inroads already. He's going very, very quickly. I have just spotted that at the corner of my eye. The leaders are quite close. As Dan Polly goes, looks at the inside, but not quite. He gets the door shut on him by Bradley Tarleton. But yeah, it'll be a matter of time before he's passed, I'm sure, and then he can get on with the rest of his... Oh, bit of a slide there from Bradley Tarleton. He just gets a little bit of the back end coming out, and you can see there that, yeah, Dan Polly's already alongside down the start-finish straight, past the start-finish line. He'll be taking... 6th position. He already has taken 6th position before they reach the line. There we go, into the first corner. He has gone past, and there we go. Here are the leaders. So Matt Harbert has been caught once again by Leon Frost. So Leon is right on the charge there now. He's got into his groove, he's got into his rhythm, and he is now challenging Matt Harbert for the lead of the race.
There's yellow flags in the background because Will Malians has stopped again at the chicane. It's been a stop-start race for him. He has completed 2 laps, but now is in problems once again. So here is the car heading through the Jim Clark S's there. The 2 leaders together, Matt Harbert and Leon Frost, both of them in AHS Dominators. Frosty, the 19-year-old from Ashington, switching to this car for this season. It's did car racing only from last year, had a few wins in Formula 3. Current aims to move into Formula Ford and then the British Touring Car Championship, and he lists Croft as his favourite circuit anywhere, but now he's got a safety car to deal with, so he can't attack Matt Harbert just yet. That'll be to allow the recovery of Will Malins from where he has come to rest at the chicane, and the safety car is waiting patiently at the exit of pit lane to pick up the cars as they come out of the hairpin, which they do now. And the marshals, yeah, I think they're going to be able to move this one quite quickly, aren't they? Because they just needed that gap to get down to the car, and the car is still rolling, so they're just going to be able to pull or push that car, would think, up against the barrier, and then they'll be able to get going once again. So it might only be 1 lap behind the safety car, Kieran.
Yeah, I think so, but I tell you what, it does help. Dan Polly. Yes. It closes everyone back up, and it means that in 6th position, he can now have eyes on Matt Harbert and Leon Frost up at the front. And if those two continue to fight, and Vaughan Jones and Peter Studer were also quite close together, it looks like, I think, we may have a nice fight on our hands in the top 5. I don't want to say for first or second or third. Top 5 in general, it's probably going to be a good battle coming up once the safety car comes in. But yeah, it does look like the marshals are just waiting for the cars to go past. So you can sort of, and you can't see on the camera currently, but yeah, we can see out of our commentary box window, the car is off to the side of the circuit, they're just waiting for the cars to go past, and then I think they're going to...
They've got the pickup truck coming out, I think, to try and hook up, so it might take a little bit longer to recover than we first thought. There's still 7.5 minutes of the race to go here. I think there was possibly a bit of a fuel issue for that 46 car of Will Malin's that stopped as well. That's certainly been reported. That might be the issue there. So we have had 4 laps of this race. It's being led as the number 24 car is in the pit lane, which is Rick Clanny. Now he was the driver that had to start from the back of the grid, and he's explaining the problem.
Yeah, very racing driver.
Very technical terms.
Yes, very technical and racing driver way of explaining things. Yes.
Yeah. So the team having a look.
That would explain quite
a lot. That's not good at all.
That should be connected. I mean, I'm no race engineer, but there's a problem there with the suspension. And so it looks like it's getting out the car. Race over for Rick, who is busy with also racing in the Mazda 7s as well. So as you say, we've had 4 laps. Matt Harbert number 1 leading, 93. Leon Frost in 2nd, Vaughan Jones number 3 is 3rd, 55 Peter Studer is in 4th place, 5th is number 32 Simon Foley, and 6th is number 44, which is Dan Polly. And you were saying, of course, that this safety car will be to the benefits of Dan Polly. I think there will be one more lap behind the safety car at least. Is it a benefit or is it not? Because on the one hand he's getting closer, on the other hand he's losing time in the race and laps in the race to be able to make moves on the drivers ahead of him. So it's a sort of double-edged coin, really.
It is to an extent, but you've also got to remember that the more that he was going to be battling, the more Matt Harbert and Leon Frost were going to pull away. So, yes, okay, it's less time in the race, but if he can get a really good start, and I mean, we've already seen him take 2 cars in 1 corner, if he can do something similar, he's right on the back of them straight away. And this might be wishful thinking to think in that way, but you never know what's going to happen. We've just seen the car has just exited the track that is being recovered, so should be theoretically at the end of this lap. Next time around, we go racing.
I would think so, and what we're going to have 3.5 minutes or so. We might squeeze 3 laps in out of this.
Yeah, which is enough time.
It is. I mean, the best lap of the race so far has gone to Frost, 132.913. The lap record for these cars around Croft is a 131.18. Set by Crane Pollard, of course, we saw out earlier on in the F1000s. That was in 2022, so that was when he took the WEV to the title. That is the car now being driven by Dan Polly. 1 lap times he's done so far, 134.916, and of course he's been mired in battles. He's not had a clear run of things as yet. Of course, he was fastest in qualifying with a 133.862.
Cool.
So it's certainly.
So Frost is quicker than the whole qualifying time then.
Absolutely. Well, he did do well, didn't he, to close the gap to Harbert there, because Harbert got a decent advantage at one point, which has come down. Now the safety car lights are still on, but I imagine they're going to be turned off very shortly.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I mean, the safety cars, lights are off, safety cars sped up, and the queue are slowing down. Here we go. So Matt Harbert is now in control. Safety car will come round the complex, round the last corner, and into the pits, and it will then be on Matt Harbert to dictate when to start flooring it, essentially. Yeah. So Leon Frost is just going to be glued to the back of the car. I think they've gone. I think they've gone already.
Yeah, I think you're right. So before they arrived at the complex, so safety car's going to turn into the pit lane. Already pushing on to just by the leader, Matt Harbert. We've not got to the green flag yet, guys. Come on. Still with yellows at the moment. So, of course, no overtaking until they get to the timing line, which Matt Harbert arrives at about now. And, there's one car that has come to a stop out on the circuit, which is not very convenient. Try and pick up on who that was in a moment. But Harbert's done a fantastic job of that restart there. Yeah. Huge gap over Frost. And then Vaughan Jones locks up in 3rd place, but 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, Dan Polly right together as they turn their way through Hawthorne for the first of what is going to be, I think, 3 laps of this restarted race.
I'm not sure how on earth Matt has done that, and even, to be honest, Leon has got
and Polly has spun! Oh, no! Dan Polly has spun coming out of the chicane. He was in the gravel at the first corner. He fought back to 6th. and now he's spun it on the first lap of the restart. I don't think that car likes being on cold tyres.
No, I'm not sure it's liking being at Croft either, to be honest. It doesn't seem to want to go around this track very well. But anyway, this is, what, third place, I think, battle at the moment, 4-car train. Let's have a quick look. 3. Yes. So currently Peter Studia is in third place, Vaughan Jones in fourth, Simon Foley's not there. Oh, yeah, sorry. Simon Foley is there. Yeah, Dan Foley's not there. So that's Bradley Tarleton right behind him. Yeah, there it is.
And then Peter Beldy in the Green Spider in 7th. They're all a little way behind the leaders who are already coming into the complex, I can tell you. It was a great restart, as you're saying. Here they are from Matt Harbert. Leon Frost caught napping a little bit, I think. Oh! Stereo there. Bradley Tarleton has spun and now at the complex, so he's on the grass. I think he's going to get back into the race, but the 2 leaders are over the line. I think we've got time for 2 more laps here. The gap is 1.5 seconds between Harbert and Frost. That was the best lap of the race so far on the first flying lap after the restart, at 1:32.468. And now another spinner. Everyone's at it. It's number 7, Rich Walsh, that time in the gap that goes round on the exit of the hairpin. Here is Polly fighting back to get 8th place away from Tim Probert.
He's dropped exactly to where he ended up last time as well. So that car must just be like, I want to be in 9th place. Please let me just be here. But yeah, so a bit further up, so we've got the number 12 of Richie Connon, but towards the front, there we go. So Peter Studer is just having to defend that third position place now from Vaughan Jones. But Vaughan is, he's not staying there. He wants to get past. So coming up towards the Jim Clark S's, he's right in the slipstream now. I think realistically, the next place to get round is going to be into Sunny in Barcroft. If you just get the positioning right, you might be able to get your nose into the inside of the corner just before, but I think it's a little bit too far back for that. So they're going to have to do line astern. In the background, they're just taking varying lines, obviously just trying to catch each other out and just see if they can gain any advantage on each other in the queue. But it looks like also Matt Harbert is just pulling away a little bit from Leon Frost as well. So last lap, I think he gained about 0.3 of a second. This lap, don't know, let's have a quick look what the gap is over the line. I don't think there's anything Leon Frost can do. Let's have a look at the time, and it is, whoa, 2.7, yes.
Yeah, it's double basically, hasn't it?
Essentially. So that battle is, I want to say it, completed. So let's go for third place back, which is what we're currently looking at. And yes, so we've got Simon Holly going up the inside of Vaughan Jones there. So Vaughan, who was looking at third place, is now staring at the back of the position he used to hold.
Yeah, so he's down to 4th place, Foley up to 4th, and Peter Beldy there in the number 61 car is in 6th position, but he'll fancy his chances now of getting past, well, certainly Jones and maybe Foley as well here, because it's very quick in a straight line, that Spider. Is he past Jones? He is past Jones, yes. He's up to 5th position then. Peter Studios had 3 wins and 36 podiums in his 158 races in that car. He told me that, was not just me doing my research. So he's had a good amount of success in that car in the past. He's up to 5th place now, past Vaughan Jones here. I think you're absolutely right, Kieran. The 2 leads are probably done battling, because there was 2.7 seconds between them. We're just going back into the other side to the complex now, and there's a heck of a distance between them.
That is a big distance. Yeah, you can't see obviously what we're seeing, but we just waited a good few seconds for Leon Frost to come around the last corner. But anyway, around the last corner, Matt Harbert, he has deserved. He's done everything he needed to do, and he takes the first win of the year in the number 1, defending the championship that he won last year in the only way that he can, by winning the first race.
Yeah, great start to the season in the Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship. He wins by 6 seconds in the end from rather recalcitrant Frost. Studer is 3rd. Belzy gets 4th on the line, pretty much, from Foley. There's Jones in 6th, Gregory 7th. Dan Polly 8th in the end. And a car with some missing front
Phil
body
Waterhouse.
there. It's Phil Waterhouse in the Ferrari Tasso. I think there's the remains of his car.
Yeah.
So that was the originally Ari, that car, built by John Harrison, and he's much modified it and put his name in front of it to make it the Phil Ari. And
can't beat British humour sometimes.
No, exactly. but he came across the line in 12th with most of his car still intact. But Harbert there, great win. I suspect Leon Frost may have had a problem there because he just couldn't really take the fight to Harbert after the restart, could he?
I'm wondering whether he maybe cooked his tyres.
Could have done.
Because if you look at the last laps that he did, Harbert was still in the low 34s, whereas Frost was in the 37 point, essentially 5.
Yeah.
So that's a big disparity. So yeah, either an engine issue or maybe he just overcooked his tyres when he was catching Harbert and had nothing left to fight with after the safety car.
Well, maybe we'll find out with Tom in a moment.
Yes.
But it was number 1, Matt Harbert, that took the win at the end of 9 laps in the AHS Dominator. Second, number 93, Leon Frost, 6.161 seconds behind. Third place was number 55, Peter Studer in the TCR Challenger. In fourth position, number 61, Peter Belzy in the Spider Mark II. Fifth, 32, Simon Foley in the Maverick. Sixth was number 3, Vaughan Jones in the Storm. Seventh, number 72, Colin Gregory in the Shane. 8:44, Dan Polly, eventful race for him in the Wev. Ninth, number 4, Tim Probert in the Storm, and rounding out the top 10 in the GAC after a spin, number 36, Bradley Carlton. It was 12, Richie Chowhan, 66, Phil Waterhouse, 28, Sam Engineer, and 75, Mark Egan. Behind them, Rich Walsh, he also had a spin, Daniel Lanier, Lewis Skulls and Chris Wilshire were the 18 cars that made it to the checkered flag in round 1 of the Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship. They have a double header, so they have another race to come tomorrow afternoon around about 1 o'clock. They're going to be the second race of the day tomorrow. Cars heading down the pit road, so very shortly they'll be into the clutches of Tom Butterworth. And for those of you that are at the circuit, Kieran, I believe that the cafe are open this evening, are they not?
Yes, they are. I was having a bit of a chat with their manager earlier, and she was very excited to say that they're actually open this evening up until 7:15 p.m. With the options of lasagna and salad. So for people here at the circuit that late, which I suspect with the amount of car issues that we've had, there's going to be a few of them.
Yes.
They can go and get a nice lasagna from the cafe at the hangar up in the main bit of the paddock area. So nice lasagna for those that are going to be working very hard underneath their cars for quite late this evening, I'd imagine.
Much needed, I am sure. So, down in the pit lane, I can see drivers clambering out of their cars. Peter Studer, Leon Frost and Matt Harbert, our top 3 in the Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship race, and Tom Butterworth is ready to speak to them.
Matt, you looked extremely happy with that win, punching the air over the line, big drift out the final corner.
Yeah, it was unexpected. So Dan didn't test yesterday at all, and he turned up, put it on pole, and I thought we were in for a long season. Obviously Dan went deep. I was expecting to see him come back through, and then Leon put us under a bit of pressure. The car's running a bit rough on the right-hand side. It was banging around a lot, and I was a bit worried it was going to go, but it held together. We had a great restart. I think we kept caught Leon napping a bit really, and then just managed to break the toe, and then I just tried to put 2 really big laps in to break it, and then Leon seemed to ease up a bit, and nice. Really enjoyed the last 3 laps. It was just good, really good. Yeah, great race, great start to the season.
It's nice to be able to relax on the final 3 laps. What, when you say it was banging away, what do you mean?
I thought a plug had blown at first. It was missing on the right-hand side of the Boxer engine. I was going to come in the pits on the formation lap. It seemed to right itself, but it was getting very loud on the right-hand side. So yeah, we need to have a look at that for tomorrow, or we're going to be very disappointed tomorrow.
Well, that's definitely going to be a come down from today anyway, if it does go wrong. But yeah, no, congratulations. I'm going to try and find Leon Frost. I think he's over this way.
Oh, no.
Leon, not the best of restarts, but still managed to bring it home P2.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to go that early, really. I didn't think he could go that early, so yeah, I was a bit surprised by that one. We have the pace, we had it in the first half, but yeah, in the later half, I just struggled with a bit of grip, but the team have done a good job. And I thank Alan Harding for letting me drive this car this year. It's a good car, and I'm proud to drive it. But it's a good result. I'm not too happy with it personally. Could have done better, but yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a good result, good points. Some of our other competitors didn't do too well, so that's helped us. But yeah, just keep going tomorrow, rest tonight, think about what we can do better, and go again tomorrow. Just like to thank Julian Gamble supplying us with a buggy this weekend. Like for PGM for our stickers, RH20 Fitness for keeping me, fit and ready for a race weekend. My mum and dad for supporting me all the way through, and everyone else that's helped us as well.
Well, you certainly look fit. You look like you're barely broken a sweat, to be honest with you. But
very hot.
Good result, and congratulations on second. And then Peter Studer taking third place away. Was it down into turn number 1 down here through Hawthorns?
There was a few overtaking moves. Yeah, no, I got Vaughan out the back into the end of the straight. I can't remember the name of the corner at the back.
I knew it was the end of one of the straights.
No, I got fourth into the first corner before the restart, and then I got Vaughan just before the safety car as well. So off 8th, and a pretty dozy qualifying this morning. I wasn't really on it this morning, but yeah, no, really good. Good start, good clean race as usual. Seemed to be going on all behind me. I was trying not to look in the mirrors, but no, really, really happy. Good way to start the year. I guess like we finished last year. So yeah, thank you. It's really good.
Yeah, the way to the podium while everyone around you is losing their head. Keep yours.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of experience over a lot of these guys. Actually, I had my very, very first race 43 years ago yesterday. So yeah, I've been doing this for a while.
That's longer than I've been around. So we're going to move on from that swiftly and not let Peter tell everybody his age. Coming up next, we've got the 45-minute endurance race of the Tequila Road Sports.
Road Sports onto the grid, and every year for the last few years we've always made a point of telling you this is a series of races, not a championship, but that's not true anymore. It is a fully blown championship for the first time this season, the Tequila Road Sports Championship as it now is, with points paying and everything. It's great to have it, and it seems to have attracted people out. We had a huge long list of reserves at one point, but through various attrition I think we're down to just one reserve. Still not quite onto the grid, but a full grid of 40 cars we should have then for this opening race of the season for the Road Sports Championship. It's run in 4 classes. There's the Super GT class for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, the GT class for cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, Super Sport class where the brake is 180, and the Sport class for cars up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. As Tom mentioned, it is a 45-minute race. And there is a pit stop. The pit open board will be shown after 15 minutes. Cars must be stationary for a maximum of 60 seconds during their pit stop, or a minimum of 60 seconds I should say, during their pit stop, where they can make a driver change if they do have more than one driver. They have to be at 50 miles an hour in the pit lane as well, of course, or 50 kilometres per hour I should say. And the pit closed board will be shown after 30 minutes, so pit stop window is 15 to 30 minutes, and it's going to get hectic in this quite tight Croft pit lane. And it's the first race of the season, so as yet there's no drivers having to serve any kind of penalties in the pit stops or anything like that. But this should be great fun, shouldn't it, Kieran?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's going to be very, very different to what we've seen already so far. So obviously what we've seen so far are sprint races. This is most definitely not a sprint, because yes, okay, they've got to drive as fast as they can, but they've also got to preserve their tyres, they've got to preserve their cars and everything. Don't forget, there's no refuelling, so they have to preserve their fuel. They have to make sure that what they're running is going to last the entire race, and it's a 45-minute race. Yes, okay, it's not, you know, very long, especially compared to even what we've got tomorrow with the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. But 45 minutes is still a long time for a race. You know, these are very, very physical cars, and they're going to be exhausted by the time they get out of their stints. So it's going to be different, but exciting nonetheless.
So cars heading off on their green flag lap ahead of the start of this race. This is how the grid is going to line up. It's the 89 car on pole position. That is Scott Parkin of the Parkin twins. Next to him on the front of the grid is the 236 car, and that is the Honda Civic of Morgan Bailey. On the second row of the grid on the inside, it's another Parkin. This time it's the twin brother Ryan in number 6, and besides him is the 117 car, and that is going to be started by Ian Jones, the BMW. Third row of the grid, that's 221, which is Paul and Luke Browse. Next up is the first of the Class B cars, an excellent qualifying performance from number 26, Mark Burton. On the fourth row of the grid, it's number 44, the car being started by Ben Williams, and 87, that car being driven by Louis Woodward. On the fifth row of the grid, it's number 10, that car being started by Rob Fennick. Next to him, the 19 car of Wayne Lawson. Sixth row is 1, that's going to be started by Ian Simmons. Next to him is number 2, which is Daniel Jude. On the seventh row of the grid, it's number 8, the Ginetta, being started by Matthew Tidmarsh, and the 188 car of Joe Williams. On the 8th row, it's 421, which is the Honda Civic Type R of John Munday. Next to him is number 34, which is Rob Boston. On the 9th row of the grid, it's number 40, Chris Morton. Next to him, 25, Paul Hinton. The 10th row is 56, which is James Birch. Next to him is the 60 car of Lee Reynolds. The 11th row, 7, is the 2-driver car. That's being started by Jez Banks. Next to him is the 501 of Ben Walkinshaw. 12th row, 1, 2, 3 is the Clio, which belongs to Matt Creed. Next to him is 36 in his road-going BMW Sam McKee. 13th row, 76 is Michael Downey, and 11 is the car of Simon Baker. The 14th row, 41 Andrew Cooper, and 666 is Sammy Bowler in the Mini. Then it's going to be the Macaulay and Beardmore cars on row 15. The 16th row is Phillips and the Hammond and Hall car. Heathcote and Salisbury's are on the 17th row. The 18th row is the Adcocks and Chris Fantana. The 19th row is the 66 car, which is that of Johnson, and next to him is the 16 Short and Boot Machine. Then it's the Headley and Taylor BB car and the Harley Mazda on the 20th and final row of the grid, as the cars are out of the hairpin for the final time, coming towards the rolling start, and the lights go out and the race gets underway then. And it's the Parkin twins that are trying to get alongside immediately, but it's the Honda that makes a brilliant start. But even better than that is the 117 BMW, the Ian Jones car that I think has possibly got the lead of the race, the BMW Compact. It's very close run thing indeed between that and the Morgan Bailey Honda Civic as they turn their way through Hawthorne for the first time in this 45-minute race. Multi-class endurance racing here at Croft Circuit, and a fantastic array of cars that we have. Is it still the BMW leading as they head through the Tower Corner? No, I don't think it is. I think it's the Honda Civic that has got ahead of Morgan Bailey. But a fantastic sight these cars make, Kieran, as they head through Tower for the first time.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. It's just the variety of cars that we're seeing. I mean, we've got Minis, we've got Scirocco's, we've got Audi TTs, we've got BMWs, we've got TCRs, we've got Lotuses, we've got Ginettas. It's just, the list goes on and on and on. Now, at the start of the race there, we did see that Scott Parkin had a little bit of an issue start, I think. Ryan Parkin had a much better start. You see the number 2 Lotus coming around the outside there, but he didn't quite make too much inroads. But yeah, we can see the Scott Parkin Audi TT followed by the Ryan Parkin Audi TT. That's not going to get confusing at all over the next 45 minutes. Going just nose to tail there. And yes, Scott seemed to get a bit of an issue start. We've seen a lot of success from Scott in the past. He has done remarkably well in this category in the past couple of years. But yeah, just a bit of an issue start. He's got 2 cars in front of him. I don't imagine he's going to stand for that for very long.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. He's going to be, he's very competitive, and he'll be right in the thick of the battle, I'm sure, before too much longer. Let's keep an eye on the weather as well. It's a bit dark out there. We need to try and keep an eye on the weather as well, to see if that's going to play a part during the course of this race. We've got the leading cars down at Tower Corner for the second time in this race. I think so far everybody has managed to behave themselves reasonably well. It was a 6/10 of a second gap for Gordon Bailey in the 236 car, the Honda Civic Type R, at the end of the first lap. As we're watching there, the little Elise, the Exceed, I should say, come through. And quite a few of these Cupras on the grid as well. A couple of them just going through shot there, including the 188 car that's being driven by Joe Williams. So that's the Seat Cupra TCR, and he running at the moment in 12th position.
Yes, absolutely. This is what I love to see, like just the sheer variety of cars that are fighting each other. I mean, there you go, RX-8 and a Scirocco. What other series would you see an RX-8 and a Scirocco racing together? It's just absolutely fantastic. And then a Porsche coming into it just to add a good measure as well. It's absolutely fantastic. And yeah, we can see actually towards the front there, I think Scott Parkin and Ryan Parkin are closing in on the 117 Gatsby-Jones entry of the BMW. So I think that could be quite interesting. Yes, look how close Scott is now to that back of the BMW. And so yeah, that's quite close up at the front, as we can see. A couple of cars. Oh, the 172 Clio,
which is that of Chris Heathcote. Looks like he's out of the race, unfortunately. The driver from Sidcup. He's pulled off on to the side of the circuit. Getting back into the race now, though.
Yes, absolutely. So here we go. Here's that battle now we're seeing. So second place. So Bailey in the 236 Honda Civic has just started to pull a little bit away from the 117. Oh, it's somebody
it's the James Birch Corsa that's been off on the grass. It's rejoined. That was on the back straight.
Yes, in the midfield. We just saw it out of the commentary box. Anyway, back to this. Yes, so Scott Parkin, that's the one we're just talking about, the 56 Corsa. But yeah, so Scott Parkin in the 89 Audi TT is right on the back of that BMW now of the 117 Gatsby-Jones, and I can't imagine it's going to be too much longer before he's mounting an attack. So onto the start-finish straight, they are nose to tail. He is right in the slipstream now. How much power has that Audi got against that BMW? Everlasting battle of Audi versus BMW. Maybe not quite in this configuration normally, but there we go, never mattered. So yeah, it actually looks like the BMW's got a little bit more straight line speed than the Audi.
It has. It is very quick in a straight line, that BMW. But I think the Audi is pretty effective around the corners, and it is the 89 car of Scott that is the closest to Ian Jones at the moment. In that car, you've also got two drivers, and Ian Jones is the quicker of the two drivers there, so he needs to make as much hay as he can in the first part of the race before he hands over to Martin Gadsby. You've got Bailey, of course, still leading though. He's stretched that out to 1.5 seconds now over the rest of the field. Just saw him going through shot there. And there's quite a gap, isn't there, from 4th to 5th, but that's no surprise because the kind of 5th position is the Class B leader, which is Mark Burton. So he's ahead of many Class A cars. He's doing a great job. Class C is being led by Matt Creed in his Clio, the 123 car. And Class D, Pip Hammond in the Vauxhall Nova. He is ahead of the car that he is sharing today with Alex Hall. So Pip Hammond, 30th overall, leading Class D. Of course, points scored within each individual class within the Motorsports Championship.
Yes, absolutely. We just saw the couple of TCR cars, here we go, of Ian Williams and Browse. So the 44 and the 221 as the number 2 Jude Lotus Elise is just trying to look away around that Seat Leon Cupra and TCR car. Just up the inside. No, not quite. That Cupra has just got the legs on the straight. So that Lotus, you know, very light, very nimble car is going to have to try and make a headway in the corners. But meanwhile, Burton's just been overtaken by Williams in the TCR 44 entry as they both lap a Mazda 2. I couldn't see who that was.
Yeah, it's one of the cars in Class D.
Yeah. So this is what we can see, obviously, because there's such disparity in the power between the front runners and some of the lower categories. Like if you look at Class A versus Class D, the difference is just incredible. So we are going to see this for the next 38 minutes. Like this is just going to be consistent. They're going to have to deal with traffic, and this is another element of endurance racing that this particular category gives a fantastic representation of that, because it just means that the drivers learn to deal with the traffic really where they don't expect it, and it's in such a big disparity as well between the cars that they're racing. So it's really a bit of everything championship this is, and that's what's one of the amazing things about it.
Just looking down the timing screen, the top 15 all held their positions on the previous lap. The first driver changing was going up the order was the 421 Honda Civic Type R. That of John Monday, so he was up to 16th at the expense of the number 40 car, Chris Morton. As we've now completed 5 laps of this race, watching that Daniel Jude Lotus chase after Mark Burton now, I think, yes, because Burton has been passed for 5th position by Williams, Ben Williams, and Mark Burton there is in the number 26 car. He is our classic. He's just lost out to Daniel Jude as well, but again, not for class position. Jude in Class A, Burton in Class B in that number 26 car, the ex-Andrew Lightstead, and then Imran Khan, BMW 330 straight 6 engine for the 2018 low-cost champion, who's now running in 7th place.
Yes, absolutely. And it's worth mentioning that, yeah, Burton, although he's been overtaken by a couple of people at the moment, he is still about 5 seconds ahead of the second place person in his category, which is the number 87 of Woodward. So, yeah, it is, yes, okay, he's been overtaken in terms of on track, but he is still leading the category by, he's got a fair margin at the moment, and as long as he keeps going. Is that Mazda going slowly, or is it just the pace? It might.
No, I think that's just how fast it's going.
Yeah, it might just be a Mazda 2 thing. Never mind. Well, here we go. So, yeah, so Burton's got a pretty decent lead ahead. But, here we go. So, here's a battle that you don't see in any other category. Clio versus the Ginetta. What we love to see. So, the 1, 2, 3 Clio. So, we're currently looking at 19th and 20th place. That's Creed.
And that's also the battle for the lead in Class C as well. Matt Creed and the Ginetta being started by Jez Banks, the Ginetta G40 GT5 car, number 7, Jez Banks. This was a standard GT5, but it's been customised for endurance racing over the years. It's still running the Z-Tech engine, and that is the battle for the lead in Class C and 19th and 20th positions overall.
Yes.
Go on, sorry.
I was just going to continue on, but so you know, these cars obviously they've got their advantages and disadvantages. The Ginetta obviously very, very nimble. I'd imagine the Clio's probably got a little bit more power if they're in the same category. So that's what we're going to see the difference of. So coming onto the start-finish straight now, that Clio's probably going to have the advantage, and then the Ginetta's going to close up in the corners. Now, I was just looking at the leaders as well as they went past our commentary box window, and Bailey obviously was completely gone. He's 3.5 seconds up the road. Parkin is now a second behind the 117 BMW, but they were literally weaving in and out of traffic down the back straight. And this is one of the things that they've got to deal with the entire way along. But Parkin, as in the second Parkin, as in Ryan Parkin, in the number 6, has actually got past Scott. So Scott is now down into 4th place, where Ryan takes 3rd place and currently also holds the fastest lap. So maybe a bit of inter-team politics going. I can't quite catch him, but if you're a bit quicker, have a go.
Lap record for these cars are 1:27.90. And so best lap of the race, but we're underneath that already, aren't we? So that's two Parkin, Ryan Parkin, number 6, at 1:27.393. Need to watch out for Dan Jude. We were watching that Lotus earlier on. Reports that might be leaking fluid, so we just need to keep an eye on that. There is the 501. That is the Volkswagen Scirocco of Ben Walkingshaw, the 23-year-old from Whitehaven. He's an engineer. Started racing 4 years ago. And this is an off for 2 cars. One of them is Louis Woodward there in the number 87 car. The other is the 221 car, which is the Paul and Luke Browse car. Now that is down at Clairvaux, the first corner, and they have come to blows, I think. They were in 8th and 9th place, only separated by 0.3 of a second when they came over the line that time, but it looks like we've got those two cars in the gravel trap. I think we know what that might mean. And we've got the pit window only 3.5 minutes away, as Mark Burton there is trying to go past the Adcock BMW in Class D. Yeah, safety car is being called, so we've got confirmation of that on the timer screens and on the lighting panels all around the circuit as well. So safety car is being called with two cars off in the gravel trap at Clervaux Corner that will need to be recovered. There's our Class D leader just going through shot, which is Pip Hammond. I think he's still the Class D leader. Just need to go onto the second page of our timing screen to confirm that, which will take a moment to do. And yes, in 31st place overall, it is still Pip Hammond leading in Class D by 5.3 seconds from the Adcocks. Although that gap will come down, of course, with the safety car having gone out now. See, the medical car also heading out onto the circuit, and that'll be to check the one or more of the drivers that have been involved in that incident.
Interestingly, though, the safety car has picked up Ryan Parkin.
Yes.
The third place driver. And so the BMW and the Civic of first and second are now, well, they must be coming around to...
Yeah.
I don't know where they are.
There'll be a big wave through to do of most of the field, won't there?
Must be, yeah.
Yes, to make all of this work.
I'm just trying to look. Where are they?
I think there's 38 cars on the track in the end. It's quite hard to pick up the leaders.
There we go. So the Civic and the BMW come around the complex now. So yeah, there's a lot of cars. This is going to take a while.
Well, they're going to need to wait to about 35 cars.
Yeah,
I think,
basically.
To make that work. The Jude XCG is in the pits. Now, we did report that was possibly leaking fuel.
Yeah, because the pit window hasn't opened yet. So
no, so this is not a mandatory stop.
Engine bay is open, look, so yeah, it must be an issue with that Lotus. I mean, we know what it stands for, lots of trouble, usually serious.
And the 172 car pulling off. Try and find an acronym for Renault there, if you can, Kieran.
Let's Google it.
That's Chris Heathcote in the Renault Clio 200. He's pulling off as well, possibly out of the race. So safety car is out. We have 31 minutes of this race left to go. The pit window opens nominally in a minute's time. And I get the feeling the pit lane is going to be reasonably busy in a moment. There's no restriction on taking pit stops behind the safety car in this category as we have in other categories like the 116 Trophy, because otherwise the safety car's out for the next 50 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
So drivers are able to take their pit stop behind the safety car, and I suspect that many of them will.
Yes.
I guess if you... One of those is that they've got your quicker driver in first. Do you going to sort of change them now, or would you take the chance of them making some more racing laps before you get to the end of the pit window? Looking at it, there are still two cars stranded. The medical car I can see is driven off now, so that's good news. So it is, I think, down to the recovery of the cars. I think the drivers must be in reasonable enough health for the medics to be satisfied. And so there's a few cars peeling in, but it is now. The pit window is open.
Yeah.
We are past 30 minutes.
It is a good question though. If your quicker driver is in now, do you stop them? And I think yes, you'd have to, because the amount of time, the penalty that you'd have for not stopping them is far greater than the time they'd be able to claw back.
Well, I'm also thinking, do you take a chance on there being more racing laps before you get to the end of the pit window, and you get some more benefit from them being in the car then? But it looks like probably most of the cars are indeed heading into the pit lane, but not all of them. Now, not all of them have drivers to chase. There are a lot of single driver cars as well, and they can just sort of sit there quietly for 60 seconds, maybe grab a quick swig of water or something like that.
I do wonder though, when the leaders came past the pit entry, I don't think it quite clicked over to 13 minutes yet.
Well, yeah, the Gadsby car is in. The Gadsby and Jones car, the race leading car, is in. So that is in now. We can see on our timing screen. So that is it, the 117 car, but Bailey stayed out.
Yeah, well, when the safety car came past the pit entry, I don't think it had got actually into the pit window yet.
No, I don't think it had, but further back
it had, yes.
It had. But so several drivers from 7th backwards, 2/3 of drivers from 7th backwards. We saw the Sam McKee car there. He's driving solo today. He's got a novice driver in with him for the next event, and I think for 3 races during the course of this year. Sam, who still drives his car to the circuit. He doesn't actually own a trailer for this car. He always drives it to the circuit. It's a 1997 2.8 litre straight 6, which puts out 215 brake horsepower, and it's gone from, as he puts it, standard road car to championship contender. Well, hold on a minute, Sam, come on. It's only the first round. You're third in class at the moment, behind Matt Creed and that Clio of Jez Panks and Daniel Perry, both of those cars in the pit lane, as is McKee. There's Andrew Cooper in his Type R trophy car, about to go back out into the race. He's on the Civic Type R, the lawyer from Bury St Edmunds. He's back out into the race. So I've got a feeling that most of the drivers who haven't already stopped will probably stop at the end of this as they come back round. So
yeah, I'd have thought so. Obviously, all these cars that you're now seeing on your screen are obviously just trying to catch back up to the pack now. The pack is currently coming through the complex onto the start-finish race. So we're about to see the safety car is coming past the pit entry. Let's see who peels in. So one parking is out, one parking is in. It's a lot of coming in. A lot coming in.
And I thought they were identical twins as well, but
they're identical cars as well.
But no, going different options on the pit stop strategy. But yeah, most of them are coming in here.
So yes,
including our Class D leader Pip Hammond. He's coming in to hand over to Alex Hall. Pip, the double stock catch champion. He's going to hand over to the accountant from Harrogate, who's done one road sports race before here at Croft, his preferred circuit, but did most of his racing in classic stock catch in a Fiesta, a lot of it. So that recovery is continuing, but let's head down to the pit lane now and see what Tom Butterworth is up to.
Okay, so we're just going to bring you the back end of the pit stop here for this Motion Motorsport number 19 TCR car. Now, the way the procedure works is they have to stop stationary for 1 minute. No tyre changes will be taking place today because it's a 45-minute race. We will see some in tomorrow's Club Enduro race that's significantly longer than this one. So there will be tyre changes in that one. Nothing going on in this one. It's literally the driver pulls in. There has been a driver change. No driver change in this one, my apologies. The Motion Motorsport guys have got some Honda Civics that came in on the previous lap's pit cycle, and they did do a driver change. This one keeping the same driver, but you stop still for 1 minute. It's not line to line 1 minute, as in pit entry to pit exit. It is a stationary 1 minute time, and then as soon as that 1 minute is up, they are pushed back when it is safe to do so, and the pit lane is clear, so they don't get any unsafe release penalties or anything like that, and then driver straight back out again. And theoretically, you should exit in the same position. Doesn't always work like that. I think earlier on, just because of the pit positioning that they've got, the 421 Honda Civic that's right down at the very end here, got the very last pit bay. I think they managed to gain 3 or 4 spots just because of their positioning in the pit lane. They were able to push it back and get it fired out quicker. So yeah, that's how it works down here in the pit lane, and we'll try and bring you as much action as we can as the race goes on.
Thanks, Tom. Ryan Parkin is one of the few drivers to have stayed out there, and I guess what will happen then is he will become the leader of the race because the others have not made their stops. And he's the one right behind the safety car now, so that kind of works, doesn't it? Unless he pulls in this time, he's probably... So we are waiting for the cars to across the line, and again, Ryan Parkin has not come through this time, and screech of tyres, I think, as some cars were braking for the pit lane beneath us. Sammy Bowler in the 666 car has come in. See, one of the Mazda 2s is in as well. So the safety car does have what I think should be the leader behind it, although he's still not showing us the leader on the timing screen. There's the 77 car in the pit lane. That's one of the Civic Type Rs, which is the Henry and Olivia Salisbury car. It's Henry that took the car first, and Olivia from London is getting into it for the second stint, I believe. So they were one of the lucky reserves to get into the race with some attrition amongst other drivers. But you've been down in the pit lane in these road sports races in the past, Kieran. It's always quite a hectic scene, isn't it?
It is very, very hectic, and you do have to have eyes in the back of your head to make sure that you aren't getting collected by a car exiting or obviously entering the pit lane. You know, some of the teams can obviously get very, very hot on it and very just like shouting, "Get out of the way, get out of the way." If they're not 100% sure that you've seen their car is leaving or coming in or whatever. It is very, very hectic. And for those that haven't been in the pit lane when these kind of pit stops have been taking place, I can't really describe it or explain it to the fullest extent, but it is just, it is absolute chaos. It feels like it's organised chaos. Everybody has their own set thing. It's like how people describe driving in Rome or Paris. Like, there's a way and a system for it working, but to an outsider, you just can't see it. It just looks like chaos. But back to what you were saying about parking being the leader, don't forget the Civic and the BMW did an extra lap because the safety car didn't pick them up. So I wonder how they're going to work that out.
Oh, I'm very confused now.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true, isn't it? We'll see how this all pans out. So we've got, I think, pretty much of the top 30, it is now only Ryan Parkin, number 6, that needs to stop. I think everyone else, I've not looked on the second page of our timing screen yet. I'll do that now. I think everyone else probably has stopped in this race. Just having a look. I think the only ones that haven't stopped are probably people who've already retired from the race. Yeah, there's the 2 that are in the gravel trucks, surprisingly, that haven't stopped.
Well, they have stopped, just not in the pits.
Not in the pits, and not in the window. So, yeah, safety car is coming back round. Let's go down, though, to Tom Butterworth, who's got another driver to talk to in the pit lane.
So we've just seen the driver change there for the Honda Civic, and that was Henry Salisbury that jumped out of the car. Henry, talk us through the race, how the race has been so far, and talk us through a little bit about the car and what it's like being with Motion Motorsport, because we are still down in this part of the pit lane.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Me and my sister are sharing the drive this year, sort of first time we've actually really raced, so it's our first weekend out basically. Yeah, great team, obviously just got the car set up really nicely. Shame about the yellow flag, but great time to change, so yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. And how do you find it sharing with your sister as well then? It's keeping it in the family?
It's yeah, it's perfect. Dad used to do a little bit, so I think we've sort of got into it through that. And yeah, these sort of 45-minute race and then the club enduro tomorrow just gives us, you know, a great amount of time to both drive, so yeah, really nice.
Sibling rivalry, who's the quickest?
No, not at all. It's both just, you know, just hoping to keep the car in one piece and see how this first season goes, and then obviously push on a bit more.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us. We'll throw it back to Ian and Kieran upstairs.
Thanks very much to Tom, and good to hear from Henry Salisbury there. What is it talking about? And we'll find out who's quicker when we analyse the lap times later. At the moment, though, Olivia's only driving around the safety car, so she's at a distinct disadvantage at the moment. Ryan Parkin did come in, so everyone has been in to serve their mandatory stop. I think we still got one car to recover down there. It's taken a while, this.
The safety car, though, is letting people go past now as well.
Right.
So here's where we find out how they're going to work this out. So I'm guessing the Civic will stay in the lead.
Yes, and it's well, no, it's because having come out of the pits, it's the BMW that's actually got ahead in the pit stops. But that's now Martin Gadsby driving that, who, as I said, is probably not as quick a driver as is Ian Jones. So that's something to bear in mind as well. And there's also looking at how many cars there will be between them. So we're looking for cars 117 and 236 are the ones that the safety car will be trying to pick up, which it hasn't done just yet. He's only got 4 cars, I think, to wave through. And then he's got them. Okay, and then between the 117 car, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cars, I think, between the 2 leaders. Sam McKee's got his left-hand indicator on, but the safety car hasn't yet waved those cars. Oh yeah, I think it is now waving them past as it tries to pick up the leader. And Alex Hall's got his left-hand indicator on as well. I thought they might be sort of deciding to take another pit stop. But while we've got time, safety car still out there, why not have one more pit stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, they are continuing on their way. So 30 minutes is when the pit lane window opened, 15 minutes is when it closes. That's just about 3 minutes away from now. A couple of drivers picking up 5-second penalties for exceeding track limits. In fact, only the one, I think, so far. I think it's the 34 car of the Blake car. Oh yes, those cars are now being waved through. So the last car that will be waved through is Michael Downey, I think, in the number 76 Porsche Boxster S. And yeah, the Martin Gadsby car takes up its position behind the Renault Megane. And I think it's possible we might be able to go racing at the end of this lap, which would give us about 16 minutes of the race left to go. I'm not sure we'll have actually got the whole queue back together again. That's the only point. So it might mean we get one more lap after this to try and get one queue of cars rather than several at different points around the circuit. So I think the Megane's slowing up as much as it can now to try and allow that to happen.
Yeah, I think so. This is so complicated sometimes. Like you're trying to work out, okay, who's stopping where, with the safety car obviously not picking up the effective leader at that time. It just sort of obviously had to lap a load of cars past.
So interesting in all of this, because of where the safety car initially came out, Scott Parkin is 15th, Ryan Parkin is 25th after all of this, and they were 3rd and 4th for the safety car. So they're not going to be best pleased, I don't think.
No, they're definitely not going to be. I'm not 100% sure what's gone on there, but yeah, something obviously. Yeah.
And of course, what we used to say, well, it's only a series of races, it's not a championship.
It's a championship.
But it's a championship now. People will be counting the points anyway.
Yeah.
Safety car's going to come through. Safety car lights are still on, so it's going to stay out there. And for at least one more lap. I suspect only one more lap. It's probably going to give about 13 to 14 minutes of racing.
Interesting though, is so Scott Parkin is right behind the leaders, but obviously on the time screen he is being shown
a lap down.
Yeah.
Yeah, effectively that's what's happened, I think. So he's somehow lost a lap in all of that, which is far from ideal.
Yeah, it can get quite complicated the further into an endurance race you go, trying to work out, okay, who's in what position. Okay, so on track that is not always what it actually is. So what it seems is not what it is, and often is the case in endurance racing.
Worth pointing out who the class leaders are as well, who's going well within their respective classes. Class A obviously being led by 117, which is the BMW of Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones. Class B is being led by the number 421 car now. That's the John Munday Honda Civic. Now, of course, that was being led previously by Mark Burton. He's now 7th in Class B and 16th overall. Class C is being led by the Ginetta of Jess Banks and Dan Perry. They've got ahead of Matt Creed and Sam McKee, but I think they were more or less stopped together, those three, didn't they? So they've all come out in the same order. So that's work for them, although the Ginetta did get ahead of Matt Creed in the pit stops. And Class D is being led by Chris Fantana, although I think he may have a penalty to serve for a pit stop infringement. But the Adcocks are 2nd, and 3rd now in that class is the number 66 Adrian Johnson Mazda MX-5. So the Hall and Hammond car that was leading has dropped out of contention there, seemingly. All because of the idiosyncrasies of the safety car interruption.
And the lights are off. So we're about to go racing again, so it doesn't matter about all of that. That's in the past. What happens What matters now is what's about to happen. So, safety car pulls into the pits, and the BMW leads the train around the final corner onto the start-finish straight, and he still hasn't gunned it yet. There he goes, and we are racing. And interestingly, so Scott Parkin goes right up alongside the Civic, but no, the Civic just pulls away once again. So, we've got Gadsby Jones, 117 BMW in the lead, 236 Bailey in the Civic right behind.
Yeah, and of course, Parkin was waiting to pass the green flag, past the timing line as well, to make an overtake legitimate, which it wouldn't have been until that point. But he's effectively a lap down, but he's going to be on a very similar pace, and probably actually a bit quicker, if anything, now than the car ahead, and is attacking to unlap himself is Scott Parkin, number 89, who's in 15th position. The leader, Martin Gadsby, then, number 117, turns his way through Tower Corner. You've got Parkin a lap down in second, and he's going to try and unlap him. Second on the road, going to try and unlap himself here.
I wonder if he knows he's on paper a lap down, because it doesn't look like he does know that. I think he's defending still. He's like, oh, Scott's, yeah, I'm racing Scott, I need to defend against him. But like, no, you don't. Scott's a lap. Oh, no, there we go.
Up the inside he goes, and yeah, they'll all be, or certainly most of them will probably have radios as well back to the team to let them know what the positions are and what's going on. That's the Mark Burton car. Now that's another of the cars that lost out really, going from first to seventh in Class B within that safety car intervention. So he's going to try and make up some ground. The 34 Lotus in there. That's the car that was advertised for Rob Bottom. There's a change of driver actually come the race, which I'll check about. That's the Brooks car as it's showing on the timing screen now. That's making its way through, and yeah, it's all very chaotic, isn't it, as cars try and find their rightful position in the order. Chaotic is the right word. I mean, look at there's so many cars trying for one bit of track, and you don't know who's on the same lap as you, who's a lap ahead, and who's a lap behind. You just don't know. Even we, looking at this train, we don't, oh, there's a Clio in the grass. That's not ideal. We don't know who's on what lap, so we've just got to try and talk about, okay, yeah. So it have just seen Banks Perry, number 7 entry. They've just gone in second in class. That's the Ginetta I was just talking about. Right behind McKee in the 36. Now that Civic looks to be going quite slowly. I'm not sure why. Maybe it just might have been the corner, but no, it's been overtaken. I'm not 100% sure. Never mind. But yeah, we just don't know what's going on tonight. I have no idea what's going on. Well, there's your commentator, Kieran Mogg, telling you he's got no idea what's going on. I'll pretend that I do. 44 car there, that's Alok Iyengar now that's taken over that car, I think, from Ben Williams. There's some dust being kicked up on the exit of Tower Corner. Someone I think has gone wide there. Black and orange mechanical warning flag going out to somebody. I think that's to the 34 car possibly. Yeah, that's the Elisa, which is Ben Brooks driving that car. He's taken that over from Rob Bottom. I think possibly we need to watch out for that. The roof might be trying to part company with the car on the Lotus, from what I can gather.
It wouldn't be the first time it's happened.
No. The 19 there is Wayne Lawson. That's the car that we're having the little pit stop tour without. There's now a black flag going out as well, which we will update you on. There's black and white driving standards flags going out too, so there's all colours of flags going out. But it is still the BMW leading, but by how much? Because it was down to 3/4 of a second at the start of this lap, and I think the lead has changed, I can see, out of the commentary box window, in that Morgan Bailey has taken the lead of the race now. He's got ahead of Martin Gadsby, and Morgan Bailey, number 236, has taken the lead of the race. Meanwhile, there is Sam McKee, and he now is in the lead of Class C, because he's got ahead of the Ginetta of Daniel Perry, number 7.
Yes, absolutely. This is, so lead changes all over the place at the moment. And, yes, I'm just waiting, obviously, for the leaders to come across the line. So we can see the number 36 and number 7. So this is the battle leads for Class C.
And it's the three-way battle, because you've got in there as well the Matt Creed BMW. So it's a bit confusing what's going on elsewhere. But this is the clearest and cleanest battle of the race. It's Sam McKee. Well, he said he was a championship contender. I thought he was being cheeky, but he's trying to prove me wrong now. He's been listening to the commentary on the car radio, I think, as it's been going around.
If he's got confidence and backs it up, then fair enough. It's not cockiness if he's backing it up on track.
The Ginetta, though, which is a sort of car designed for the racetrack, taking it to the road legal car of Sam McKee. There's 9 minutes of this race to go. Bailey has now come through and is now 5.5 seconds clear of Jones. A 10-second penalty going out for somebody. Not quite sure who that is for just at the moment. No update on that as yet. So 8.5 minutes to go.
In the meantime, exactly what we're looking at. Sorry, Ian. He's just pulled a 5.3 second lead over the BMW in second place. So what you were saying, obviously, about Jones being the quicker driver at the time, I think that might have been the case. Yeah, 5.3 seconds now is the difference between the two leaders in Class A. So that is quite a large margin. So, and even Williams in third place, say again in Class A, is 24 seconds behind. So
the other thing to look at, is Class B, because there's only 3/4 of a second between those two. There is one of the cars involved, and right behind it is the other car that is involved. So that is the Ginetta now, which is now being driven by Chris Webster in the second half of this race, ahead of the 421 car of John Munday. So that is the battle for the Class B lead, the Ginetta and the Honda Civic just behind it. So that's a battle for position with 7.5 minutes of the race left to go.
100%, and they're obviously getting held up by this Class A number 10 BMW M2 right in front of them, which is not ideal. It means that the Civic there is just having a bit of a look at the inside of the Ginetta, but for the time being, the Ginetta just stays in front. But yeah, I mean, it's what, 4 and a bit tenths? What's the difference? Let's have a look.
3/4 of a second at the start of the lap. It's now, 5 tenths, basically.
5 tenths of a second, yeah. So they're right, obviously, nose to tail with each other. And this is a battle that's going to go on for the next. Oh, we've only got 7 minutes left of this race. So he needs to get a hurry on if he wants to get that place off the Ginetta to get that class lead.
Class D now is being led by the Adcocks. I think it's Matthew Adcock that's taken over from his father. Yes, it is. For the second half of the race in the BMW Compact, they're ahead of Chris Fantana and also the 66 Adrian Johnson Chief Mazda MX-5. Here is the Honda Civic chasing after the Cupra, which is the, trying to work out what position that is for. We'll pick that up in a minute. There, though, is the Class B lead battle. It's still really tight, isn't it? It's Chris Webster against John Munday in the 421 Honda Civic. They've just got the Scirocco now ahead of them, of Ben Walkinshaw as well. That Scirocco actually has been put together from 2 Sciroccos, one which was a good chassis, one which had a good engine. And Chris Fantana on the inset from Class D is serving his pit stop penalty because I think he wasn't pushed back into the pit lane as he should have been after making his stop. Scirocco going off briefly to try and get out of the way of those 2 faster cars coming through, the Ginetta and the Honda, that are disputing Class B lead, and it's the Honda that's gone wide though as a result.
Yes, absolutely. He's just obviously on the outside, less grip out of there, a bit more marbles from the tyres, obviously, and just ran out of road, unfortunately. So, not ideal passing traffic. And this is, again, what we're talking about at the start of the race. Passing the traffic is one of the big key differences between this and one of the sprint races, because you're having to constantly do this for 45 minutes, trying to make your way through the traffic to a point that's not going to compromise your run. In the meantime, though, this could be interesting. This is Ryan Parker, number 6. So where is he up to now? He is currently...
he's 17th. 6th in Class A.
So he's right behind the 117. So effectively, this is what we were seeing at the start of the race. This is 2nd place and 17th place, but really they're kind of racing each other.
They are. And I think Ryan Parker will get through. He's the faster driver of these 2 now. But he's a lap down, and that's the problem. And the car that's leading is still pulling away. It's lapping faster than the likes of Ryan Parkin, or indeed Scott Parkin. Doing 127s, 128s, Morgan Bailey. He's had a very good race. Oh, there's a bit of contact there, I think, between a couple of cars as they came out of the final corner there.
Yeah, I have to say, the difference between Scott Parkin and Bailey, the current effective race leader, the 236 Civic, the gap is not extending at all. So They've only a couple of seconds in between them. Obviously, I know that, you know, Parkin's a lap down. Here we can see them on screen now. So there's Parkin, and there is Bailey right behind him as well. So a couple of seconds. That gap is not extending. It's not decreasing, but it's not really extending either. So, yeah, Parkin is obviously on the pace of the leaders. He's just unfortunate down in what place is he now? He's in. Well, that's Ryan in 16th place. Scott's in 13th place now.
He is, but also still not on the lead lap, crucially.
No.
Which is the problem that he has got. He is one of those that lost out with that safety car intervention. Mark Burton being another, who was our Class B leader. There's our Class C lead battle. It is still Sam McKee that is at the head of it, and it's 8th place overall as well. Matt Creed 2nd, and then it's Daniel Perry in 3rd in that number 7 car. So these 3 Class B cars C cars right together, and now the Clio is alongside McKee, and it's going to be Creed. Is it for the lead of Class C into Tower Corner? No, not quite. It's McKee still ahead. He's going to try and hold on for 3 more minutes of this race, but the Clio, again, a more pure race-bred car possibly, is challenging, and it's side by side through the Jim Clark S's, and the slightly bigger Clio muscles its way past and knocks Sam McKee down 2nd place. So Creed's made up 2 positions there. McKee's not having the end of that, though, is he? He was challenging again into Sunny, and he'll try and get back if he can, but he also needs to keep the number 7 car at bay as well.
I was just about to say, they are in a perfect position. The Banks Perry, number 7 Ginetta, literally waiting for these two to have a little mistake, have a little incident, and to go, thank you very much, the lead of the class is mine. These 3 line astern for the lead of Class C. This is what we love to see, with the Porsche right behind them as well, number 76, I believe it is.
Yep,
yes. These 3 are just line astern, and here comes the Ginetta. It's pulling out of the stream of the BMW down the start-finish straight. They are now alongside, so this is for 2nd place of the class, and I believe he has just overtaken, yes, and the Porsche is also just getting past this Class C battle for the lead. The Ginetta is in the gravel, but just about holds on to 2nd place in front of the BMW. That was astonishing. So now, what he's going to do, he's going to stick it on the back of that Porsche, let him carry him up to the Clio in the lead, and then just try and follow. But that Porsche is so fast, so much power, that's why it is a different category.
Minute and a half to go. Morgan Bailey has completed 24 laps of this race, now well clear of the 117 car in 2nd place. 188, Joe Williams, that is in 3rd place. Number 8, our Class B leader, Chris Webster, is in 4th. John Monday, 421, is in 5th position, and there is that car that is leading Class B. There's a bit more of a gap now, 3.5 seconds or so back to John Monday between these two for the Class B lead battle, and also not too far away from coming through again, I don't think, is the race leading car, and this time it will be to start the 26th and final lap of the race. There's James Birch coming through in the Corsa, which is keeping an eye out for that Civic to come through, as Sam McKee is trying to get back ahead of the Ginetta, isn't he? But out of our window, couldn't quite make it work. That's from one Ginetta to another. That's the Class B leading car on screen now, and there is the one that is fighting for 2nd in Class C, with the Audi TT coming up behind it as well.
Yeah, 100%, and that also means that Bailey in the 236 is not far behind. There we go, you can see the back of your screen. That is the race leader going on to his final lap of the race. So this is the Class B lead at the moment. B lead. C lead, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, so it just never stops, it never stops.
The Clio is now a bit more secure, I think, in the lead of that class, because McKee and Perry have been battling over 2nd place within the class. They've now been picked off by Morgan Bailey as well. So Morgan Bailey, they're on to their final lap as well, but Bailey has passed them. And Bailey will probably, before the end of the lap, pass the class leader as well, I would think.
I'd have thought so, but there he is. There is Bailey coming through the Jim Clark S's now. He has he's done everything he needed to do. Obviously, he took advantage of the safety car, pitted at the right time, and he's just had the pace. He got back past the 117 BMW for the overall lead, and yeah, he's just fighting his way through traffic, but he's got a 34-second gap now back to that BMW in 2nd place. He's done everything he needed to do. As the BMW goes off, spins. Wow, that was okay.
That was Richard Phillips, the man from Plymouth, in the BMW 125i. Meanwhile, our race leader into the complex for the final time, 2:36 then. Morgan Bailey, he's been towards the front all the way through, the driver from Brigg, turning his way out of the final corner now, sprinting towards the line. He goes past the Class C leader, Matt Creed, and the checkered flag goes out, and victory for Morgan Bailey in the first ever Tagiwa Road Sports Championship race. He wins overall. Matt Creed wins his class. His Class B drivers still heading towards the checkered flag there as well, and Class D is yet to be completed as well. And it was McKee that got back ahead of Perry, so the BMW back ahead of the Ginetta for second place within Class C as well. But it looks like for Class B, it's going to be Chris Webster to bring it home relatively comfortably in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he hasn't had it easy. He hasn't had it all his own way. He's had to fight for it, but coming through the complex for the last time now, this Ginetta is very, very, very well prepared. It's a lovely looking car. It always stands out when you're at the track with it, and yeah, coming home fourth place overall with a Class B win as well. So he'll come onto the start-finish straight now. You can see it in the back of your screen. There it is, coming to take the checkered flag and the Class B win.
Yeah, so well done to the two of them, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster in the number 8 car. They win by just about 2 seconds in the end from John Munday within Class B. The Class D victory has gone the way of Matthew and Phil Adcock. They've come across the line to win Class D in their BMW Compact, from Adrian Johnson in second and Chris Fantana in third within that class. Class A, by the way, is Bailey the winner, Gadsby and Jones second, and Williams third. And third place in Class B was the Sam Dennis, Ethan Simmons Honda Civic Type R. A confusing race, a chaotic race. I think some drivers will feel a little unhappy with how things panned out, but I think certainly a worthy winner in Morgan Bailey. He was so fast in qualifying and very fast in the race as well, Kieran.
Yeah, 100%. He obviously he fully deserved it, but yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of people that may ask a few questions about exactly what happened to try and understand that health and safety car procedure. But at the end of the day, that's how it lines up.
Yeah, here are the results then. Morgan Bailey, 236, taking the win at the end of 26 laps in the Honda Civic Type R, winning by 34.5 seconds in the end from number 117, Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones. Third place went to number 188, Joe Williams. Fourth place in number 8 in winning Class B, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster in the Ginetta G40. Fifth was number 421, John Munday. Sixth was number 1, Sam Dennis and Ethan Simmons, completing the Class B podium ahead of number 40, which was the car of Chris Morton. Eighth in the end was the number 89 car, which was Scott Parkin in the Audi. Ninth, number 76, Michael Downey in the Porsche. 10th and winning Class C, 1-2-3, Matt Creed. 11th, number 36, second in Class C was Sam McKee. And 12th overall was number 7, third in Class C, Jez Banks and Daniel Perry. Mark Burton, our early Class B leader, was 14th. If we head down the screens, we'll see in 25th and 26th positions the first two cars in Class D, Matthew and Phil Adcock in the BMW Compact. They were a couple of laps down ahead of Adrian Johnson in the BMW. And on the next screen, we'll have the third place car in that class, which was Chris Fantana, who was in 29th place overall at the end of the opening round of the 2025 Tagiwa Road Sports Championship. And tomorrow, more endurance racing, because we've got the 150-minute race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Some of the same cars will be out, but there'll be a lot of different ones as well. Let's head down to pit lane. Tom Butterworth is going to speak to our successful drivers from Road Sports.
Morgan, all action in the Tagiwa Road Sports 45-minute mini endurance race, I think is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah. So, well, we got a good start. Managed to get Scott into turn 1 around the outside, and then I did glance in the left-hand mirror and see a BMW there, and I thought, oh heck, where's he come from? But managed to keep him on the outside for turn 2. Put some really quick laps in early on, qualifying laps, to get this gap. I knew how important that gap was. Got that 3.5 second gap, was maintaining that, and safety car come out. I knew it was going to be gridlock down here in the pit lane, and given the extent of the damage to the cars at turn 1, which I hope they're all alright, I thought we'll stick it out and do second lap round for the pit stop, a bit less busy. It turns out it was pretty good. We're straight in and straight out. I think we only lost 2 seconds in a bit of traffic here, but yeah, spot on. Really pleased with that. Thanks for everyone who helps.
Happy days, and the car looks good as well. No damage to it or anything like that?
No, not at all. Clean race that. Faultless, absolute faultless. Thank you very much.
Good, great stuff. We're going to move on to the Class C winner as well, but I just want to point out something as well. Something that you don't really get to experience on when you're watching it on TV is the smell of racing. And standing here, you can smell the brakes, you can smell the hot exhaust, you can smell the race fuel. It really does just bring it home to me. It's one of the things I love the most about being here in person. So just moving on now, we've got Matt Creed, Class C winner.
Yeah, brilliant race. Was Class B last year, supercharged, went back to NA because it's sort of championship now, and do you know what? Probably the best race I've had here for the last 5 years with road sports now is epic. Like the battles with McKee and the bloke in the Ginetta is just best fun I've ever had racing today. For the last 5 years, best race I've ever had. Brilliant.
Brilliant, yeah. I mean, you can see the smile on your face, ear to ear.
Yeah, brilliant. It's just the way the car was handling, the track action out there, it's the closest C-class racing I've ever had. So, yeah, epic. So happy to have a race win and first race of the year. And just aiming for that championship, really pushing for it.
Brilliant. Great stuff, and congratulations on the class victory. We're going to move on. What have we got here? The 88.
Adcox.
Trying to find you on my sheet.
Adcox.
Oh, the Adcox in the 88, right? And you are Class D. Class D winners then.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an incredibly competitive class, so we're very, very lucky. But any of the 4, 5, 6 cars could do it, and actually the safety car is very lucky for us this time.
So how do you find it through the pits?
Oh, fab on the fits. For us, it worked out really well, didn't it? It was actually very fortunate. We used our radios to just get in before the window closed. And, then Matthew went out and had a really good battle with Chris Fantana, who's a great driver.
Yeah, we saw him actually. We covered him. He got a quite a lengthy penalty, I think, at one point, and had to come in for that. But you timed it just right with the pits then, and got in just before the pit window closed. So I imagine it was going to be fairly quiet at that point.
We managed to get in right as it opened under a safety car. I think maybe half a train kind of caught it at the right time. So that's where the radios really came in handy, because I could count down the time, and Dad could get in right at the start of the safety car window. So we knew we got a nice cheap stop. And then, it was just a really good race with Chris and the other Mazda to the end after a safety car. It was a lot of fun.
Well, sorry for Pip Hammond. Yeah. Pip was incredibly quick, and he was just the wrong side of the safety cars. So I think he'll be back.
Yeah. I think there was a few like that, to be honest with you, that just got caught out just the wrong side of it. But congratulations on Class D. And then we've got Chris Webster and Matthew Tidmarsh, sorry. Over here, Matthew Tidmarsh. Class B winners as well, so happy with that one?
Yeah, very. We didn't have the best qualification, but to bring it back into first place, yeah, it was great. Safety car played to hands a bit, but yeah, consistent laps and kept it on the black stuff.
I've asked a few people as well. Chaos in the pits?
A little bit, yeah.
managed to navigate it pretty well, though?
Wasn't too bad. We were one of the first in, weren't we, into the pits? So, we were one of the first out. Not too bad, but I can imagine it got quite funky, really. But
funky's a good way to describe it, definitely. All right, guys, well, congratulations on Class B, and back tomorrow for the Club Enduro as well. Great stuff. So that brings to an end the Tagiwa Road Sports 45-minute endurance race, mini endurance race. And coming up next will be the F1000.
Yes, it's the second race of the day for the F1000's third race of the weekend will be tomorrow. So it's a triple head of the F1000. I think it's for a few categories here today. Earlier on, we had a win for Matthew Higginson, and that was his first win since Brands Hatch earlier on in last season, so about a year ago. But he took the win. But it was a close run thing between himself and Craig Pollard, with James Clennell in third. Rob Wellham was a non-finisher though. He was leading though in the early race. He blasted through into the lead, and then it all fell apart for him. Kieran.
Yes, absolutely. It's such a shame, obviously, that it ended that way. He had so much pace underneath him, and I think he is out again. Oh, the car stopped in the back stretch.
There is, which is unusual. We'll pick that up in a moment.
I hope that's not right. I don't think
no,
it's wrong.
Rob Wellham is out there, though, I can see.
Yes.
Good.
good. It's glad he's got the car back up and running again. Yeah, he had so much pace earlier on, so it'd be good to see him getting in that top flight battle again once again with the leaders. But yeah, there's a car stopped on the back straight.
I think it's Eric Cowell that has stopped just by the old pit lane exit, just before that shot started, if you know what I mean, that you've been looking at
there we
on the live stream. There's a distant view of him. I think that is Eric Cowell, which is a great shame because he's a newcomer, the 19-year-old from Coventry, a mechanical engineer at the University of Sheffield, following in the footsteps of his Auntie Hazel and his grandfather as well, both motorsport competitors in only his second season of racing in the Suzuki-powered car that's run by the Jedi Racing Cars outfit. So the marshals have gone over to try and attend to him, but I think they'll have to push him off the circuit. Now, these cars do have a green flag lap as well, so we've only had the sort of assembly lap to the, or half a lap to the grid so far. There will be a green flag lap, so it shouldn't cause a sort of delay to the start as such, because we hadn't yet got as far as the green flag lap.
But in the meantime, though, it's worth mentioning this is obviously a reverse grid.
Yes, it is. So a partially reverse grid. We'll go through the full order in a moment, but it was the top 10 reversed. I mean, we only had 11 finishers in the first race, so that's nearly everybody. The only one that wasn't included in that reversal was Stuart Miller, but it does mean it's, I think, David Shepherd that will be on pole position. We'll get confirmation of that when the graphics come on in a minute. There is Eric Cowell's car being pushed out of the way onto the infield, I think is where they're going to push it sort of round the corner and out of harm's way. But that's a great shame for Eric to be out of the race. In the meantime, the countdown procedure is continuing, I think.
Yes, absolutely. And I've just spotted as well, Wellham has just pulled up outside our commentary box because he's obviously right at the back of the grid.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we can see obviously that car is back on the grid and he's only 2 spots behind the race winner. So,
well, yes. So you cannot write him off in this race. No, you cannot write anybody off in this race, I don't think. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up then for this second race of the weekend for the F1000 Championship. Pole position then with this reverse grid is Dave Shepherd. It was Davey at the back, his hashtag for race 1. It's Davey very much at the front, the hashtag for race 2. 98 is alongside him, that's Daniel Hunter. 44 and 24 on the second row. Well, no 24 Eric Cowell, because he's been pushed off the track as we've seen. 44 though is there, that's Bert Chapman. Row 3 of the grid, number 18 Cales Cole and 19 Sam Satchwell. The fourth row will be 3 Tom Westworth and 42 James Clennell. Getting into our podium finishes from the first race now. 1 Craig Pollard and 83 Matt Higginson on row 5. And on row 6 of the grids, number 7 Stuart Miller and number 5 Rob Wellham, our only non-finisher from the earlier race with those dramas that we had. Looking to make amends for those in the second race of the season.
Yes, absolutely he is. And obviously, I don't know if you found out. I didn't manage to find out exactly what happened with the car at the first race today. But yeah, with him obviously only 2 spots behind the leaders, it means that he's literally staring right at the back of the cars he was racing against on the grid. So, yeah, like you say, we cannot count him out of this race.
Not at all. Worth reminding people as well that there are 2 drop scores that drivers can have in the championship, and they've got their 2 worst results of the season. And it's going to be a 16 round calendar altogether, 16 races, so best 14 scores count. So it already means that Rob Wellham is kind of thinking, can't really afford too many more of those. Ultimately, that's what it did for Tom Gadd last year. He won most races in the championship, but didn't win the title because he had an engine problem at Silverstone that wiped out 2 races. He'd already had a non-finish at Brands, and that was game over for him.
It's the consistency that wins races.
It is. Consistency is important now. Right. Davey at the front has decided to be Davey in the pit lane now. And possibly that is because he is very inexperienced, for his own and everybody else's safety. Maybe he just thought, actually, maybe this isn't the best idea, because I'm inexperienced to start from the front of the grid. I'll start from the pit lane and let everyone else continue with their race. So that puts Daniel Hunter, number 98, on the de facto
looks quite lonely
pole
there.
position. He does, doesn't he? It's not a very flattering shot. That's slightly better.
There we go. He's got his friends with him now.
Absolutely.
Right, lights are on.
And the race gets underway now then. Looks like they're all away. There's Kales Cole sort of dipping out, and she's making a good move there, isn't she? Kales Cole it is that's going to lead into the first corner at Clairvaux, I would think, and we'll pick up who is in second place in just a moment. They're making their way through Hawthorne for the first time. It looks like it's Pollard already up to second and Higginson's to third. That's not taking long. Where's Rob Wellham in all of this then? We'll pick up him in a moment. He's fifth, Rob Wellham, from the back of the grid, and Higginson is now going past Kales Cole and is right with Craig Pollard. So we've got two of the front runners, the second and first from race one, already from this reverse grid into P1 and P2. Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. Pollard already into first place, and they haven't even reached, basically, they only reached midpoint on lap one. That is absolutely incredible. Yeah, Rob Wellham, there we go. There he is, behind the white car, in the number 5, just trying to make the inroads to catch back up to the people that he was racing again this morning. Thankfully, that car is back out. That's always good to see. But yes, so these coming round the complex now. Third and fourth look quite close, and you've got this gigantic train that we're currently looking at as well. So yeah, there's a lot of cars still trying to find their position, still trying to position themselves on the track and everything. Rob Wellham currently in 5th place. And here we go, so Craig Pollard, followed by Higginson, followed by James Connell, followed by Kaylee Cole, and Rob Wellham in 5th, Sam Sanchez in 6th, Thomas Westworth in 7th, 8th is Bert Chapman, 9th is Daniel Hunter.
Yeah, so it's the top 3 from race 1, all into the podium. There's one off in the gravel, though, at Clairvaux, I can see. Oh. It's the 44 car, Bert Chapman. Well, that's not Chapman's Corner, the name of his YouTube channel. Clairvaux is the place that he has gone off into the gravel trap and out of the race, I'm afraid, and is only just on the edge of the circuit there. Meanwhile, Wellham is up another position. He's into 4th. He's past the Irish driver, Kales Cole, up into P4, and now he'll be hunting after James Clonell. But we have yellow flags on the exit of the hairpin because of the car that's in the gravel trap, and now the safety car coming out onto the circuit, which we kind of expected, didn't we?
Absolutely, and I'll tell you who this plays into the hands of, this Robert Wellham, because if you look, Clonell has lost 2 seconds to Higginson and Pollard in 1st and 2nd place. So this means that Rob Wellham is going to be in 4th place, staring again at Craig Pollard and Higginson in 1st and 2nd place, with only James Clonell in the middle of him and them.
So we are working lap 2 of this race, but the safety car is out because Bert Chapman has gone off, 33-year-old from Guildford, who works in software sales in the TSR, Team Sellers Racing, Suzuki-powered Jedi. The number 3 car, Tom Westworth, he's possibly picked up some damage. Looks like his front wing might be hanging off. We'll try and have a closer look at that if we can. Don't think we've had any reports of any contact involving him, but clearly he's picked up some damage. Damage.
You hungry?
I think so. Somewhere along the lines. So, see how much of this. There's the 3 car.
It looks a bit wonky, yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of kind of flapping a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a bit more than.
On the right-hand side, just dropped a bit. I think.
Yeah. So that's something to be mindful of. That's Tom Westworth, then, the 22-year-old from Rainhill. Works in car sales. Not Team Sellers Racing car. Karting back in 2008 did Tom. Leader then is Craig Pollard. Of course, Pollard was 2nd in race 1, and Higginson, number 83, who is 2nd, was the winner earlier on today. 3rd is Clonell, number 42, the 42-year-old from Manhattan, a software engineer. Started racing back in 2011 in Formula V. He was the Clubman's Cup champion in 2024. This car is a 2023 car that's run by Jedi Racing Cars. Again, another Suzuki Hayabusa engineers. The majority of them do have.
Yes, and I've just seen as well, the recovery vehicle is on track down at turn 1 to pick up the Bert Chapman number 44 as well. So hopefully, I'd imagine, I can see it lifting at the moment, so possibly next time around the May. Here we go. So the car being recovered. So yeah, it won't be this time because the cars are just coming towards the complex now. But next time around, maybe we will be going racing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there, Kieran. Yeah. So Bert Chapman's car being taken away. The driver's out there. Sam Satchwell, he's in 6th position at the moment. Car number 19, 30-year-old from Southampton, a financial advisor. 2022 starter to his motorsport career. His car run by the Jedi team with his mechanic Gareth, who used to run some of the Mattel cars, and he's had this particular car since 2022, Sam, when he started racing. The other driver to talk to you about is Hunter, Danny Hunter, who's 40 from Cambridge, but formerly Manchester. He's a solar maintenance company owner. In his first season of racing, it's the ex-Ben Huntley car, now run by JSB Autos. That car running in 9th position of the 10 cars that are still running, because we've lost Eric Cowell, we've lost Bert Chapman. Dave Shepherd did get underway from the pit lane, so he's running in 10th place. The grid for the 3rd race, by the way, tomorrow is set by the fastest lap times from this race. It's not a reverse grid, just a conventional grid, but it's set by the order of the fastest lap times. At the moment, that is putting Craig Pollard on pole position, but of course we've only had one flying lap so far. It'll be very tight for 2nd and 3rd though, Higginson and Clennell, but I suspect after we get going there'll be some more quick laps, unless it starts raining or something. With these cars on slick tyres, of course, the Hoosier tyres, that wouldn't be particularly pretty.
No, definitely not. But in all fairness, the sky went quite dark about an hour ago, just before the not the Road Sports, yes, the Road Sports Championship went obviously on track. Now it looks like it seems brightening up a bit. I mean, there's no sun, but there's no real dark clouds around either.
No, I think it should stay fine for the rest of the day's racing. We've got 2 more races to come after this, of course. We've got the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship and the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship to conclude the first day's racing here at Croft. And then don't forget 7 more races tomorrow, including the Tiki World Club Enduro Championship. That's the 2.5-hour race tomorrow, getting underway at 3:20 in the afternoon. So a long old race, the longest of the season for the Tiki World Club Enduro Championship. Look forward to that. Meanwhile, there's still 7 minutes or so of this F1000 Race Two. I think the safety car lights are out, which means that we should get to the 5 or 6 laps of racing, I think, once we get back underway.
Absolutely. So we're coming back through the complex now, and it's all on Craig Pollard now. So obviously he's going to be backing up Higginson into Clennell, and obviously what he wants to do is give Clennell a chance at Higginson. So Higginson is distracted and he can get on with it. Speaking of getting on with it, he has gone. So I think he may have caught him napping just a little bit, and therefore already Robert William is starting to look at an overtake. Pollard comes out the last corner and he's absolutely away. Already Wellham in 2 side by side alongside Clennell, and I think coming down towards the corner, they're still side by side, and just about Clennell holds on to 3rd place, but for how much longer? Coming through Hawthorne now, and you can see, what's happening?
That's Westworth getting ahead of Sam Satchwell, I think. Yeah, so 3, Tom Westworth through to 6th position. I think with that restart, Rob Wellham was mindful of not overtaking kind of before the timing line.
True.
And he has now got past him, I think, going into Tower Bend. So there we go, he's gone through. And Westworth has also gone through. He's gone to 5th position now at the expense of Kelsey Cole. So Tom Westworth there, 2 places he's made up in quick succession, the 22-year-old from Rainhill.
Yes, 100%. So there we go. Rob Wellham is now into 3rd place, and obviously we're looking now at Sam Satchwell, Kaylee Cole, and Thomas Westworth. Yeah, these 3 obviously have been fighting so far all day long, really. They're right with each other, as the top 3 have been as well. As I'm looking at the top 3 out of the commentary box window, and it looks like Higginson is closing back up on Pollard, and Wellham is closing up on Higginson. So these 3 are just slowly climbing towards each other. Here we go though. Kaylee Cole around the outside of Sam Satchwell. No, sorry, he's trying to overtake Sam Satchwell, couldn't quite make any inroads. Now right in the slipstream of Sam Going towards turn 1, can't quite make any inroads and is still stuck behind that number 190.
Look who's done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:18.659. Rob Wellham, as he has got past James Glenelg. He's got the bit between his teeth. He's a feisty driver, is Rob Wellham. He has got these two very much in his sights. He was a second behind Higginson at the start of the lap. It looks like it's less than that now. Looking out the window and looking at the screens, and it was 8/10 between Pollard and Higginson. So we've probably got 4 minutes. We've probably got 4 laps left after this, I would think, maybe 3. But either way, Rob Wellham is, I think, going to be in contention here for second place, maybe even the win.
I mean, it honestly could go either to any of them. Pollard, Higginson, Wellham. I wouldn't count any of them out at this point, even though there's 1 point. Probably at this point, 1.5 seconds separating the 3 of them. We've seen already today what happens when these 3 get close. So yeah, I wouldn't count any of them out. So on the start finish straight, let's have a look at the gaps. So it is 1 second to Higginson from Pollard, and then basically a second as well. So they're actually separated by just over 2 seconds now.
Well,
so.
yeah, Pollard's now done the best lap first,
Yeah.
1:18.220. Wellham and Higginson to within 1/10 of a second, almost identical lap time. So not a lot to choose between them on the last lap. So he's still got his head down there as Rob Wellham, but he's pretty equidistant the first 3 at the moment. James Glenelg is about 2 and a bit seconds behind them in 4th, and Westwood 5th, and Satchwell in 6th position. There's Wellham on screen now, the number 5 car for the driver from Ipswich. Quite experienced now in F1000, been racing it for a good few seasons and has had championship titles under his belt. He was the champion in 2022, the runner-up in 2023, he was 3rd in 2024. He's trying to reverse that trend of being 1 place further down the championship table each year, I think, this season, and reset that to P1, I would think, this year, if he possibly can. He's got a little bit of an uphill struggle with that retirement from earlier on in the day, but he's still going after the top 2 here, Craig Pollard and Matthew Higginson. And I think we are going to get, it might even be 3 more laps out of this, because, yeah, they could get 3 more laps, I reckon, out of this. And now Higginson's done the best lap of the race, a 1:18.031. So, and Pollard there, massively out of shape, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a little bit too much on the brakes. You can see he's just trying to gain as much time as he can and just press that brake a little bit too much. As he started to turn in the back, it was still locking up just a little bit too much, and obviously the back just slid out of the way. But that means that Higginson is now right on the back of Pollard, coming down towards Tower. He's having to defend. He's pulling to the right as Higginson goes to the left, right on the outside. Can't quite make the move. Pollard sits right behind him. Robert Wellham is now watching this going, if these two make a little mistake, I'm there. So going towards the Clark S's now, going down towards Bar Croft and Sunny Inn. Craig Pollard is now, he was in a comfortable position, almost a second ahead of Higginson, and he's now got him right behind him. He is making sure that he stays there, but Higginson, it doesn't want to.
Yeah, so they're making their way through the complex for, I think, with 2 more laps to go at the end of this one, which will make it 10-lap race in spite of that safety car intervention, and we've got a real grandstand finish on our hands here. I think these are the 3 drivers that throughout the season are going to be the main ones to watch this year. They've just got that little bit of an edge over everyone else. Look at the gap, it's come down to 3/10 with that mistake for Pollard at the beginning of that lap. Nobody improving their lap times that time through. The 3 of them now covered by 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, I think Higginson just took a little bit too much curb there and just flicked the car a little bit too wide. So that's going to give Craig Pollard a little bit of breathing room. But does that mean that Rob... Oh, no, never mind. Ignore me. I'm talking absolute rubbish. Because Higginson is right on the back of Pollard still. He's having a bit of a look. Just pulled out the 60 ever so slightly just to show Craig Pollard his nose. Craig Pollard not phased at all. He keeps his car on the position. He brakes where he needs to. And he goes around Tower Bend without any issues. So through the Clark S's. And yeah, there's a bit more of a gap now forming between themselves and Robert Wellham. So I think it's now just a 2-horse race between Pollard and Higginson. They should be going on to the final lap this time around. So they've only got, 2 and a bit miles to decide who is, there we go, 2.1 miles to decide who is going to take this win. Can Higginson get the second one today? Can Pollard get the win?
Is Rob Wellham struggling a little bit? That's the question. He's not really taken the fight to Higginson and Pollard in the way that we thought they might. Is the leaders to go over the line and should get the last lap for this time? Yes, they do. But Wellham, yeah, he's dropped back again, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Is this car going to get to the end of the race? We don't know what's wrong with it in the first place.
No.
They've patched it up, got it out. That was a slow lap from him in the 1:20s. Can he even get it to the checkered flag? He could really do with the points.
100%, and James Clennell is right on the back of him now. I can see it out of the commentary box window, but we're focusing on the leaders because they are nose to tail. There we go. There's Rob Wellham and James Clennell right nose to tail. Clennell is looking to the left, trying to go round the outside. They almost touch wheels, but they're leaving each other just enough room. Round the outside, James Clennell. That is absolutely astonishing racecraft from both of them.
Or even Matthew Higginson getting past Craig Pollard.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm so sorry. I was like...
And they're still side by side as they head through the Jim Clark S's. And it's Higginson that has done it. He's got through ahead of Pollard now. Into the back mark of traffic they go, and that has undone Matt Higginson's good work. Pollard's got it back. The traffic sorted it. Pollard's going to win this. Out of the race has gone James Clennell, I think that is. I think he's stopped out on the circuit now, and it's going to be Craig Pollard that comes through to win, or is it into the hair from the inside? Higginson up the inside line. Nose is cut off him by Craig Pollard. It's the sprint to the line now, but I think Pollard's got it in him to make it 1-1 between these two in the F1000 Championship this year. Pollard wins. Higginson second. Rob Wellham brings the car home in a slightly sick third place, and then it's fourth position going the way of Sam Satchwell. Cales Cole is fifth, and up into the top six, I think, will come Dan Hunter, because James Clennell, we saw his car pull off on the final lap of the race. He stopped over there at the chicane, so a bit of attrition in that race. We've got Clennell retiring. We lost Westworth as well towards the end. We hadn't spotted that before, as well as Chapman and Cowell. So a few cars with some remedial work needing to be done overnight, it would seem. But yeah, a dramatic final lap. I thought Higginson had got it, and then the traffic came into play.
100%, and this is what we're talking about during the road sports. Traffic management is such an important skill to acquire. Not so much probably in F1000 racing, but in motorsport you have to. And in that instance, it was just completely caught Higginson off guard. But importantly, Higginson has the fastest lap of the race. That means he's on pole for tomorrow.
That's right. So here are the results of that race, the second of the weekend for the F1000 Championship. Craig Pollard took the win in car number 1 at the end of 10 laps of racing, beating number 83, Matthew Higginson, by 0.482 seconds. Third place went the way of number 5, Rob Wellham, 4.014 seconds behind the winner. Fourth was number 19, Sam Satchwell. Cales Cole, number 18, was in fifth. In sixth place was number 98, Dan Hunter. He was the last driver on the lead lap. James Clennell will be removed from the results because he didn't actually make it to the checkered flag, so it'll be Dave Shepherd in 7th and Stuart Miller in 8th, the last of the finishers for round 2 of the F1000 Championship. And as I say, they are back out again tomorrow. That'll be the third race on tomorrow's programme. We get underway tomorrow with practice and qualifying for the Skiway Club Enduro Championship at 12 o'clock. We'll be on air around about 12:30 for the first race of the day, which will be the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. They've got 2 races tomorrow. We've also got the Sustain Fuels Formula V, the F1000s, of course, the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, the JGM Place Mazda 7s, more Sports 1000 action before we get to the TUR Club Enduro Championship. But before that, we've got 2 races still to come today. The Clios and the Mazda 7s are still to come this evening. You can see, though, the cars heading down the pit lane at the end of that F1000 race. And Tom Butterworth will be moving in to speak to them in just a few moments. Reminder, if you're here at the circuit, Cafe open, last orders at 7:15, and they're open until 8 o'clock tonight for your lasagna. So that's what you can have if you're at the circuit. If you're watching on the live stream, of course, you're welcome to have whatever you like for your tea. Last car just coming into the pit lane, that is the 98 car of Dan Hunter. He's being signalled down to the park made by the marshals, but let's head down to Tom Butterworth.
We're just going to make our way round here. What an eventful last lap that was. Just wait on Craig getting his gloves off and his helmet off. just see how he found that one. It was described, Rob Wellham dropping out earlier on was described as defeat from the jaws of victory, and I think this was victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, it was a bit scrappy in that one actually. I think I got in my head a little bit actually. I was going to say to the guys, I think it was just one of those, I think when you get your first win of the year ticked off, then you can kind of relax a little bit, and you wouldn't think that it would apply when you got number one on the car, but I think always, you know, you just want to get the first win ticked off and kind of go from there, show you can do it again, and still remember how to drive after 6 months off in the winter.
Indeed. Well, it was great action side by side all the way through. About half a lap, I think you were side by side with each other.
Yeah, I just made a mistake a couple of laps before that, going into braking. I could see Matt in my mirrors, and I really wanted to just brake that toe that extra bit. I didn't need to, and of course I locked up going into the first corner, just got the back end out ever so slightly, and then that closed the gap to Matt, and then it was just a mistake from there. Could see Matt right on my tail, and that's the thing with this class, you know, the guys are some good drivers out there, and they kept me honest. So.
I just wanted to ask, because the mirrors are really, really small, and if you've got to drive for 15 minutes looking in them, how good are they? I mean, do they wobble about and stuff? Can you actually see pretty well behind you? What's it like?
Well, luckily for me, Matt decided to paint his car bright green, so I can see him all right.
Fair comment. All right, we'll move on. Congratulations, Craig. So we're going to move round to Matt, who's at the back of his car here. Matt, yes. I mean, we were just saying with Craig there, with great action side by side for about half a lap. I mean, I was pretty scared watching it. How did you feel in the car? And then just walk us through what happened on the last lap.
Yeah, last lap, I could obviously clearly to see Craig was struggling on his tyres, so real big pressure up on into tower. He went defensive. My brakes felt strong, so I went round the outside basically, and we were sort of neck and neck between, you know, the fast S's, and our back markers got in the way. I couldn't really predict, and obviously Craig got a better probably view of what was happening, and he just sneaked past. So yeah, it would have been a great move if I'd have finished the race in first, but you know, happy with the result. Good racing with Craig, you know, very fair, and yeah, on to the next one.
One each now.
One each, yeah. I was happy with the pace at the end, pushing him, so didn't really have the pace in race one, to be honest. So whatever we did was good, and yeah, we'll move on. Thank you.
Great stuff, thanks very much. And we'll come round finally to Rob, who was leading race one until we had a mechanical, so I'll need to ask and find out what that was, and then we'll talk us through what happened in race two as well.
Yeah, engine went in the first one, which is a shame, because obviously the engine that we've got in the other one, it's obviously had all the work done to it, like all these boys. So obviously we've got the spare engine which we put in, and I was still catching them lot on a stock motor, so that was good. And then pretty much got latched onto the back of I've gone mind blank. Matt. Yeah. And then I lost third gear, so then the whole way then I had to quick shift into fourth.
We wondered whether you were nursing an issue or not.
Yeah, I've lost third, so tomorrow will be fun with probably just all 5 gears basically. So
fingers crossed then. The pace is definitely there in the car when it's working well.
Hopefully it rains, so which I don't know if the forecast is rain, but
looks decent tomorrow by the looks of things.
Oh, lovely. My luck gets better.
Right, well that brings to an end today's action for F1000. We will move on next to the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
Second race of the day for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship coming up next. Jack Kingsbury was the winner of the race earlier on in the day from Justin Griffiths and Darren Ransom. They also took the top 3 in Class B as well for the 197s and 200s. Class B, or Class A I should say, for the 182s, that was won by Lewis Richardson, number 7, from in second place in that class, Joshua North, and third place in that class, Chris Page. That was the order from race 1. give you the grids in a moment. That was set by the fastest lap times from the first race. But Kieran, looking forward to a second race after a very entertaining first race for these cars.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously the drivers were saying they were having trouble overtaking earlier on. And one kind of theory I want to float by you. So it was a bit of sun earlier, a bit warmer.
Right.
It's got a bit cooler.
Yes.
Track temperature perhaps going down.
Okay.
Could there perhaps be a little bit more movement because less grip?
Maybe. That's a theory. We'll see if that's put into practice. I mean, I think what we might see is we could potentially see some quicker lap times. We had a best lap of 1:38.86 in the first race from Justin Griffiths that put him on pole. If it is a bit cooler, then maybe we'll see some quicker lap times. And interestingly, of course, we've got Jack Kingsbury on the second round of the grid here because, as I say, it's set by fastest lap times from race 1 rather than results. So he's got a bit of work to do from pole position. We'll give you the full grid in just a moment. And in the 182s, it was I think Lewis Richardson didn't keep hold of his win, which he was a bit concerned about after that last lap incident with Mark Ridout in the first race. But the car's heading off on the green flag lap then, so let's take a look at how the grid is going to line up for this second race, based, as I say, on the fastest lap times from race 1. The grid for race 3 will be based on the fastest lap times for this race. Justin Griffiths on pole in car 55, besides him is number 30, Darren Ransom. Second row is the winner from race 1, number 3, Jack Kingsbury, and 111, Nick Harrison. Peter O'Connor is on the inside of row 3 in number 72, so it's Joshua North, who's the first of the 182s on this occasion. Row 4 is 7 Lewis Richardson and 92 Mark Ridout, the two that came to blows at the end of race 1. Matt Hipkins, number 12, and Chris Lawrence, number 56, on the 5th row. Jan Whittaker in 297, and Chris Page, number 31, are on row 6. On the 7th row of the grid is going to be 27 James Gehagen and 18 Mark Witherington. Jack McColl in 14 and Mark Enoch 316, although he was late to the grid. He is there on row 8 of the grid. Row 9 is Jerry DePrato, and 57 Matt Poncia, and row 10 is 74 Gaz Baton, and 36 Steve Croxford. So that's the way it lines up. Have you got any thoughts on who might be a good bet for the win this time around, Kieran?
I'm always caught out because I always ask other people that question. They go, I'm not going to fall into that trap, and I'm going to respond with the same thing. I'm not falling into the trap of guessing because...
It's not guessing, it's using your knowledge and skills and experience to predict a winner.
I reckon a Renault Clio will win. No. No, to be honest, like, it could go any which way. We've seen already today that so many people at the front have an opportunity to win, and things within their control and things without their control can happen. And so I don't want to guess. I want to sit back and enjoy it.
Okay. Without feeling the pressure of having, nominated one particular driver as the chosen one. Right. Okay.
Exactly.
Probably not a bad shout. So that we're here on the green flag lap then for this penultimate race of the day, round 2 of the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Jack Kingsbury, the winner for race 1, and he has a little bit of work to do from row 2 of the grid, but he did make a good start in the earlier race as well. Just looking down, Ridout's got the front of his car patched up. He was nose on into the barriers at the complex in the earlier race, but the orange car is good to go once again. And I think everyone is there. 20 cars we should have then, with the back of the field, the number 36 Steve Croxford car for the man from Wigston Parva. The race Renault 5 TSs in the 80s in his Jade Developments car. This championship, the spiritual successor to the Renault 5 TS. I wonder if anyone's going to create a championship for the new electric Renault 5s. That'd be quite something because they're quite nice looking cars. 5-second board has been shown. Red lights are on and they go out. Away we go then. Even start from the 2 on the front row. Not a particularly good start from Jack Kingsbury from row 2, I didn't think. Let's see what he can do as they come up towards us for the first time. It looks like it is the pole position driver Griffiths that's got the advantage over Ransom. Well, that is Chris Lawrence going through the gravel trap at Clerv, although I don't think it delays him an awful lot there. He's managed to come out the other side. So it's Lawrence leading, Ransom second, Jack Kingsbury third, and Nick Harrison fourth. So the first 4 are as per their grid formation. It looks like the best of the 182s is Lewis Richardson. He's got his way ahead of Joshua North off the start line. So a good start from Lewis, the winner of race number 1 in Class A. Looking to repeat that in this second race, but for the moment it's still nose to tail between the two Class B cars of Griffiths and Ransom.
Absolutely, Ransom was the one that was vocal about saying it was difficult to overtake after the first race, and he is nose to the tail with first place at the moment, obviously just looking for any way around it he can. At the moment, not quite enough momentum, not quite enough speed to get past, but he's just staying on the back of him, just looking for, or waiting for an opportunity, waiting to try and pressure him into a mistake, if that's the way that it happens. But, yeah, just coming around to the end of the first lap now, obviously, so yeah, we've got Ransom in second place, we've got, who's that in first? I couldn't quite read the name of it. Yeah, so we've got Lawrence up past 31,
which is Chris Page.
Yeah. Here we go. So across the start line for the first time, and we've got Griffiths in first, Ransom second, Kingsbury third, Harrison fourth, Richardson fifth. Sorry, Joshua North in sixth. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think Lewis Richardson making a good start in Class A there. Top 4 in Class B, all as per the grid, so they've not really changed. They're still in pretty close formation. Richardson did make up 2 places off the grid. O'Connor went back 2 places. First race meeting for him in the more modern car. The Class B car there is the 72, that's the green fronted car. In the colours really of the Irish flag, which is where Pete originates from, although he's now based in the southwest. He's turning his way through there just behind Richardson and North, and then Martin Ridout in the orange 182 is the third of the Class A cars. Reminder that points are scored based on class finishing position rather than overall finishing position. The driver can win the championship from either of the 2 classes. I mean, it was Peter O'Connor from Class A that won it last year. There's Joshua North in that car, number 35 with 55, confusingly written on the side of it.
Yes, absolutely. In all fairness, it does say 35, but it also says 55, so yeah, it can get quite confusing. But it's also worth just saying a quick hello to everybody in the live chat as well. We haven't mentioned anything about the live chat, but it's quite busy in there at the moment, so thank you to Splash Damage, to Mark Tucker, for Fabian, to James Baker, everyone for commenting and obviously just engaging with all of your fellow motorsport fans in the chat. Well, we really do appreciate it.
And while over the line to complete lap number 2 goes Justin Griffiths, and that time through he was only 3 thousandths of a second slower than the car behind him as Darren Ransom gets set at the fastest lap of the race so far. A bit of a gap back now to 5th position, and Lewis Richardson, who looks like he's a bit of a cork in the bottle here, doesn't he? Because he's got cars from both classes queuing up behind him. Matt Hipkins has now got himself ahead of Mark Ridout as well, but is in a different class than Jan Whittaker, number 297. He's there at the back of that group, 39-year-old managing director in his 2nd season of racing in a TMC engineering run car, the ex-Jack Dwayne machine that he has at his disposal.
Yes, absolutely. And so coming up through, there we go, Ridout. So obviously Ridout is the one that had a bit of an issue this morning, so he's got some work cut out for him to try and get back up to the lead of his class. He's currently, about a second and a half behind Lewis Richardson and Joshua North, currently 1st and 2nd. Here we go. So yeah, he's still in the right train. He's just got a car or 2 cars in between him and them. So he wants to try and get rid of them as quickly as possible, get back on with Lewis Richardson and Joshua North, and have another crack at that class win.
He's having another nibble, isn't he, at Hipkins, and he's gone through. I think Hipkins was a bit offline there, maybe. And he's also going to lose out to Jan Whittaker, I think, as they come down into the complex this time. Pete O'Connor has put himself in between Lewis Richardson and Joshua North now as well. So in between the 2 Class A leads, and Ridout now is getting alongside North as well, I think, or was very close to getting alongside North, and he's now attacking North for position. Meanwhile, for the lead, Darren Ransom has taken over. A change of leader there, Kieran.
Yes, absolutely. So what Darren Ransom was saying earlier about you can't overtake, yes, you can. You've just done it. You are now in the lead of the race. Justin Griffiths, obviously one of the 4 front runners, both this year and last year as well. He's one of the quick guys, but he's got Jack Kingsbury right behind him in that. Number 3 He's just looking a little bit left, a little bit right, but no, Justin Griffiths just holds off that position perfectly, defends his position, and sticks back underneath the bumper of Dan Ransom. These three, they are absolutely on it. They're already pulling away from Nick Harrison in 4th position, and I mean, there's nothing to really choose between them. They've all got to drive millimetrically perfectly, and if they don't, any one of the other two can just take advantage like that.
Up to Sunny they go. This is lap 4 of the race. These three separated by only about half a second. They're getting away from Nick Harrison in third, about a second and a half behind the leading trio. Not quite on the same pace as them, it would seem. And then we'll pick up what's going on in the battle for Class A in a few moments. And there's the top three. Then it's Ransom now that's leading from Griffiths and Kingsbury. I'm not sure how much race winning, overall winning, Darren Ransom has done, if any. I think he's had class wins, but may not have been an overall win in the past. Yeah, he won his class at Alton Park last year, but didn't get any overall wins. And I'm not sure he's had any overall wins before. So Darren Ransom possibly in slightly unfamiliar territory here, as he's ahead of Justin Griffiths and Jack Kingsbury. Here's the battle coming towards us now within Class A, but it's the Class A car of Lewis Richardson was last year's Class A champion, behind him now in a Class B car, and then Joshua North and then Mark Ridout. And Ridout in the orange car has yet to do anything about North in the white and green car. It's a fascinating battle, this one, that's heading through Hawthorne now and towards the chicane, being enjoyed by the crowd here at Croft this afternoon. Almost exactly halfway through this race now, 7.5 minutes left to go. And there's battles for the overall lead, but also for 5th place overall, and potentially the class lead as well.
Yes, 100%. Obviously, Lewis Richardson is, if you look on the timing screen, he's secure because he's already got one of the 197s in between himself and Joshua North. But I mean, look how close these guys are. Any mistake of any kind, he's going to be right back under threat from Joshua North and Mark Ridout. And obviously, he's already had a bit of a ding-dong with Mark Ridout today. I'm not sure he wants to repeat what happened earlier in terms of what happened at the end. But Mark Ridout probably wants to have a second go, a second crack, and just see if he can get back past Lewis Richardson once again. Got Harrison currently on stream, and he is in 4th position. Yeah, he's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. He's kind of a couple of seconds behind these top three, and then he's also a good couple of seconds in front of the next lot. So he's by himself.
He is, but the leaders are right together, and Justin Griffiths is attacking Darren Ransom for the lead. He pulled out of the slipstream, was almost bump drafting him down the start and finished straight there. There's cheers from his supporters, I think, down there in the grandstand at Clairvaux, but it's Ransom still leading. Griffiths in second, despite looking a little bit racy down into the first corner. And Jack Kingsbury there in 3rd place. He's right there as well. Our Race 1 winner, of course, and the 2023 class champion. Jan Whittaker is into the pits in the VSG Crypto car. He's out of the race, I'm afraid. Back to the leaders, though, and it's still Ransom holding on, but it's only less than half a car length in it.
Yeah, 100%. And I just saw Jack Kingsbury coming down the back straight. He just lifted slightly, so maybe Justin Griffiths just blocked the path that he was trying to take, and because he was really, really catching, it looked like he was going to make a move into Tower, but wasn't to be. So coming down through Barcroft into Sunny Inn. And yeah, still nothing to choose between them. Any one of these makes a mistake, and that's it. The other two were just going to pounce. So there is no room for error. So coming into the complex, I should say, Dan Ransom currently leading by, I mean, yeah, there's just no gap. There's no distance at all. It was 2/10 across the line last time around. It's probably going to be roughly in the same margin this time around as well. So coming into the final corner once again, nothing to choose between them.
No, we've lost, of course, Whittaker now had also already lost Mark Enoch as well after 3 laps of the race. He'd pulled off at the first corner, I think, needing a tow. The race is continuing for everybody else, so 18 cars still in circulation. Over the line there, going the battle for 5th, and Lewis Richardson, our Class A leader, with Pete O'Connor right behind him, then Joshua North and Mark Ridout right there. Not really had a lot of changes in position in this race. It's been pretty close, but no real changes of place for a couple of laps at least.
Yes, absolutely. And Joshua North and Peter O'Connor, just off screen then, were going side by side into the last corner. So Peter O'Connor was on the left-hand side, Joshua North on the right-hand side, and he just couldn't get past. So Peter O'Connor keeps that 6th position ahead of Joshua North, but they are still fighting ferociously. And here we go once again. You can see Peter O'Connor is just having to defend because Joshua North is just that close. He could pounce at any point if Peter O'Connor just loses his wit once.
Yeah, Pete O'Connor, the 42-year-old from Bristol, works in IT and finance, been racing for 3 years. Has now got yellow flags at that part of the circuit at Jim Clark Esses. There is a car that has stopped further out of our sight. Steve Croxford, we think that has stopped. But Pete O'Connor up the inside as they go through Sunny of the number 7 car of Lewis Richardson, and he is up. In fact, it's the 38. No, it's the 36 car, isn't it? We don't have a 38, so it must be the 36 car of Steve Croxford that has stopped, as we thought, over there by the side of the circuit at the Jim Clark Esses, or towards Barcroft. Here's Ridout now. He's ahead of Joshua North now, so he's made him a place. O'Connor's got past the Lewis Richardson car as well. So we've got our 3 class leaders together now in Class A. We've got Lewis Richardson, Mark Ridout now ahead of Joshua North, and North in 3rd place together. So we've had some changes of position at last. And the fight very much on for Class A.
Absolutely, and obviously this is a bit deja vu. Lewis Richardson in 1st and Mark Ridout in 2nd. This is what we had earlier, and Mark Ridout obviously wants his crack at that win once again. He is right on the back bumper of Lewis Richardson, but meanwhile up at the front we've got Justin Griffiths just having to defend himself against Jack Kingsbury now. So Darren Ransom is just starting to put a little bit of a gap, as you can see the yellow flag's being waved for Steve Croxford in the number 36 down at the Jim Clark Esses. So basically where this camera is right now, that's where Steve Croxford has had to pull aside. So nothing can be done. Oh!
And that's Joshua North. Now, how has that happened? Oh, and another car involved is Chris Lawrence, I can see from our commentary box window. That's at Tower Corner. Off into the crops has gone North, and a red light. The race being stopped immediately. After that incident, there is the car of Chris Lawrence. Now, we didn't see what happened there, but we saw the tail end of it with North heading off into the field. And Lawrence, his car coming into a stop right at the edge of the circuit. Bumper of one of the cars in the middle of the track there. Marshall just checking that the driver is okay, but the 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle is heading out onto the circuit. Now, we'd only got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go when the red flag went out. And so it is going to be a no restart there. Checkered flag icon is showing on the timing screen as well. So a serious incident there, I'm afraid, up at Tower Corner involving 2 drivers, the car of Joshua North and also the car of Chris Lawrence, which is very, very sad to see.
Yes, 100%. Obviously, we never want races to end in that way, and we just obviously hope that the drivers are okay. We can see, like I said, the ambulance is down there at the moment. It looks like I can see 1 driver out at the very least. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get some information soon.
Yeah, we'll get an update on that when we can. But a win then, as the results gone back to 6 laps for number 30, Darren Ransom, by 0.32 seconds. I think that's his first overall win. Second to number 55, Justin Griffiths. Third, number 3, our Race One winner, Jack Kingsbury. They were separated by less than a second. Fourth place to number 111, Nick Harrison. Then I get back to 5th, number 7, Lewis Richardson, and 6th, who won his class, by the way, and 6th, number 72, Pete O'Connor. This work gets a bit more complicated because we need to take Joshua North out of that because he was involved in the red flag incident. So if we mark Ridout, number 92, in 7th place, Matt Hipkins, number 12, will move up to 8th. Chris Lawrence was also involved, so he won't be included in the results either. So it'll be Chris Page, number 31, in 9th place, and 3rd as well. So another podium for Chris Page in Class A, and James Gahagan, number 27, will take 10th. And then it'll be Joey DePrato, Jack McConnell, Mark Witherington, Matt Ponce and Gaz Baton as the last of the finishers for the first or the second race of the K-Tech Racing. Not the K-Tech Racing, the SG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. The drivers have headed down pit lane. Hopefully we'll have a word with them in a moment. But it'll be a few moments before we get any more racing, that's for sure, because That incident still needs to be dealt with at Tower Corner. In the meantime, let's head down to Tom Butterworth in pit lane.
Okay, Darren, talk us through that one. Third place in race 1, first place in race 2.
Yeah, we had a bit of pace in the third one. I think Justin missed the gear in the hairpin, which helped me out, but it was just trying to manage it. But Justin and Jack, they're so fast. It's just hard. I couldn't break away. That was all I had. I was running out, tyres were gone towards the end, so I was, yeah. It was a good race, so I enjoyed it.
Good. Gone as in overworn or gone as in overheated?
Overheated, yeah.
Overheated.
Yeah, just understeering everywhere, yeah. Towards the end there, it was very hard to turn in, but yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, car's been good this weekend. Happy with it. Yeah, it's a good start to the season.
Definitely.
Yeah, happy.
Good. All right. Well, we'll leave it at he's a happy man, right? Justin, told you you might have missed a gear coming out of the hairpin.
Yeah, I went from third to second, and unfortunately, it just wouldn't engage second. So, yeah. It's a shame Darren couldn't have overtaken me properly, but yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, we've got a good lap time and we're in a good position on the next grid, and we can hopefully bring it home in first.
Okay, well that's the plan then. That brings that one to a close. And then Jack.
Hello again, sir. Hello. Not Darren.
Oh, sorry, Lewis again. That's why I've done that. So, Lewis, how was that one?
Yeah, it was all right. Got around.
Two races,
North.
2 wins.
Yeah. Keep up with this rate and I'll be winning the championship. But no, I got past Josh North on the start. I knew I had to, otherwise it would just be playing catch up really. Got past and it was just about maintaining the gap between me and the car behind. Unfortunately, I saw Josh North get spun around. But yeah, I was just trying to keep that 197 in between me and second place.
Nice little buffer there. All right, Lewis, thank you very much indeed. Lastly, we will come round to Jack in the end. So first place race 1, third place race 2, so podium in both.
Yeah,
happy?
No. Oh, well happy. They made it incredibly hard to get past. The only move I had was when Justin missed gear, but it weren't going to be a smooth overtake, so I chose better with that one. I was catching onto the back of them at the end, like waiting for a move, but it's a hard track to get past people here. There's very few places and you have to have a good gain on it.
Well, we were saying that in race 1 in the post-race interviews that you got to have quite a bit of overspeed to to be able to utilise the slipstream, but Justin was saying that you don't really get much of a slipstream around here, even though there are such long straights.
He said the same to me. I think you do. Definitely.
You can feel the magnet on the front.
Yeah, you know when it's like locks in and you're like, all right, you can see yourself reeling them in. But yeah, unless it's a track where you've really got them to make a mistake for you to jump on it really. Overall good day.
Happy days. All right, brilliant stuff. Okay, so coming up next, we've got the JDM Plates Mazda Championship.
Well, the next race in a little while will be the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, but still a little while away from getting that underway because we had a nasty incident that brought out the red flags in the previous race, which was the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, Kieran.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, we have been told that both drivers are okay, and apparently, what happened was Lawrence in the 197 Clio. So I can't remember what number he was. Was it 56?
56.
56 it was. So in the number 56, coming down the back straight towards Tower Bend, and he lost brakes. Unfortunately, collecting one of the Clio 182s.
Yeah, Joshua North. In the 35 car. Yeah.
In the process, we have been told both drivers are okay and out. that's the extent of what we know at the moment.
Yeah, and we'll hopefully have some more news about them in due course. We'll see if either of those cars are in any fit state to race tomorrow. There's another race for the Clios tomorrow. At the moment, just looking over to the scene at Tower, we've got 2 recovery trucks. We've got the sort of HIAB vehicle there. We've got, I think, one of the course cars there in the 750 Motor Club rescue unit as well, just dealing with the aftermath of that incident and trying to excuse me, clear those cars away. Once the circuit is clear, we should just have time for our final race of the day, which will be the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. We've probably got another 15 minutes or so to get that underway before the curfew here at Croft Circuit. Good to see that spectators, though, sticking around for the last race of the day, making the most of some evening sunshine. And I think we are going to have another good day of weather tomorrow. A little bit more warmth as well, expected possibly up to 20 degrees or something tomorrow. So it'll be shorts out for some people, won't it? I think 20 degrees. What do you reckon?
I think so. I probably should have packed some, considering I'm going to be running in between commentary and pit lane. I probably should have brought some shorts, and I didn't think that far ahead, to be honest.
No, exactly.
I didn't think I'd need any in the north in April.
Well,
but
how wrong you could be.
I'm always wrong. Never mind.
Okay, so the I think that's the north car is just being brought back by the HIAB, which means that the one of the recovery trucks hasn't been called into action. That's driving back. The Chris Lawrence car is just about being lifted onto the back of the other recovery truck now. So I don't think we're too far away from getting the next race underway. And of course, that is the Mazda 7s, and they don't have a green flag lap. So let's just remind ourselves what happened in the first race of the day for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Well, we were talking about it being a massive, big pack of cars slipstreaming for the lead, and it didn't really turn out like that, did it? It was Craigland who got quite a decent lead, but then that did get eaten into, didn't it? And Martin West finished up 0.6 of a second behind him in the end. They had a nice little scrap, and Tom Collar took 3rd position. Eddie Moyer was a slightly distant 4th. Daniel Sibbins was 5th, and David Bowen was 6th. There was a bit of attrition. We lost Lee Rogers before the start of that race, and David Jones, Imran Khan, Lucas Batt, Paul Southwell and Simon Walker all failed to make it to the checkered flag. So we'll see how many, if any, of those cars are out again for race number 2. And there's one driver that also got a time penalty as well. That was Todd Boucher for track limits being exceeded. So he was pushed back to 13th position in the end. There is the Joshua North car being brought back in, that took the most of that hit from the Lawrence car, which is just being now leaving its position at Tower. You can just see in the background of that shot, those of you watching on the live stream, the second recovery truck with Lawrence's car in the back now heading into towards the pit lane. It will take the cut through after Tower and head straight into pit lane from there. Rescue vehicle still on the scene with the marshals. They're just checking to see if there's any fluid or anything that needs to be dressed down there. Maybe any oil or fuel that might have been spilt as a result of that. See if there's anything there that needs to be cleared up. But the Mazda 7s certainly provided some good entertainment, even if it wasn't quite the race we expected it. Well, it's still a very entertaining race, wasn't it, Kieran?
100%. Yeah, obviously. We spoke about at Donington a couple of days ago where we had a train of like 9-10 cars for the lead. Yes, we didn't get that, but what we did get was pairs or triplets of drivers racing against each other and in the slipstream. So we definitely had action. It was just a little bit more scattered.
It was.
So, yeah, I mean, anything could happen for this next and last race of the day. And all we've got to do is wait and find out. Yeah, I can see the van is currently leaving Tower now.
Yeah, that's the rescue vehicle, yep.
And the marshals are just finishing up a little bit of sweeping, so I can see the safety car down at the end of the pit lane waiting to take the Mazda 7s around to the grid. So we should be going very, very shortly.
Yeah, we should indeed. So we'll get the cars out onto the grid and then we'll walk you through what that grid looks like, and I think I'm right in saying it's the grid set by the second fastest lap times in qualifying for these cars. Looking like we might have an interesting championship battle ahead, though. Last year, of course, it was only decided on the very final lap of the season between Ben Powney and Craig Land. It was Powney that finally sealed his first championship last year, with Craig Land narrowly missing out in second place and Martin West third. Well, of course, Powney not doing the championship this year, but Tom Collop, he had a very good start to the season with that podium in race 1. Eddie Moyer with a new car for the season after he missed the second half of last year after his car was very badly damaged at Brands Hatch. He's returned. He's in 4th place, a little bit off the pace in race 1, but we'll see what he can do in the second race. Those are the drivers, along with Daniel Sibbons, who's been a front runner podium finisher in the past. Martin Shelton has been, that are most likely to get themselves involved right at the front of the field, one would think. But it is an encouragingly large field that we have. 24 cars qualified this weekend. We had over 30 low costs last weekend, so very encouraging numbers in the categories for the low cost chassis.
Sorry, while you were reading through that, we had this gentleman that's just on the hill at the moment. This is for the people watching on the live stream. The gentleman was just testing out his chair on the hill. He was very pleased with himself with his find, and then this person in black was rolling down the hill, and just, I don't know what they're doing now. They're just maybe they're tired or they're fed up, or like, please can we go now? No, we've got Locust, last one.
Well, you going to be sort of lying down at this stage of the day. Anyway, we've got Mazda 7s coming onto the grid. Let's have a look at how they are going to line up if we can, because they don't have a green flag lap, these cars, so we will onto the grid momentarily. Here we go then with the lineup. It's going to be the 87 car of Craig Land that's going to line up on pole position. Besides him is number 94 Martin West. Second row of the grid, 22 is Tom Connor, and 66 is Lucas Batt. On row 3, it's 20, the Todd Boucher car, and 17, Ben Days. On row 4 of the grid, it's 56, Daniel Sibbons, and 99, Martin Shelton. Callum Barnes in 3 is on the inside of row 5, besides 15, Matt Groh. Row 6 is 55, Mark Crawford, and 50, David Jones. Row 7 of the grid, 13, Tony Ridd, and 79, Ayrton Rogers. Row 8, 43, David Mason, and 24, Rick Lanier. On row 9 of the grid, 77 Eddie Moyer and 25 David Bowen. Row 10, 21 Imran Khan and 47 Lewis Pansone Smith. The 11th row, 10 Ian Deeves and 73 Simon Walker with 88 Paul Southwell and 69 Lee Rogers on row 12. So that's the grid. Now there will be some gaps, I expect. Just looking to try and see where those might be.
Just a very quick one as well. Jordan Bremner in the live chat has said, I'm about 5 to 10 miles from Croft. Can I find a race programme? Yes, you can. It is on 750 website, if you find it there. We will be here again tomorrow, so hopefully we can see you here as well. It will be great to see you.
Yeah, it's on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. You can also find access to the live timing and lots of other information about this weekend's racing and the club more generally. Now, I think we did have all 24 cars making their way towards the grid. Again, Lee Rogers has headed down the pit lane as he did in the early race. Now, is that going to be to pull off, or is he going to try and actually start the race maybe from the pit lane this time? In the number 69 car, the man from Exeter, who races alongside his son, Ayrton. Where's he going? He's braking, he's turning into Park Ferme. I don't think he's going to take the start, for so clearly just trying to see if something is working on the car, and maybe it's not to his satisfaction, so he's pulled it again. He was going to start right at the back of the grid in any case. Right. We've got a 15-minute race ahead of us then for the JTM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Final few cars are into position. I think we're pretty much ready for the off. Just waiting for the go-ahead before the countdown procedure begins. It is on pole position 87 Craig Land, the winner of race 1. Alongside him, the runner-up from race 1, Martin West, and then Tom Collar third, and Lucas Batt fourth. Eddie Moyer much further back on the grid for this one, on row 9, so he's got his work cut out in the red number 77 car. I'm just looking at that from our commentary box window. A 27-year-old from Laceby in his 4th season of racing, so new car for him for this year. So he's got his work cut out. Good field of cars that we have. We've talked about Craig Land on pole, 32-year-old from Heanor in Derbyshire, a data and systems executive. Been racing cars since 2018. Karts between 2002 and 2015, a two-time low-cost champion, runner-up in Mazda 7s last year. And this car run by TSR, himself that's racing, and his father. And on the second row of the grid, we've got 22, Tom Collar, the 40-year-old as he now is from Dover. Started racing in 2007, he's racing low costs in the M3 Cup and Club Enduro. Now back into the Mazda 7 Championship and very much enjoyed his first race earlier on. Right, 5-second board is shown then. We are about to go racing for the final time. 15-minute race for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Revs are starting to rise, the lights go out as the race gets underway. Even start from the 2 on the front. Ben Dade was a little bit slow away. Lucas Batt may not have been there in actual fact. He was a non-finisher from the earlier race. He should have been starting on the second row of the grid, but it's West that's got the lead, and it's that Tom Collar that's gone around the outside to second place as well. I think it is still Craig Land that's held on to P2, possibly. We'll pick that up in a moment. They're all streaming around the right-hander at Hawthorne now along the back straight, and pulling off there already is Imran Khan, so he's not had a particularly happy day. He was a retirement in the first race as well, and clearly whatever problems he got haven't been resolved for this second race, sadly.
Yes, indeed. We just saw as well Craig Land just getting back past into Tower Bend into first position as well. So he lost the position and then got it back just a couple of seconds later. So good start from Land and West up at the front there. So we can expect, obviously, they're going to be battling all race long. But
I was going to say, through City they go then for the first time. And they stream through this double apex right hand and then back towards the complex. There's the 77 car of Eddie Moyer at the front of this group, so we'll see at the end of the lap how much ground he has made up. 16th he was. Showed a starting and a change of lead there. Martin West up on the inside there into the complex, and I think he's got the lead away, has he? Yes, he has. From Craig Land in second place. Tom Collar, I think it is, in third. No, all the way round. It was Collar in second and Land in third. Ben Dade is in fourth. Martin Shelton is in fifth as they flash past our commentary box window. West leading by just under half a second as they go on to lap 2, but side by side for second, and it's Collar that turns into Clervaux corner in front.
Yes, absolutely. So Martin West currently leads, Tom Collar in second, Craig Land in third, Benjamin Dade in fourth. All four of those are within a second of each other. This is more like what we're talking about. Now we can see that Craig Land is just closing in on the back of Tom Collar. He wants that position back, and in the meantime, Tom Collar is closing on Martin West. He pulls out, but not quite enough. I think that might have been more so to keep Craig Land at bay. In the meantime, Martin Shelton is having a look at Benjamin Dade, trying to see if there's a way around him, but so far it is not. So coming through the Clark S's, the top 3 are together, then the next 2 are together as well. So this is what we're talking about, the slipstream. You can see in the back there, there's 3 going a little bit wide towards there, but here come the leaders, Martin West, Tom Collar and Craig Land into Barcroft and Sunny in. Martin West is only just a couple of tenths ahead of Tom Collar. Tom Collar is only a couple of tenths ahead of Craig Land. So we can imagine that something, I'd imagine, is going to happen on the start-finish rate as long as they stay like this. Coming into the complex now, Linus Stern a little bit locking up in the background, but nothing too bad. Nobody's lost too much into the final corner, onto the start-finish straight. Here we go. You see, Tom Collar is right behind Martin West, and Craig Land is right there as well. So into the first corner, can we expect any movement? Here we go.
Yeah, down towards Clervaux then. This is the start of lap number 3. There seems to be all following one another into that corner. Ben Dade is in 4th, Martin Shelton in 5th. There's Daniel Sibbons in 7th, heading the next little group of cars. And Eddie Moyer is 11th. He's made his way up, so he has made up a few positions in the number 77 car. He's just behind the 13 car of Teddy Ridd there, I think it was. As now Collar's got a very good run down the back straight. He's alongside the race leader, Martin West, can tell you, into the Tower Bend, and he's done it. He's gone through Tom Collar on his return to this type of racing, the Mazda 7s. He's done low cost before, goes into the lead of the race. So it's Collar now leading West in second, and Craig Land in third position. They flick left and they flick right through the Jim Clark S's. Now they head up to the right-hand kink at Barcroft and then into Sunny in and Sunny out. These three with Tom Collar in the lead. Also the man with the fastest lap to his name at the moment. He is having Martin West breathing down his neck, and Craig Land, our Race One winner, just behind him. West trying to fight back on the way into the complex. He's going to try and get alongside. He's going to be on the outside line for the first part of the complex, but he'll be on the inside line for the next part. But West has gone through already. Very nicely done, and a bold move, might I say.
Absolutely, and all of while Craig Land is just sat there, he may as well be eating popcorn. Go, this is fantastic. Martin West, Tom Collar are just switching places multiple times per lap down the start-finish straight. And you've got to say, Craig Land is right there, coming alongside Tom Collar. Here we go for second place. Craig Land takes that place. He slips into the slipstream of Martin West, and now it is Craig's turn to have a go at the number 94, the current leader. Here we go through the Clio and Hawthorne bend, then up to the chicane, and we're on the back straight. So, is anybody close enough to make a dent? I think Craig Lands is a little bit too far back to possibly actually have an attack, but he's definitely close enough to have a bit of a look. Oh!
And that's the 50 car that has gone spinning. It just clipped the cone on the inside, the number 50 car of David Jones that has gone for a spin. Yeah, just clicking the bollard, the floppy marker at the chicane, and went for a spin. Obviously just took too much curb through there. And that was David Jones going spinning out of ninth place. He'd already lost a position in the previous lap to Mark Crawford in the number 55 car. Here's the battle for fourth place though. It's Ben Dade, number 17, and the two-time championship winning car of John O'Lissitor. Now he's taken that over, and Martin Shelton. He's got one of the wheel arches flapping a bit, the plumbing and heating engineer. We've got a replay though of what happened to David Jones. Let's have a look at this. He's with Eddie Moyer there, and yeah, just clipped the tyre stack, didn't he? And was on the curb, went spinning off onto the infield. That's really unfortunate. So he just lost a place to Eddie Moyer as well for ninth place, I reckon, and maybe he was very keen to try and get that back. So yellow flags waving with that car off on the infield, but I think it's far enough out of harm's way not to need any further intervention, hopefully.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, it's right on the infield. It's not on the exit of really any corners. So theoretically, it should be okay. But as we see, the Benjamin Dade and Martin Shelton are currently coming through Hawthorne Bend, line astern. They haven't made too much of an impact on each other so far. They're keeping a relatively decent pace, but yeah, Shelton is right alongside. Here we go into Tower, and I can see towards the front as well. There might have been a change. Do you see what's something? Here we go. So that is Craig Landison in the lead, is he?
No, it's West that's got into the lead. Land has took back in behind him there, but they were alongside one another going down to Tower that time. Tom Collowit is still in third place. Land's got the best lap of the race. The best 1:33.775. In the earlier race, the best lap was a 1:32. So we're not quite on the same pace as we were in the earlier race just yet. But West, Land and Collar, the order as they head down the short straight between Sunny and the complex. About to turn their way into it now. That's where Martin West made a bold overtaking manoeuvre a couple of laps ago. He's in the lead this time, so doesn't need to do that. Gap back then, and it is Shelton now ahead of Ben Dade for fourth, so that's been a change. And they've been caught by Todd Boucher as well, who started fifth, but again dropped back a little bit at the start of the race.
Yeah, 100%. He's only a couple of tenths behind now, so if these two get into a fight once again, then he's going to be right on them. Meanwhile, back at the front, I think Martin West is just pulling a little bit further away as we see. Who is that?
I think is Lewis Penstone Smith, I think, that has exited the circuit and trying to recover.
Yes, well, yeah, that's a bit of a shame. Here we go. So this is the battle for fourth place, and Martin Shelton, Benjamin Dade and Todd Boucher. And we're now looking at the Simpson. So this is battle for seventh, Daniel Simmons and Eddie Maurer.
It's actually the Mark Crawford Eddie Moore car, I think, because Moore had got ahead of Crawford, I reckon. Crawford was trying to fight back with two red cars, and it is Crawford that is back in front as they turn their way into Tower Corner that time. So I think Simmons is a bit further road. Yeah, it's nearly 3 seconds further road for these two at the moment. The two red cars together. They turn their way through the Jim Clark S's, now off towards Barcroft. There we go. So it's Crawford in the 55 car, the 49-year-old from County Down. Clinton racing another 9 and 7s. He makes a mistake there, too much curb at Sunny, and he goes spinning off onto the old circuit there. But he's recovered that, and that's going to mean that Moyer will make up the position as Crawford tries to recover. But yeah, heart in the mouth moment there for Crawford, no doubt about it.
100%, yeah, that's not what you want going into that fast section. One wrong move and that's exactly what happens. Just, I think it may have been just a bit of a brake at the wrong time, a little bit too much pressure on the brake, and it just spun the car around. Not what you want at all. So leaders coming into the first corner now. They're line of 7 once again, and I think Craig Land and Tom Collar are a little bit closer than Craig Land and Martin West. So realistically, Craig is probably going to be looking more behind him in his mirrors to see what Tom Collar is going to be doing. And obviously, with that happening, I say that, then Martin West has just gone into the dust, and here we go. They're so close now, coming up towards Tower. Can they make any movement? I think Craig Land is going to the outside. See, can he make it round the outside? I don't think he can. Tucks back in. Can he get a switch back? No, but they are line astern. In the meantime, Collar is right there as well. He is stuck to the gearbox of both of them. He's basically going, if you mess up, I'm here. I'm taking your position.
Less than 5 minutes to go in this race now. Tom Collar now has the best lap of the race, so 1:33.101. I almost thought he was going to take advantage of a double toe into Tower half a lap ago and get past both of them, but no, he's still sitting there. Maybe some of that is flashy. Oh, now, West got his hand in there, so was that a yellow flag he was acknowledging possibly? Yeah, there's a green flag at the next corner, so I think he was just acknowledging a yellow flag, letting the other drivers behind him know that he'd seen it, and they should probably take notice of it as well. So no change in the order through that part of the circuit. Of course, it's for 99 Martin Shelton, of course. Now, he was in 4th position earlier, and he has now stopped on the side of the circuit up at Sunny, I think. So coming through with less than 4 minutes to go, so I think it's going to be 3 more laps that they're about to start to make it a 10-lap race, as it was earlier on. West and Land and Collar, they're separated, the three of them, by less than a second, still all to play for.
Yes, 100%. I think this is probably the closest battle currently on track as well. So we'll stick with this for the time being. Martin West is doing everything he can to try and keep Craig Land and Tom Collar at bay. And what you can see as well through every single corner is basically four-wheel drifting. They are on the absolute ragged edge of these cars. And this is what we love to see. You see there, Martin West is just weaving left and right. He's now gone to the right to try and defend his position into Tower as Craig Land goes to the left-hand side, tries to get a cut back, but no, he's a little bit too far behind. You can see there, Tom Collar is also quite close to him as well. So you can see just into the entrances of corners. I want to say Tom Collar might be a little bit more confident on the brakes.
Yeah, possibly so. It's a real close fight, these two. The best laps, 1:33.4 for West, 1:33.1 for Landner, 1:33.1 for Collar as well. So very little to choose between them. Actually, West is marginally the slower of these three in terms of their best lap time so far during this race, but nothing to choose between them. These were the first three in race one, and as things stand, they're the first three in race two. They're a long way clear of Ben Dade now, who's in 4th position. Daniel Sibbons has moved up to 5th, and Todd Bouch to 6th with that demise of Martin Shelton a couple of laps ago. So 2 laps to go at the end of this one. And they go over the line now to start lap number 9. Just looking further back, Eddie Moore I can see in 8th place. David Bowen is 7th. All the drivers to watch out for. I think we've got 19 cars still circulating. Again, we've lost a few. Oh, and a spinner behind our commentary position. That's the 24 car that has gone around. That's Rick Lanier, we also saw out in the Formula V race earlier as well. He's got going once again. There's Ben Dade, he's in 4th position. He's been caught now by number 56, Daniel Sibbons. Meanwhile, the leaders turning through Tower Corner in the same order. Here's this battle for 4th heading towards us.
Yes, indeed. There's a little bit of a gap in between Benjamin Dade and Daniel Sibbons as well. But not so much that they're completely out of contention. Daniel Sibbons just needs to keep consistent, just try and stick in the slipstream. Speaking of slipstream, Craig Land is right on the gearbox of Martin West. Tom Collar was dropped off for just a little bit by the looks of things. So, yeah, maybe it's just turning into slowly a 2-horse race between Martin and Craig at the forefront of this fight. So, coming into the complex now. They are still pushing the absolute ragged edge. Yeah, you can see Tom Collar has just dropped off the back a little bit. A little bit of a lock up there from Martin West, but nothing too bad. And then you can see, like we were speaking about earlier, different lines trying for different ways to go around. Craig Land is looking left and right. Can I gain advantage here? Can I make you make a mistake there? So far, nothing has been affecting Martin West too much in the last couple of laps.
No, black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody there. I think that's the 43 car of David Mason for exceeding track limits. The leaders, though, onto their final lap of the race. Half a second the advantage for Craig Land. Tom Collar has dropped back a little bit in the last lap or two. He still has the fastest lap of the race to his name.
Sorry, I just saw Martin West just put 2 wheels on the grass coming out of the chicane. So they are right line astern once again.
Yeah, down towards Tower Corner. Land was able to close in. They've got the back marker ahead of them as well. That's the number 88 car of Paul Southwell, who's in his first season of racing in the ex-Pete Wood car that's run by Team Sellers Racing. So they're going to catch him soon. But here comes Craig Land. He's challenging through Barcroft. He's going to have a nibble into Sonny as well. Is he able to go through? No, he's not. Daniel Sibbons now from 5th place has pulled off. It's a race of attrition, this. Here they come down towards the complex, Kieran.
Yes, here we go once again. You can see there Martin West was just on the absolute ragged edge, but he had perfect car control coming through Sonny in and Sonny out. As we can see,
and that's Land, is it, that's gone off? Yes, it is. Craig Land has just overcooked it going into the complex. So that is bizarre. Didn't seem to have too much pressure on him, so he's dropped second. And Tom Collar's going to move up into that position. It's going to be Martin West that's going to come through to get his first win of the season in the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. He takes the win then. Tom Collar takes second, and Craig Land, after that strange little moment on the last lap, takes 3rd place. Ben Dade's going to be across the line in 4th, but that was weird, wasn't it?
That was very strange. I'm sat here trying to wrap my brain about how that would happen. Like, unless... No, because he didn't have a puncture coming out of it, so I don't know. Hopefully Tom can find out.
And Eddie Moyer has stopped on the final lap as well, and he had made his way up to I think about 6th or 7th place, so he has stopped as well. Well, it's a good job this race wasn't very much longer. We wouldn't have had anyone left. Quite a few cars pulling out in the end. Boucher 5th, Bowen 6th, Barnes 7th, Ayrton Rogers 8th, Mark Crawford 9th, and I think it's going to be David Mason to complete the top 10 after all of that. But yeah, quite a few cars pulling out.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I'm hoping that Tom can have a word with Craig Land, obviously in the post-race interviews, and just try and find out what happened there, because I am flummoxed. I have no idea what just happened then.
No, it certainly caught us both by surprise a little bit. Probably caught Craig Land by surprise as well, to be fair. So shame for him, but he's still got a podium out of it. So he's had a 1st and a 3rd from today, and another race to come tomorrow. West has had a win and a 2nd place, so he'll be happy as well. And Collar's had a 2nd and 3rd, so they've all had a couple of podiums. And maybe it's Tom Collar's turn by that token for a win in tomorrow's race for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, which will be off around about 2:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, possibly. I wonder though, I just thought, I wonder if he got a kick of oversteer coming through that corner and then corrected it, and that's what flung him off.
Potentially, yeah, it could have done. Could have done. It's uncharacteristic mistake, whatever happened for Craig Land. Let's have a look at the final result of the day then. Martin West it was that took the win in the Yokohama Mazda 7s. The JDM Plates Mazda 7s. 10 laps completed by car 94, ahead of number 22, Tom Collar, the opportunity 0.657 seconds. 3rd place to number 87, Craig Land. He was 4.4 seconds behind. Then 4th was number 17, Ben Dade, I can tell you. 5th was number 20, Todd Boucher. 6th was number 25, David Bowen. 7th was number 3, Callum Barnes. 8th was number 79, Ayrton Rogers. Mark Crawford, number 55, was 9th. David Mason was 10th, number 43. Then it was Matt Rowe, Rick Lanier, Ian Deeves, and Lewis Pentone Smith was 14th. I think only 2 more finishes in actual fact, certainly on the lead lap. 15th, Tony Ridd, and 16th, Simon Walker. And I think possibly, Southpaw did make it to the checkered flag, but he was lapped. Right, before we head down to Tom, I'll say many thanks to all of the marshals and everyone else from the 750 Motor Club that's made today's race meeting possible. Thanks all for your help. We look forward to your support again tomorrow. And any final thoughts from you, Kieran, before I hand down to Tom?
I can't wait for tomorrow.
Okay, well,
it should be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, lots more good racing. All of the categories that we've seen today, bar the road sports, back in action at least once tomorrow. And we've got the Tiki World Club Enduro Championship for 2.5 hours. That's going to be a compelling watch as well, I'm sure. So we look forward to that. So yeah, been good to feel company in the box today.
Yes, indeed. It's been quite comfortable to be in the nice warm commentary box rather than being in the pit lane for once. But yeah, no, it's obviously been a pleasure to be alongside you once again. And also, I want to say a big thank you to Alpha Live as well for all the amazing coverage, all the camera ops out there.
Absolutely.
It's been a bit windy, it's been a bit blustery, and you know, we both know what it's like out there in the cold. It can be quite horrible, so big thank you to all the team.
Thank you for that, Kieran. Let's head down for the final time for Tom Butterworth in the pit lane. From Kieran and myself, it's good night. Speak to you tomorrow.
Through that last lap.
Oh, I mean, it was something I was trying to save up to the end. I was obviously learning off the previous race with like sort of saving our tyres and trying to get the best out of the car at the end of the race. And I was trying to time it right for the first section, and didn't quite. I think it's like got side by side, but didn't quite get enough. So then I thought I'll hold back into the complex, and yeah, obviously I made that mistake trying to get really on his behind the back of his car, trying to follow him through the airpin and hopefully make a move to the line. But I'm going to give it to Westy. He held a strong race then, not many mistakes. And yeah, another thing as well, big thanks to TSR for getting the car back up and ready after the little incident from race one. We did some welding and got it jigged back up again.
Brilliant. Okay, well, I thought you were going to be wearing him at one point, wearing the mellow yellow car at one point. It was really, really close, so, you know, for that whole race. And just, I saw Martin make a little error coming into the complex, a couple of laps to go. Do you think maybe now's your chance?
No, exactly. When I seen him making a few errors and that sort of in the going sunny in, sunny out, and then also the complexes, I thought, okay, but he was really strong out the airpin. So no matter what grounds I made from his mistakes in the complex, it was sort of lost. I think we've got a crack in the exhaust, so we'll see how we go tomorrow with a bit more power, hopefully.
Okay, fingers crossed. Right, well, double podium as well for Craig Land. So good start to the season for him. Another one with a double podium. So Tom Collard, as I said earlier on, you've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? And if you going to make yourself available to take second place when somebody else makes a mistake, you're going to be there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's trying to get the win. Got into lead early on. But yeah, these two, they're quick. They're really quick and very consistent. So I was, felt like I settled for third, but thought, no, I'll catch them back up. And yeah, on the last lap, as you say, opportunities there and you take it.
Absolutely. And car bedding in a bit better now? So.
Yeah, we tried to change. It improved it slightly, but not where I wanted it. But we'll look at the data and we'll see if we can go one step more tomorrow.
Exactly, one more go tomorrow, haven't you? And we'll move on to our race winner as well, Martin West.
Hello again.
I was just saying to Craig over there, I thought at one point that he was going to be wearing mellow yellow. He was that close throughout that one.
Robin's racing, isn't it, as they say, yeah. So, yeah, we've got a good excuse for another victory lane now, haven't we?
Yeah, we're going to have a little race, I think, as well. Tradition is tradition.
That's it, mate. Yes, very much so. But no, that was an enjoyable race, but fair play to Craig and to Tom. My mirrors are just full of them the whole race. You know, they both made a couple of little mistakes. Looked like they both missed the gear at two separate incidents and give me the chance to get past, but it was just up to me to try and bring it home. It's like qualifying that. That just seemed to, it's always the same when you're leading. It just seems to go on forever and ever. But when you're chasing them down, the race goes so quickly. But no, it was quite enjoyable. It was good fun. So nice to not let Craig win all three, because he was looking good earlier today. That was a good performance in the first race, so hats off to him. And Tom's just going to come on getting stronger and stronger. I bet you know Tom from the other formulas, so yeah, I'll cut the grass while it's green, sort of thing, as they say.
Well, it was Craig cutting the grass in that one, so
yeah, did he go off? I see he was there in mirrors and then he wasn't, so I don't know if he went off in the last
just coming into the complex on the last lap, lost the back end a little bit. I thought you got a little bit squirrely with maybe a couple of laps to go coming through the exact same corner.
Yeah, you've got to take some pain at the tyres at some point. You either have them good at the start and they're going to go at the end, or you struggle at the start and they'll hopefully survive till the end. But you got to take some pain somewhere. But when you're wheel to wheel with them on the last couple of laps, the last thing you're worrying about is tyres. You're just trying to keep your concentration. But here we are.
Okay, all right. Well, that brings to a close our coverage here for the first day of 750 Motor Club here at Croft. Just a few little things to say. It was a wonderful action-packed day. Lots of different varieties of cars on show that you'll have seen up and down the grid. Of course, these Mazda 7s. We've had bike sports with the 1000 Sports Series. We've had road sports. All the menagerie of cars that we have here in 750 Motor Club. It's been wonderful to see. Thank you to Ian and Kieran on commentary. Thank you as well to our marshals who are still working hard here, the Orange Army. Without them, we can't go racing. To all our competitors, thank you as well for making it such a good day. 750 Motor Club, of course, for organising it. Croft Circuit for hosting us, and Alpha Live for the pictures. We will be back tomorrow from 12:35. So please come and join us then. And without further ado, there's just one last thing. Shall we have it?
We're going to need the carrier.
We're going to race to Victory Lane.
3, 2.